Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 2 of the Jinchuuriki's brother. This video is coming out a little later than I would have liked. I'm currently quite occupied with my upcoming exams and other end of semester stuff, so my YouTube uploads might be a little sporadic in the coming weeks due to this, but I will try and post at least a couple times a week. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the trouble YouTube keeps giving me for my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there along with about 25 other stories to enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 11, After a Nightmare. To-san. Ka-chan. No. He could do nothing as he watched the blonde man stand in front of his red-headed wife to protect her from the sword that meant to pierce through her. The assailant pirouetted on the ball of his foot as he pulled the sword out of the blonde man, and delivered a devastating cut to the blonde man, cutting deeply into his chest. A red line appeared on the blonde's chest, and blood began to spew from the cut like a fountain. He suddenly looked down at his own chest, which showed a severe cut, revealing cut bones and organs. Strangely, he felt no pain, but he fell on his knees. He looked behind him to see the face of his crying mother, a face he hadn't seen in 7 years. Ka-chan, he whispered softly. His mother had tears streaming down her face, and blood slowly began to leak from her mouth and her eyes. Why? Why didn't you protect us? Why did you let us die? She gurgled out, a river of blood now rushing down her chin to soak the ground the same shade as her hair. No. Ka-chan. I tried. There was nothing I could do, he said in a voice almost too quiet to hear. His mother began to shrink and to age, until she morphed into his little sister. Ni-chan. I was so scared. I thought you would protect me. I waited for you. But you never came. And now? I'm dead. No. Narumi. Not you too. He began to weep. Suddenly his little sister rushed forward and stabbed him in the stomach with an onbu chokudo. He gasped and looked up in shock at his little sister, who now sported a 3-pronged pinwheel pattern in her red eyes. A Mangekyo Sharingan. She suddenly turned into a flock of crows, and started to swarm him. He could do nothing, and felt like he was 7 years old again. He felt so powerless. He began to scream. Ah! Naruto screamed as he jolted up from his bed. Ni-chan. You're awake, Narumi yelled out in relief, her hand holding one of his. He looked at his hand, and followed it up his arms, to see various IVs inserted into them. He looked around and saw his light blue blanket and white bedsheets. The room was very bare other than all the medical equipment that was inside. He realized he was in a hospital. He grunted in pain when he tried to move. Everything was stiff and sore, and sitting up hurt his abdomen and lower back severely. He saw they were bandaged, and decided to lay back down. How long? The blonde patient tried to speak, but his throat was so dry it was proving difficult. Water. He barely croaked out. Narumi nodded eagerly and rushed to the pitcher and cup that was placed on a small table next to his bed. She came back with the cup of water and helped her brother drink. Is that better, Ni-chan? Narumi asked her brother, who just motioned her to come closer with his arm. She got on his bed and cuddled next to him, and he hugged her tightly. You're all right. Thank Kemi you're safe, Naruto whispered. I was so scared, Oni-chan. Everyone was lying dead all over the place, and the bee blood, she stammered out as she remembered the events of the night several days earlier. It was also as scary, but I had to make sure Sasuke was okay. I was comforting him, but then I saw you get stabbed by Itachi Ni-chan. All this blood began to pour out. And. Her eyes began to water. I thought you died. Ni-chan, you don't know how scared I was. You can't leave me. You're all I have. What am I gonna do if you die? Naruto hugged his sister tighter and gave her a kiss on the top of her head. He chuckled. Don't worry, Narumi-chan, it'll take a lot more than just a stab to kill your Ni-chan. I'm not going anywhere. Remember? I promised you'll always have your back. He told Narumi in a cheerful voice to encourage and assure her. Promise? Narumi asked in an uncharacteristically quiet voice, looking up at him while still in a hug. Promise. Naruto replied. Now how long was I out for? He asked. You were unconscious for 3 days, Naruto-san. A doctor replied as she stepped in the room. You had sustained severe injuries in your abdominal region. The sword had pierced through several organs, and you received deep lacerations on muscles in your abdomen and lower back. We were able to operate on your organs and reattach all your muscles, but you'll have to stay in bed for at least a month before you can start moving again. It'll be at least 2 more months after that until you are fit to do any strenuous activity." The blonde Onbu groaned. Great. Now he was bedridden for a month. "Do I have to stay here? Or can I be in my own bed at home?" he asked the doctor. "We'll need to clean your wounds and give you antibiotics so your wounds don't get infected for about 2 weeks, or 11 days now, since you've been here for 3 days already. After that you're free to go home, but you have to be careful you don't reopen your wounds. Honestly, we suggest just staying here for the whole month, but the choice is up to you," the doctor informed him. Damn. 2 weeks? That would be a pain in the ass. He sighed, and wished he was like his sister, who seemed to heal from any injury within hours. Guess he can't have everything. "All right, I understand. Thank you, sensei," he told the doctor, who nodded, and looked at a couple charts on his bed before turning to leave. "Wait." Naruto called out. The doctor stopped and turned around. "Do you know what happened to the Uchiha? What happened to Mikoto-san?" The doctor took a moment to decide if she should tell him. "Well, I can't tell you too much about what happened to the Uchiha, as I don't know too well myself, but Mikoto-san survived the ordeal." Naruto let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. "Thank Kami. Do you know where she is right now? Is she all right?" The doctor frowned a little before responding. "Normally I wouldn't tell you, but I've heard about your relationship so I'll let you know. She's not in a good condition. She had received serious injuries, and is currently in a coma. She only survived because of the seal you put on her, well, according to her son at least. All I know is some quick first aid saved her." Naruto was relieved to hear that she was alive at least. His experimental seal had paid off. "Where is she right now?" "She's came out of the intensive care unit yesterday, and is in a room in this hospital," the doctor told him. "Will she be all right?" Naruto asked. The doctor responded solemnly. "To be honest, we don't know. She somehow avoided death, but her injuries are difficult for us to operate on safely. She had received a stab to the chest, and received a slight nick on her heart. We were able to operate on most of the cut vessels and muscles, but the vessels closest to the heart, and the muscles of the heart itself have a small cut. She's stable enough right now, as she is in a coma and not moving, but unless we can fix those injuries, she won't be able to live a normal life." "Why can't you operate on those injuries?" Naruto asked the doctor in confusion. The doctor looked a little ashamed. "It's a very delicate surgery, and the smallest mistake can result in death. We lost a lot of good doctors during the Kyuubi attack, and I'm a little embarrassed to say, but we don't have anyone who's qualified to do heart surgeries. We need to find a more qualified doctor for that kind of operation." Naruto huffed. "Well, where can we find such a doctor then?" "I'm not sure," the doctor replied. "We're looking, but there aren't that many great medics out there these days. We'll need someone on the level of Tsunade-sama or at least close, but she hasn't been seen since she left the village all those years ago. So, we have to wait until we find a good enough doctor or medic? But we don't know how long that'll take either? What happens once she wakes up from her coma? When is she expected to wake up?" Naruto asked. "We're not sure. You can never be sure with these kinds of things. She suffered massive mental trauma, and we believe her brain is keeping her unconscious to protect her mind from the memories and pain," the doctor explained. "We'll keep her in a medically induced coma if she starts to wake up, to keep her in a stable condition. Until then, we'll do our best to find a qualified doctor." Naruto cursed under his breath. He hated not being able to do anything to help his precious people, and he hated waiting for something with no definite time frame, or something that might never come along. "Can't believe there's nothing we can do to help," he muttered under his breath. "Maybe we can go look for this Tsunade person when you feel better, Onii-chan," Narumi told Naruto to cheer him up. "Yes, that could work. I'll find that damn Sanin, and drag her to Konoha kicking and screaming if I have to," Naruto thought to himself. "That's a great idea, Narumi-chan," Naruto told his sister with a smile, and ruffled the top of her head, as she was now sitting next to his bed again. "Guess all there is to do, is to get well quick, huh?" the blonde teen told his sister, who nodded. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, as he faced the window. He was smoking from his pipe, trying to clear his head. How could this have happened? Right when he found a peaceful solution, Itachi goes mad and kills everyone in the clan? That was very unlike Itachi. He was a pacifist by nature, only driven to kill due to his shinobi profession. Still, he hated killing, and only killed when he absolutely had to. Did he decide this was the only way to solve the situation? Didn't Itachi trust him to come up with a better solution? If he only waited a day, he would have become Hokage, and the whole situation could have been averted. That made Hiruzen wonder as well. Itachi wasn't known for being brash and reckless. Why would he decide by himself to kill his whole clan? He would have at least consulted with somebody before carrying out a mission of this scale. This whole situation didn't make any sense, and Hiruzen suspected there was more to it than what met the eye. Both the solution he came up with, and the way he came up with it and carried it out without consulting him was very unlike his modus operandi. He thought about the evidence the Anbu had found, and tried to piece the puzzle together. There was nothing that stood out blatantly, but there were small details that bothered him. The shinobi and civilians of the Uchiha clan were both killed by blades, which made sense, as it would draw much less attention than jutsu. Most would assume same weapon used for murder meant same killer, but Hiruzen knew better than that. He knew people had a signature. Not like leaving a handkerchief behind each crime scene as a calling card kind of signature, but more like people's tendencies, habits, and psychology leaving behind their trace in how the murder was done. A vicious killer might strike multiple times, leaving multiple wounds behind. A more conscious killer might leave a single wound. The location of the wound could indicate whether the killer had knowledge of the human body. A scared killer may leave a deeper or shallower wound, depending on if they try to overcompensate for their fear, or let their fear overcome them. The wounds found on the Uchiha were similar in the fact that they were delivered by a blade, but there were also slight differences. The shinobi were both stabbed and slashed, in locations that would kill quickly, as to make sure the victim didn't suffer as long. The civilians, however, were all slashed across the throat. Why the uniformity in one group, and variation in the other? Hiruzen began to suspect there was more than one killer. Which meant someone else was involved. This explained why none of the incident had Itachi's fingerprints on it, despite him being one of the known killers. He was influenced by a different party to do what he did. Who would be able to influence someone like Itachi to kill his own clan? It had to be someone high up. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and his blood began to boil in rage, as a prime suspect came up in his mind. Danzo. At the academy. The door slid open, and some faces they hadn't seen in several days walked in. They were glad to see one of the few survivors of the massacre, and the prince of the clan, and their hearts, come back to their class unharmed. At least physically. As for the redhead, some of the colder-hearted ones wished she hadn't come back. They hated how close she was to their precious Sasuke. Narumi came in looking like she hated being there, and Sasuke came in with a blank face. They both looked fine physically, but they hadn't come to class due to the mental trauma of seeing such a bloody scene. Narumi was dealing with it a little better, and some sessions with Yamanka Inoiki had been proving very fruitful. Sasuke was dealing with it terribly though. The death of his clan was extremely traumatic for the boy, and seeing his father dead and his mother dying, well, it nearly broke him. Right now, it seemed his mind was barely hanging on by a thread, the thread being the hope of his mother making a recovery, and he had closed himself from everyone. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Do you want to talk about it? Do you need a hug? Sasuke-kun, do you want to hang out and take your mind off of things? Many of his fangirls tried their best to make him feel better, or get him to open up to them, but he didn't respond to any of them. This just made him even more desirable to them. A handsome boy with a tragic past? A hurt boy who opens up to and falls in love with a person who helps him heal? A dark boy that only they can change? It was straight out of a story. Their minds were running through the scenarios, as if this was a game for them. A game of love, where they would compete with each other to be the heroine of this love story. His silence only made him more tantalizing. They would get him to open up to them, one way or another. Even the seven had a tough time getting Sasuke to speak to them. He still would respond with grunts or a nod or shake of the head, but his mouth stayed closed. The only person he would speak to was the girl who had been there for him when he was at his most vulnerable. Narumi. This, however, just made his fangirls hate her even more. At the hospital, after school. Oni-chan. I'm here again. Narumi announced as she slid Naruto's hospital room door open with her foot. Her arms were occupied with the tower of takeaway ramen bowls she had brought over. Brought your favorite. Naruto was happy to see his sister, but also happy to see the ramen she brought along with her. He was getting sick of hospital food, and his sister had the good sense to bring his favorite food. She didn't need to bring so many though. He would have 2, maybe 3 bowls tops, and she would eat, more like inhale, the rest. Guess who paid for it all? That's right. His poor wallet. Still, he appreciated the gesture and the company. Narumi had been visiting the hospital with Sasuke every day after school, and she'd come to see Naruto, while he went to see Mikado. Sasuke sat at the table near his mother, and would work on his homework, and study there, while waiting for any sign of his mother waking up. Naruto was conscious, so Narumi was able to do a lot more with Naruto. Due to his injuries, Naruto was taken off the active duty roster, and had a lot more free time. So, when Narumi came to visit after school, he was able to give her a lot more attention, and help her with her studies and schoolwork. One day, Narumi came into the room, looking very guilty and embarrassed. She had received her report card, and was scared to show Naruto, who had to sign it. When he saw how terrible her grades were, Naruto became scarily quiet. Narumi knew he was scarier when he became calm like that, and began to grow apprehensive. Narumi thought it was because she had bad grades, and she started to pale. Naruto knew how useless most of her instructors besides Iruka were. They barely gave her any attention, whether she did well or bad, and gave her the bare minimum of their effort. Just enough to prevent, in their minds, giving Naruto a legitimate reason to unleash his fury on them, but definitely not enough to be helpful to Narumi. He hadn't expected it to be this bad though. Some of the instructors had gotten carried away in their subtle mistreatment of the Kyuubi brat, and some even forgot about Naruto it seemed. They nitpicked and marked her down for anything they could, even on the subjects she did well in, to make sure she had nothing to feel good about. Iruka tried to help her, but as the main teacher, he had too many students to worry about, and could only help so much. Narumi, Naruto said in a low voice. Narumi gulped. Here it comes. She thought to herself. Why yes Onii-chan? She replied. Naruto realized she had mistaken his anger at being directed towards her, and quickly calmed himself down to assure her everything was alright. Narumi, I'm not mad at you, so you don't have to be so nervous, okay? He chuckled. Narumi let out a breath she was holding in relief. That's good. I was scared for a second so, what's up Onii-chan? She asked him. He asked her how helpful her teachers were, and how her studies were going. She explained how the teachers never really answered her questions, ignored her, and only paid attention when they marked her down. Even when she started to do better in school with Naruto's help, they found some way to mark her down. You know what Narumi? Don't worry about your grades anymore. Naruto told her. Narumi's face began to form a smile. Great. She wouldn't have to pay attention in school anymore. Maybe she didn't even need to go to the academy. She could stop studying all that boring stuff altogether. Naruto caught on to her train of thoughts. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This doesn't mean you don't have to pay attention or work hard on your studies anymore. You still have to know everything, it's just that I won't worry about how your instructors grade you. I'll test you myself on your skill and knowledge, and give you my own grade. Narumi's shoulders sagged. Okay Onii-chan. She replied in a soulless voice. Darn it. Guess she still had to study, and still had to go back to that dump after all. Naruto just laughed at her response. If the school wouldn't teach her properly, he would do it himself. He knew the potential she had. She could possibly be even stronger than him one day. He'd bring out her potential, and prove all her haters wrong. Hokage's office. The Sandaime sat at his desk, though his back was facing the desk, and he himself was looking at the pictures of the previous Hokages which were hung on the back wall. His secretary knocked on his door, and let him know the person he had summoned had arrived, and was waiting to see him. All right, let him in. Hiruzen told his secretary. Hi, Hokage-sama. The secretary answered back, and the door opened to reveal a heavily bandaged elder who walked with a cane. You called for me Hiruzen? Danzo asked. The third slowly spun his chair around to face his old teammate. This was not going to be a friendly conversation. He went through a couple hand seals, and a privacy seal activated in his room. You know why I summoned you, don't you, Danzo? Hiruzen asked. I'm not certain, Hiruzen. Would you mind enlightening me as to why? The bandaged elder replied back. Hiruzen didn't have the patience for Danzo's games. Not today. Why don't we stop with the games and get straight to it? Were you involved in the Uchiha massacre or not, Danzo? Danzo's face remained unchanged. I don't know what makes you think I was. There's nothing that connects me to that mess, and Itachi would never listen to my orders to kill his whole clan. He answered vaguely, not really admitting to this or that, but just stating what he considered to be facts. Hiruzen's face darkened. He hated these word games with Danzo. Just give me straight answer, Danzo. Are you behind this mess? I would say the Uchiha clan was behind their own mess. They were planning bloodshed, and indeed blood was shed. Danzo replied. The Sandaime decided to be more direct. I know it was you, Danzo. Don't think you can trick me with your vague words. What evidence do you have to accuse me, Hiruzen? Danzo answered back. Hiruzen said nothing, but pulled out a small scroll. Flashback. Which room is Naruto in? Hiruzen asked the receptionist. Hokage-sama. We weren't expecting you. He's in room 403. The receptionist replied in surprise. The Hokage thanked the receptionist and went to see Naruto. Naruto was one of his top assets in the village, and also a key witness to the massacre. He had been the first shinobi on the scene, and even clashed with the prime suspect. The third opened the door to see Naruto reading a book on seals, and Narumi sleeping on a small visitor's bed to the side. He smiled at the sight of the close siblings. Hello Naruto-kun. How are you feeling tonight? Hiruzen asked the injured man. I'm doing better. Though the nurses won't let me leave the bed for anything other than going to the bathroom, Hiruzen chuckled at the response. Good to see you, but is there a reason for the visit? Naruto asked. I came to check up on you and see how you were doing. Hiruzen told Naruto. Well, as you can see, I'm having a good time resting. It's nice being waited on hand and foot for once. Narumi brings treats sometimes too. The blonde replied. Hiruzen chuckled. That's good to hear. His face grew serious as he continued. Though there's another reason I visited tonight. Naruto picked up on the cues. You want to know what I saw at the massacre? Hiruzen nodded. When I arrived on the scene, most of the Uchiha had been killed already. I sensed several chakra signatures, so I created clones to investigate. A single eyebrow on Hiruzen's face was raised in question. So, there were multiple people on that compound that were still alive when you arrived? Hi. When my clones located the chakra signatures and arrived at their location, they saw several Anbu-looking shinobi killing the civilians. Naruto replied. The third's jaw clenched. Several Anbu, you say? Hi. Though they weren't like any Anbu I'd seen before. I'm pretty familiar with everyone in the Anbu and they didn't match any of them. They didn't follow protocol either. The blonde told the old man. This confirmed Hiruzen's suspicions. Root. Looks like they got away though. The Anbu who arrived on the scene didn't find any trace of them. Naruto sat up straighter. Really? Nothing? But I killed all of them. They should have found at least something. The Sandaime shook his head. Looks like Danzo was able to send his agents to clean up the mess. Naruto's eyes widened. Danzo? That old mummy? He's the one behind those strange Anbu? Shit. Hiruzen thought. He forgot Naruto knew nothing about Root, and accidentally let it slip. Oh well. The cat was out of the bag now. Yes. Danzo is the leader of a secret branch of Anbu known as Root. They're responsible for doing the dirtier jobs the village doesn't want to be associated with, but are necessary. Officially, they've been shut down, but their service was still necessary, so I've allowed them to operate in secret. Hiruzen admitted regretfully. Naruto looked shocked. But why would Danzo order his men to help Itachi kill the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen paused for a moment before speaking. This is an S-rank secret, Naruto. You mustn't tell this to anyone, or act out based on what I tell you. Naruto nodded. The Uchiha were planning a coup. They had been planning on using the Kyuubi and your sister as well. Naruto narrowed his eyes in anger. Itachi and Shisui had been acting as my spies, and had been informing me on developments in the plot. Things finally began clicking in Naruto's mind. The weird behavior from Itachi and Shisui. The last, cryptic message Itachi had left Naruto with before he left. It began to all make sense. So Danzo saw the Uchiha as a threat and decided to eliminate them, Naruto concluded, and Hiruzen nodded. At least, that's what we can assume based on what we discussed. We can't really be certain until we find any concrete evidence of his involvement. The third clarified. Will the bodies of Root Anbu be considered strong enough evidence? Naruto asked. Perhaps not to most people, as they aren't even aware of their existence, but it'll be considered very strong evidence to those who know. Such as myself. The Hokage replied. Naruto said nothing, and quietly pulled out a small scroll. He handed it over to the Hiruzen. Flashback end. Danzo looked at the scroll with his one visible eye. This is your evidence? A scroll? Hiruzen shook his head. Inside the scroll, is evidence that others were also present in the massacre. Evidence that Itachi wasn't acting alone. Evidence that whoever has authority over these other assailants is behind the massacre. Danzo kept up his stoic facade, but inside he was raging. He could guess what was in that scroll. He thought he had cleaned up all of the evidence. That damn son of the Yondaime must have gotten involved. He was probably the one who killed his agents, preventing them from completing their mission. He hated loose ends. I did what had to be done to make sure the village was safe. Danzo told his old teammate. We could have kept the village safe without killing an entire clan. Danzo. You understand that this is treason as well? Hiruzen yelled at Danzo. And what was your solution? Handing over the hat to a boy to appease a clan that was prepared to commit treason to get what they want? What kind of precedent would that set for other clans? This is your problem, Hiruzen. Rather than doing what must be done, you would rather roll over on your back to appease everyone. It was the problem for the Hyuga incident, and it was the problem with the Uchiha as well. Anyone who threatens Konoha must serve as an example to others, why they should never consider making an enemy of Konoha. Danzo replied in his defense. You've just eliminated an entire clan in Konoha. One of the founding clans, and one of the most important clans. Who's to say you're not a threat to Konoha? The Sandaime asked Danzo. I suppose you could reveal my actions and have me executed then. Why don't you reveal that I ordered the execution of the clan because they were planning a coup against the village? I'm sure the rest of the village would love to know the true face of the Uchiha. They would love to show their appreciation to the few that remain. I'm sure knowing their governing leaders allowed a coup to be planned behind their backs, and couldn't come up with unified response for months would give them much faith in the leadership. I'm sure the other clan heads would love to know that all they need to do to become Hokage is to plan a coup. Danzo listed off. Hiruzen gritted his teeth. The truth would cause the villagers to lose faith in the leadership. Konoha was still in a bad position from the Kyuubi attack, but adding political unrest? Showing such a weakness to the other major villages was basically an invitation for an invasion. It was practically a death sentence. As much as he hated it, he would have to let Danzo go with a slap on the wrist. This isn't over, Danzo. You will not be allowed to act so freely anymore. I'll be watching you closely from now on. Hiruzen warned Danzo. Danzo merely nodded. Is that all? Hiruzen said nothing, and Danzo hobbled out, the clicking sound of his cane ringing out through the hallway. Hiruzen clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. He hated this job sometimes. With Izumi. Izumi returned from her mission to settle a dispute in Kusa. It had been almost 2 weeks since she left. It was the first time she had led a mission herself, and she had done a spectacular job. She dismissed her team, and walked down the streets towards the Hokage's office to give her report. She had strengthened the bond between Konoha and Kusa further with this latest mission, and Kusa had sent over some agreements for the Hokage to look over and sign. She was in a good mood, and was excited to tell the Hokage. She walked down the street with a smile on her face, as she was glad to be back, and glad to see her boyfriend again, who she had missed. He would be Hokage soon. She blushed. She would be the girlfriend of a Hokage. Her mom would be so proud. It wasn't like she was dating him for status, but wow, what an honor. Her good mood was interrupted slowly, as she noticed the strange looks the villagers gave her as they whispered to each other. What was that look? Shock? Sadness? Pity? Why would they give her that look? Was her mom sick or something? Was someone hurt? Maybe Itachi got hurt on a mission? All these scenarios began popping up in her mind, and her good mood was gone. She rushed over to the Hokage's office. Not only did she have a report to give, but some answers to get. Surely the Hokage knew what was going on. At the Hokage's office. Uchiha Izumi here to give her report of her latest mission, Hokage-sama. The Hokage's secretary called out. Hiruzen sighed. The news would break her heart, after he had filled it with hope not 2 weeks ago. Send her in. Izumi walked in with a nervous look. Uchiha Izumi here with the report of the latest mission, Hokage-sama. He motioned for her to continue, and Izumi gave her report. Despite the excellent news the Hokage received from the Uchiha Chunin, he was only able to give her a forced smile. He really didn't want to tell her the things he had to. Excellent work, Izumi-san. The Hokage replied in response to her mission report. Izumi couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Hokage-sama? Is there something wrong? I've been sensing a weird atmosphere in the village, and the villagers have been giving me the strangest look. It was like they pitied me or saw me as a ghost or something. Hiruzen sighed. He hated to do this, but he had to. Mind if I call you Izumi-chan? Izumi shook her head. Hiruzen wanted to be more personable so it wouldn't come across so stiff. Thank you, Izumi-chan. Now, I'm very sorry to be the one to tell you, but there's been a tragedy while you were on your mission. Izumi's heart sank. Her mind began to go to the one thing she had hoped the tragedy wasn't related to. You see, just after you left, Itachi had a change of heart. Before I could inform of our plan to make him Hokage, he decided to kill the entire Uchiha clan. It seems he finally cracked under the pressure. He lied reluctantly. Izumi's world began to fall apart, and she began to feel dizzy. No. Hiruzen got up and got a seat for Izumi. She basically collapsed into it. He wouldn't. Itachi-kun hated violence. Why would he kill the whole? Izumi stopped mid-sentence. Did he kill my mother as well? How about his own mom? Sasuke? Hiruzen gave her a cup of water to calm her. Fortunately, there were some survivors. Mostly civilians. Your mother, Mikoto, and Sasuke all managed to survive. Izumi's face began to regain some of its color. Thank Kami, she said quietly. At least not everyone was dead. Indeed. Replied the third. We were fortunate Naruto was able to arrive at the scene in time. He was able to fight off Itachi, and prevent him from killing everyone. Izumi would have to thank Naruto. I have to thank him. Where is he right now? Currently he's in the hospital. He sustained a somewhat serious injury in his fight with Itachi. He's recovering well, however. Hiruzen replied. Hiruzen could see Izumi needed to get out of the room, and wanted to see Naruto immediately. He dismissed her, and Izumi basically sprinted out of the room. Hiruzen fell back into his seat. Well, that went better than expected. Truthfully, he wasn't quite ready to console a crying teenage girl. At the hospital, Naruto was going over a new version of his experimental seal one more time. With the newest additions, he was sure it would be twice as more effective. He put the seal down and looked at Narumi, who was focused on her calligraphy for seals. Naruto chuckled at Narumi's facial expression, with her eyebrows furrowed in concentration, and her tongue showing slightly. His door to his room suddenly was slammed open. Narumi lost her concentration, and her brush streaked across the page. Izumi collapsed onto Naruto, sobbing. He realized she had just found out what happened, and knew her emotions were a mess right now. How would you react to finding out the person you loved and trusted, snapped and practically killed everyone you knew? She had no idea what to think about Itachi, and the fact that her whole clan had basically been exterminated was a hard thing to process as well. All she could understand was that she wanted to cry right now, and she had to thank Naruto for saving her mom. Thank you and Naruto, Izumi sobbed out, staining Naruto's hospital gown with her tears. Naruto patted her on the back as he hugged her back. I'm so sorry Izumi, was all he could think of to say to the heartbroken girl. Narumi could feel the sadness and confusion radiating off of Izumi, and gave her a hug as well. They let Izumi cry for a while before she fell asleep, exhausted from crying. Narumi gave up her visitor's bed for Izumi. Oni-chan, what can we do for Izumi-ne-chan? Narumi asked in concern. She needs time to process everything and come to terms. The best thing we can do for her is to be there for her when she needs us. Naruto told his sister, and she nodded in understanding. Now, I want you to stay with Izumi, and be there for her when she wakes up. It's fine if you skip school for a couple days. I'll leave Iruka-san a note. Just make sure Izumi is alright. She won't be able to see the rest of the surviving Uchiha for now, as they are under Onbu guard until they clean up the compound and figure out what to do, so you'll have to be there for her, okay? He told Narumi. Sure thing Oni-chan, but why do you make it sound like it's just gonna be me? How about you? Narumi asked. The blonde gave her a scheming smile. I'll be gone for a couple weeks. Huh? But the doctor said you had to stay in bed for a few more days? Narumi asked in confusion. That's because she doesn't know I'm feeling much better. He replied as he attached his seal over his wound and began to concentrate chakra over it. But Oni-chan, where will you be going? His red-headed little sister asked. Naruto turned to look at her as he opened his window. I've got a missing Sannin to find. He proceeded to jump out the window. Chapter 12, Meeting the Legendary Sucker. At the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was tired, having been hard at work for hours, staying up all night. He looked down at the jumble of papers on his desk, covered in plans and ideas he had been trying to work into an edict. The last few years, and especially the last few weeks, had shown him things needed to change in Konoha. The government in Konoha had been designed with checks and balances, as the Shodaime, Senju Hashirama, tried to include multiple clans into his village's government, and tried to give them a big voice in how things were run. Hashirama didn't want too much power in the hands of one person, lest they become corrupted and go mad with power, and spread different duties to elders, civilian council, and shinobi council. At first it worked well, as the charisma, respect, and fear Hashirama commanded was enough to hold everything together. Everything was still new, and nobody was established well enough to scheme anything behind the Shodaime's back. The system even worked during the Nidaime's reign, as he was an unparalleled administrator, unmatched in talent ever since. Toburama came up with most of the institutions in Konoha, both before and after he became Hokage, including the academy, the military police force, merchants guild, amongst many others. He was also more ruthless than the Shadaime was, and nobody dared to do anything against him either. Hiruzen had inherited a robust political system when he became the Sandaime, and ran a tight ship in his first term, being a much more youthful and driven leader at the time. By this time, however, the systems had been there for a while, and clans and other groups had become firmly established in their respective roles and places. They began exploring loopholes and the like, but Hiruzen was still able to command enough respect and fear for them to stop at merely exploring and testing boundaries. Konoha was very unified under the Yondaime, as the village was brought together by common enemies during the Third Shinobi War. When Minato had become the Yondaime, he was so loved by nearly everyone, that the thought of plotting against him, or going behind his back was close to nil. Throw in his uncanny ability to read people and situations, and his reputation as the deadliest shinobi at the time, and nobody had even the smallest desire to get on his bad side. It was mostly following the Kyuubi attack that people began taking advantage of the disorganized state of Konoha. The chaos following was the perfect opening for people to change the status quo, to start pushing the boundaries of their power and influence. The Sandaime was way too busy dealing with the reconstruction, reorganization, and salvaging process, that he wasn't able to keep tabs on all the political intrigue taking place behind his back. It was at this time that the civilian council began growing their influence, as they played a key role in rebuilding the village, being major components of the economy. They began to have more of a voice beyond their former spheres of influence, and gained more of a voice in village affairs. The Elder Council also began to accrue more power for themselves, as Hiruzen gave them more authority and power in an effort to divide the work and responsibilities, and make the reconstruction process more efficient. It worked, but it had an unintended consequence when Danzo became the unofficial leader of the Elder Council. Now that the village was in a somewhat more stable position than before, and the recipients of additional power and responsibilities had proven themselves unreliable, Hiruzen decided it was time to take the power back quietly. Sure, he had been unable to deliver justice to the parties responsible for one of the greatest tragedies to befall Konoha since the Kyuubi attack, due to the destabilizing effect it would have, but he would do what he can to make sure it never happened again. He would make sure the offending parties would be stripped of their power, and punish them hidden from the public eye. He was unable to publicly execute Danzo for his crimes right now, but Hiruzen would make sure Danzo paid the price, even if it took him years. Any sudden action might be questioned, suspected, or avoided, so he decided he would set him up long term. He would cast his rope around Danzo, and slowly tighten it over years, until it was a tight noose around that old mummy's neck. He would compile all the evidence of numerous crimes Danzo had committed, until Danzo didn't even have a single crack to escape through. Sure, there wasn't enough concrete evidence to sentence Danzo with, but the third was a shinobi, not a samurai. Danzo was going to learn that he wasn't the only one who played dirty games. Hiruzen looked at several scrolls left to him by Naruto. He already knew several of the crimes Danzo had committed. He would just plant the right evidence needed to bring it to light. The third could feel a headache coming on. He had been getting these headaches more and more often since taking the hat again. Hiruzen decided it was time for a break, and got up with his pipe lit. He gazed out the window, puffing on his pipe as he looked out over the village. His mind began to wander to recent events, and what happened last night in particular. Flashback. The Sandaime had been working on his plans late at night, thinking of ways he could get back Danzo for his scheming and overstepping his boundaries. He was thinking of all the unanswered crimes Danzo got away with, and decided it was soon time for a reckoning. The only problem was Danzo was very good at cleaning up after himself. He rarely left any evidence, and Hiruzen had nothing he could use to convincingly incriminate him to the public. All he had with him right now was a single root Anbu body, given to him by a certain blonde Anbu. His mind was deep in thought when a figure tapped at the window. Hiruzen immediately tensed up, and got ready for whatever was to come. He relaxed when he saw the boy he was just thinking about. He smiled and motioned for him to enter. "Hello Naruto-kun. What brings you to my office at this late hour? If I'm not mistaken, are you not supposed to be bedridden for a few more days?" The third asked Naruto. "Well, let's just say there's been some unexpected progress," Naruto responded. "I have a personal request to make Hokage-sama." The Sandaime had a soft spot for Naruto, as he felt like he didn't do a great job looking after him after the Kyuubi incident, and gave him a lot more leeway than most other shinobi. He decided to hear what Naruto wanted this time. "What is that you need?" Hiruzen asked. I'd like your permission to go search for your former student, Tsunade. The blonde told Hiruzen. That was unexpected. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Tsunade? She hasn't been seen in years. What made you want to look for her all of a sudden? Someone precious to me needs her help. I'll find her and bring her back no matter what. Just give me a couple weeks. Naruto responded. It warmed the old Hokage's heart to know that despite Naruto's usually cold exterior, he was still the kind and caring boy underneath, or at least had parts of him left. He could guess who he wanted Tsunade's service for. It's Mikoto-san, isn't it? Naruto responded with a nod. Hiruzen decided to give him his blessing. Go. Make sure you bring her back. The village could use her talents. It's time for her to get over her loss. Naruto saluted the Hokage and prepared to leave, when Hiruzen suddenly had an idea. Naruto-kun? Naruto stopped moving. Yes, Hokage-sama? Do you have any more of those scrolls? Consider it a personal request in return for answering yours. Hiruzen asked. Naruto silently unsealed several scrolls holding root bodies, and handed them over. There was a devious smile on Hiruzen's face as Naruto left through the window to begin his search. He had both the evidence to plant, and the greatest infiltrator and stealth expert, who also happened to be Konoha's premier seal master, under his command. He could definitely work with this. Flashback end. Hanzaku Guy. The blonde on a mission walked down the streets of the famous town of Pleasure, and took in the sights. He had stopped by the town, after hearing rumors that Tsunade had been sighted here recently. So, this was the kind of places that old slug Sannin liked to visit. Seriously, what was up with these Sannin? One was a sick, twisted psycho who likes to experiment on people, one likes to gamble her life away and live the life of a bum, and one was a deadbeat pervert, who was proud of his voyeurism of women less than half his age, preferring to peek on women without their consent, rather than taking care of his godchildren. Naruto spat on the ground with the thought of the last person. Was it the Sandaime who made them like this? Or did their power drive them insane? Naruto sent out his shadow clone in different henges to see if they could gather any information on the whereabouts of this alcoholic, gambling-addicted woman. His faith in the woman's ability to help his aunt in all but blood was dwindling, but he still clung to any possibility there was to help the woman who had helped him and sister so much. One of his clones, disguised as an old woman, passed by one of the biggest gambling houses in the town, and overheard a regular talking to one of the staff. Hey, when is Tsunade dropping by? I need to join her table and make back my losses from yesterday. The gambler asked the bouncer. Who knows? The sucker probably is passed out drunk somewhere right now. She'll probably wake up with a hangover near lunchtime, and drop by in the afternoon to lose more money. Naruto overheard the bouncer say. The gambler and the bouncer didn't pay any attention to the old woman who passed by their gambling house, and turned the corner and entered an alley. She disappeared with a small puff of smoke, and elsewhere, Naruto sported a grin on his face. Several minutes later, the real Naruto stopped in front of the gambling house, and began to walk in. He was stopped, when a burly man with an intimidating face grabbed him roughly by the arm. Say, Gaki, aren't you a little too young to be entering such a place? Don't you know what this is? Why don't you go play with your parents, kid? The bouncer told Naruto. Naruto said nothing, but pulled out a small wad of cash, and tossed it to the man who let go of Naruto to catch the Ryos flying at him. He caught the wad, and looked at Naruto in shock, surprised at seeing a teenager who couldn't be over 15 carrying so much money. Naruto just winked and shushed him with a finger to his lips. The bouncer decided to keep the money and stay silent. If the kid wanted to lose his money, what was that to him? It's just good business. He looked around the gambling house, and saw it was a lot more decorated and animated inside than it looked from the outside. It was only around 10 in the morning, and people were already getting drunk, and gambling at various games. Pretty, scantily clad women walked around, serving alcohol to people, to make them drunk enough to be oblivious to the various ways the dealers were cheating them. He decided to wait for Tsunade in here, and decided to try one of the games to kill some time. He wasn't too familiar with any of the games, and went to the simplest looking one, a game where the dealer would put 2 dice under a cup before shaking it, and you had to guess odds or evens. Hey, aren't you a little too young to be here? Who let you in? The dealer asked in curiosity, looking towards the bouncer, who just shrugged. Naruto ignored his question, and asked his own. So, how do you play? The dealer decided it wasn't his problem if some kid wanted to lose all of his money. It would be a good life lesson, he supposed. It's pretty simple, kid. You bet money, and guess if the dice under my cup are going to show odds or evens. If you guess it right, you win double, and if you're wrong, you lose the money you bet. So, what's it gonna be? The dealer asked. Naruto pulled out another small stack of cash and counted out 10,000 ryo, before placing it on the betting table. The dealer grinned, time to deprive this kid of 10,000 ryo. He thought to himself. He put the dice under his cup and began to shake it. Alright then, what's it gonna be? Odds? Or evens? The dealer asked Naruto. Naruto paused for a second before saying, evens. The dealer lifted the cup, revealing one die showing 2, while the other showed a 6. Hey, beginner's luck. Here's your 10,000 ryo, and another 10,000 on top of it. He didn't mind losing a little money. It was an old trick of many gambling houses anyway. Letting them win the first few rounds to get them hooked, and then cleaning them out later. Meanwhile, Naruto's heart began pumping wildly. He just doubled his money in no time at all. He regretted not betting more. He counted out more money in a frenzy and placed 500,000 ryo on the betting table. The dealer was shocked at seeing the amount of money the blonde kid seemed to be carrying. Was he the son of some noble? The stakes just went up by 5,000%. Odds or evens? The dealer asked after shaking the cup. Naruto replied, odds. The dealer revealed the dice underneath, and Naruto's face lit up with a wide smile. Okay, he could see why Tsunade enjoyed gambling so much. At an inn in Tanzaku Gai. My head. Shizune, get me some water. A buxom blonde woman called out, as she woke up from her alcohol-induced sleep with a hangover. Hi, Tsunade-sama. The woman called Shizune replied, dutifully heading to the kitchen to get her sensei, traveling companion, and her dead uncle's lover, some water. She sighed as she poured the water. They had spent many years, around a decade, wandering aimlessly, while Tsunade gambled away her large inheritance, and Shizune cleaned up after her mess. She had left Konoha with Tsunade a little after the Third Shinobi War ended, when she was 11. Here she was, 9 years later, fetching water for her master to help her with her hangover again. She wondered if this was all her life would ever amount to. Her master rarely trained her, as she was too busy gambling or getting drunk, and even when she did train her, it was mostly in the field of medicine. She was still only a chunin in other skills, and technically a Jinan, since she never returned to Konoha to take her exams. The bond between the two were strong. She was loyal to Tsunade, and cared for her greatly. However, she was still somewhat disappointed at how her life was turning out to be. She had dreamed of becoming a great kunoichi, accomplishing much and making a name for herself in Konoha, and maybe even finding love by this age. She was 20 now, and while she was very skilled in her ryojutsu, medical ninjutsu, her other skills were lackluster. Their nomadic lifestyle, often running from debt collectors and the shinobi they sent after Tsunade for not paying her debts, prevented her from forming any bonds with other people, let alone any boys her age. She had rarely done any missions, and the only name she made for herself was as the little raven-haired girl who followed Tsunade around as her porter and secretary. She looked at her reflection in the water in the cup. Though she wasn't ugly by any means, she couldn't help but be disappointed in what she saw. Instead of seeing the intelligent, loyal, and dutiful woman with a subtle, refined, cute, though somewhat plain beauty that she was, she saw a mediocre, unfulfilled woman who never had the affections of any man, in her reflection. Hello? Are you coming with that cup of water or what? Tsunade called out from her bed, breaking Shizune out of her thoughts. She went over to Tsunade and handed her the water she asked for. Just what the doctor ordered. My head feels much better now, Tsunade exclaimed after drinking her water as quickly as she could drink her alcohol. Did you eat breakfast? Tsunade asked her apprentice. It's nearly 2, Tsunade-sama, I had lunch a little while ago. I saved some for you too. Shizune responded. Great. What would I do without you, Shizune? Tsunade asked rhetorically, as she walked out of her room to get a bite to calm her stomach. Why don't you take Tonton on a walk while I eat and freshen up? Tsunade suggested. Oink oink. Tonton squealed in agreement. Shizune giggled with a hand over her mouth. She had a caring nature, and enjoyed taking care of people and animals. All right, Tsunade-sama. I'll go for a quick walk around the town with Tonton. Enjoy your meal. She told Tsunade as she prepared to leave with Tonton, Tsunade's pet pig. While you're at it, stop by the gambling house and make sure there aren't any of the debt collectors or any of the shinobi after me, waiting there for me. The slug Sanin asked Shizune, with a mouthful of the brown rice and stir-fried vegetables Shizune had left for her. Shizune hated being involved in her less-than-legal activities, but found herself somehow embroiled in them every time. The things she did for her master. She sighed. Fine. I'll check there aren't any of your friends waiting for you at the gambling house. Kanzaku-gai Gambling House. Shizune swung by the gambling house on the last leg of her walk with Tauntaun. Her plain look served her well as a scout or lookout, as many people would overlook her. It was much harder to notice a slender, raven-haired woman, compared to a tall blonde woman with a very sizable pair of assets, which was barely covered in her gray, sleeveless kimono-styled blouse. She took a look around, and noticed a crowd gathered around a blonde teenager, who seemed to have a large pile of money in front of him, and a nervous-looking dealer in front of him. What's a young boy like that doing in a place like this by himself? Shizune thought to herself in concern. It worried her that a kid was already getting involved in this dirty world of gambling. As much as she loved Tsunade as her master and friend, she didn't want another person to walk the path her master was walking. She considered going over to convince the boy to leave, but saw him winning over and over again. Okay, maybe he isn't like Tsunade at all. She thought. Tsunade loved to gamble, but she had absolutely no talent for it, and lost time after time. She decided not to draw attention to herself, and decided to head back to tell Tsunade that the coast was clear. That's another 20 million ryo for me, Naruto exclaimed as he pulled the piles of cash closer to him with both arms. He was making a killing. Forget going on missions. Gambling was where it was at. Tsunade was a sage for cracking the secrets of life. The dealer decided this was too much. All right. You've taken enough of my money. How about you play a different game now? He practically begged Naruto to leave him alone. Fine. I'll try. That game. Naruto responded after looking around the building. As he looked around, he caught a glimpse of the owner of the chakra signature he was sensing. She was definitely a shinobi, but her chakra levels didn't quite match what he expected his quarry to have. He decided he was having a good time making money, and decided to wait a little longer for Tsunade to show her face. An hour later. Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, who held her bag of borrowed money, and Tauntaun, walked into the gambling house. All the dealers who had been cleaned out by Naruto began to smile once again when the legendary sucker entered the building. Looks like they'd make their money back. Tsunade was given a hero's welcome when she entered, and was guided to her seat at the cards table. Naruto immediately sensed the huge, though smaller than his, amount of chakra that entered the building and turned around to see a buxom blonde walking in with that black-haired kunoichi he had noticed earlier, and what appeared to be pig with a pearl necklace. The older blonde woman was being mobbed by waitresses already trying to serve her drinks, which she accepted readily as she took her seat. He took out a picture of the person he was searching for, and noticed that the busty blonde who entered and the person in the picture were indeed a match. Which was a little strange, considering that the picture was taken in her 20s, and Tsunade was supposed to be almost 50. He shrugged. Maybe she had a really advanced skincare plan. Naruto decided to observe her first, like he did with all his targets. It was important to analyze the target, to see how they acted and responded to different things. Tsunade sat at a blackjack table, and placed 500,000 ryo on the table. Go big or go home seemed to be her motto. The dealer began to shuffle and deal, and Tsunade received her hand of cards. A7 and an 8. The dealer had a jack visible, and a card that hadn't been revealed yet. She couldn't hide the look of distaste at the hand she got. She decided to take a risk. Hit me? She asked. The dealer dealt her another card, which was revealed to be a 2. Damn. She thought. 17 wasn't that high, but could risk a bust if she asked for another card. She looked over at the dealer's jack that was revealed and began going over possibilities. If that hidden card was anything over a 7, then she would be losing 500,000 ryo. Shizune leaned over to whisper to Tsunade's ear. Tsunade-sama, there's a big chance taking another card could leave you with a bust. Besides, there's a good chance that his card is lower than 7, and he might get a bust when he draws another. Tsunade considered what her apprentice told her, and also made some calculations of her own. An ace, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, or king would all mean that the dealer wins. Even if he drew a smaller number, there was enough wiggle room for him to draw another card and win. She decided to get as close to 21 as possible, and tapped on the table, against Shizune's advice. The dealer dealt her a card, which she flipped over. It was a 5. Bust. The dealer greedily grabbed the 500,000 ryo, a little more eagerly than usual, as he had seen his co-workers get cleaned out by some boy who had the luck of the gods. Tsunade smashed her fist into the table. Damn it. She should have taken Shizune's advice. Naruto watched Tsunade get angrier and tipsier as she progressively lost more rounds, and decided to leave his table to get a better view of his target, and gathered all of his money to leave the table. He was getting up to leave, when a hand roughly grabbed his right wrist, preventing him from leaving the table. Naruto looked up to see who the hand belonged to, and saw a tough-looking man holding him by the wrist, while a different man with his hand on a tanto that was hung from his waist stood on his other side in a threatening manner. "Where do you think you're going after stealing 75 million ryo?" the tough-looking man angrily asked. "Stealing? I won the money fair and square. Now let me go, I'd like to go to a different game now," Naruto calmly told the man. "How about you leave the money here, and we let you go back to mommy with all of your fingers?" the one with the tanto threatened, as he drew his blade slightly to reveal a small amount gleaming steel. Naruto said nothing, but quickly summoned a kunai into his left hand, and drove the kunai through the tough-looking man's wrist, and deep into the table. The man screamed in pain from the unexpected kunai through the wrist. He let go of Naruto's wrist immediately. The other man saw what happened, and tried to draw his tanto quickly, but the blonde teen kicked the butt of the tanto, sending it back into the sheath, before slamming the palm of his hand into the man's mouth, sending him flying backwards, and crashing into a different table, which tumbled over along with the man. Everyone stood speechless at seeing two of the thugs they had hired as bouncers get handled so quickly by a 14-year-old boy, while Naruto nonchalantly gathered his money into a sack he had gotten earlier. "I think I'll try out the slots now," Naruto declared calmly as he walked over to the slot machines. Nobody dared to stop him. Shizune and Tsunade had noticed the commotion and saw the thug bleeding from his mouth by some overturned table, and the one who stayed where Naruto was once seated, pinned in place by a kunai. The choice of weapon and quick reflexes immediately told them he had some shinobi training. For a second Tsunade wondered if he was one of the shinobi hired to make her pay up, but he paid her no attention as he pulled the lever on the slot machine. She saw the large amount of winnings he had, and assumed he was just a shinobi in training who had come to blow off some steam with gambling. Besides, she was a freaking Sannin, even if she was a bit tipsy. Some damn teenage kid who looked like he would be fresh out of the academy by now was not going to keep her on her toes. For a moment, she had thought he looked familiar, but she couldn't place a name to a face. Spending nearly a decade trying to drink your memories away tended to make you forget a lot of things. Anything except for the thing you were drinking to forget. She was slightly jealous at his good luck, as he pulled another winning combination, and a small amount of coins poured out. It motivated her to make her own winnings, and she turned around to focus on her own game. There wasn't any more commotion after that, and the gambling house wasn't a stranger to violence, with alcohol and money being involved. In fact, it was almost a daily occurrence. They just brushed it off as one of the bloodier fights. Nobody paid much attention to the blonde was enjoying his smaller winnings at the slot machine. All except Shizune, who felt there was more to the teen than what met the eye. He was strong. A lot stronger than what he liked to show. The fact that he kept looking over at Tsunade kept Shizune vigilant. Damn it. How is it possible to lose this many times in a row? It's a statistical anomaly. I should have at least won once. Tsunade growled out angrily. She was nearly 50 million ryo poorer than when she came in. She saw how much money the blonde brat had won, and overextended her hand, hoping his luck might have rubbed off on her. Clearly, it didn't. The dealer had a devious smile on his face as he shuffled the cards. "Are you sure you want to play another round? I'm starting to feel a little bad for taking all your money." He taunted her. He knew how to push her buttons, to get her to lose more money. Tsunade angrily tossed another small stack of 1 million ryo at the betting pool. "Shut up and deal me my cards," she hissed at the grinning man. "Perhaps you could deal me a hand too, dealer-san," a new voice said from next to Tsunade. She looked at the newcomer to her table, and saw it was the blonde shinobi boy from earlier. "Hope you don't mind if I take this seat next to you, Tsunade-sama?" he asked her. Tsunade and Shizune tensed up. "How do you know my name?" Tsunade asked. He was too young to have heard about her exploits, wasn't he? Were they still talking about her, wherever he came from? "Oh, how rude of me. Please, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Naruto." The blonde introduced himself with a small smile. Chapter 13, The Slug Sannin Part 1. At the hospital. Onyx's eyes opened up, and began to look around, taking in the sight of the environment it was in. This didn't look like the ambassador's room in Kusagakure, and it sure didn't look like her room, with the sterile, white color that was prevalent in the room, and all of the medical equipment and charts that were present. She was in a hospital. Izumi sat up, and saw that she had spent the night sleeping on the visitor's bed in the hospital room. Events of last night began flooding back. She had cried herself to sleep, after coming over to thank Naruto. She barely even remembered why she had to thank Naruto, or her journey to the hospital at first, before it hit her all at once. Her clan had nearly been wiped out. The strongest clan in the village of several hundred members had been cut down to a mere handful that she still hadn't seen yet. Somehow, her boyfriend Itachi had lost his marbles, and decided to kill everyone, shinobi and civilian alike. Itachi. Oh, how just thinking about that name stabbed at her heart like 1,000 senbon. How could he do all this? How could he kill his whole family? How could he leave her whole family, leaving her with just her mother? How could he just leave her like this? She remembered when her father, who wasn't an Uchiha, had died trying to protect others during the Kyuubi attack. She had been left alone with just her mother, and felt so alone. Then she was introduced to her greater, extended family, the Uchiha clan. Now they were dead too, and she was alone with her mom once again. Tears began to fall again, as she thought about Itachi and the fate of the Uchiha clan, and she lowered her head and clenched at her blankets. Her tears began to stain her blankets, and she tried to wipe her eyes, and got up to go to the bathroom in Naruto's hospital room to wash her face with cold water. Her feet touched the floor of the room, and immediately felt the cold tiles. Odd. When did she take off her shinobi sandals? She reached the bathroom and looked at the mirror after washing her face with cold water. Her reflection showed her that her mission gear, armor, and even her Hittite had been removed, and she was dressed in the plainer, more comfortable clothes she wore underneath her tuning vest. She had come to the room almost immediately after returning from the mission, and was still dressed in her mission outfit when she fell asleep. When did she remove her gear? She heard a brief snore, and looked at the corner of the mirror to see the reflection of a red-headed girl turning over in Naruto's patient's bed. A small smile formed on Izumi's face at seeing her sister in all but blood. Then she realized it was probably Narumi who had changed her out of her mission gear, as Naruto would feel very uncomfortable changing a girl out of her clothes, even if it was just the outer layers. Naruto kept his boundaries with women, as he had been taught when he was young, and while he was the sweetest, most considerate person to his younger sister, he didn't really take care of others too much with stuff like this. He trusted his few friends to be able to take care of themselves, just like he took care of himself. Naruto was a strange boy. He hid his inner thoughts and suppressed his emotions, to the point Izumi suspected he was emotionally stunted. He didn't seem to understand or deal with others' emotions or his own that well, but when he came to his sister, he seemed to be a different person. Was that normal? Izumi was broken out of her thoughts when she heard Narumi wake up with a yawn and began to stretch her arms. "Good morning, Narumi." Izumi greeted Narumi. "Oh. You're up already? Good morning to you too, Ne-chan." Narumi greeted her back with her trademark smile, which helped warm Izumi's wounded heart a little. "I got up a little before you did. Were you the one who changed me out of my mission gear?" Izumi asked Narumi. "Yup. You looked uncomfortable with the chunin vest and kunai holders and all that other stuff, so I decided to take them off. Naruto ni-chan always told me to take off my shoes before sleeping in my bed, so I took off your sandals too." Narumi told Izumi, who smiled back at Narumi. The red-headed girl had an infectious positive energy about her, Izumi thought. "Thank you, Narumi. That was very thoughtful of you," Izumi said as she gave Narumi a small hug. "Also, where's Naruto? I thought he was hurt bad, and needed to stay in bed and not do anything for a few more days?" "Well," he said. Narumi was responding when the doctor came in for the morning checkup. "I hope you slept well last night, Naruto-san. Now regarding the doctor stopped mid-speech when she looked up from her charts that she had been looking at as she entered, seeing Narumi on Naruto's bed, and the blonde boy in question missing. She looked over to the bathroom, and saw the door was open, indicating he was not in the hospital room. "Where is Naruto-san?" The doctor yelled out in a loud voice that didn't fit her, shocking both Narumi and Izumi for a moment. He wasn't supposed to be moving around like this yet. He could reopen his stitches, and it's not like they were on his arm. His organs could spill out of the cut in his stomach if it reopens. The doctor was frantic. "Dr. San? You don't need to worry." Naruto ni-chan said he was feeling a lot better before he jumped out the window. Narumi innocently informed the doctor in an effort to calm her down. It had the opposite effect, however, and when the doctor heard the last part about jumping out of a window, which was on the 4th floor, she blew a gasket, and began to panic, before passing out onto the visitor's bed. Narumi and Izumi stared at the unconscious doctor, and then looked at each other. Narumi shrugged her shoulders. "Wanna go get some breakfast? I know a good place," Narumi suggested to Izumi. Izumi looked at the doctor once more, before she shrugged her shoulders as well. "I guess I could use a little food. We'll leave a note with the doctor to put the bill on Naruto's tab." The two left to get breakfast, leaving 2 small post-it notes on the doctor's chart. Izumi told her to put the bill on Naruto's account, while Narumi left her a small smiley face on her note telling the doctor that Narumi wished she felt better soon. Gambling house. Two fists slammed onto the table, as Tsunade and the dealer lost their money again to a blonde 14-year-old boy who smugly pulled his winnings closer to himself. His winnings were stacked into several piles of Ryo which were beginning to hide Naruto's smug face. Now, Tsunade-sama, if you keep on going with this go big or go home motto of yours, you might have to sell that home you might have to return to soon. Naruto couldn't help but taunt. Tsunade gritted her teeth angrily, as she eyed her last pile of Ryo. She took another sip of her premium sake as she glared at Naruto. She began to count her last bit of borrowed money. Shizune couldn't help but be concerned. Tsunade had borrowed that money from multiple loan sharks, promising to win back her previous losses, so that she could pay back the debt she already owed the loan sharks. Now she was down to what looked like her last 500,000 Ryo. Tsunade had already lost 74.5 million Ryo in a single day. I'm betting it all on this. 500,000 Ryo, Tsunade yelled, kissing the stack of cash for good luck before pushing it into the betting table. I suppose I'll have to match that, won't I? Naruto replied, as he too pushed in a small fraction of his earnings. The dealer frowned at Naruto, and began to deal the cards. The dealer's hand was a hidden card and a revealed 6. Naruto's hand was a 5 and a 7, while Tsunade received a queen and a king. Tsunade began to smile for the first time since she started gambling today. She decided not to take any more cards, while Naruto decided to take another card, revealed to be an 8. The dealer began to sweat. Tsunade glared daggers at Naruto for threatening her only good hand, and Naruto matched her stare, though he didn't glare back. He smiled, which only made her angrier. So will you be taking any more cards? The dealer asked Naruto. Naruto maintained the stare off with Tsunade for a few seconds, building up tension, before knocking on the table twice. He didn't like draws. He would risk it. After all, what was 500,000 Ryo to him now? Tsunade cracked a smirk. What a rookie mistake. He was going to get a bust for sure. This win would be the start of her triumphant streak of wins, where she would make all her money back, and then some. The dealer began to deal Naruto his card. Everyone quieted down, and Tsunade and the dealer gulped their saliva. The card slid across the table, until it stopped at Naruto's hand. It was an ace. 21. The dealer nervously began to flip his hidden card. It was a 3. He flipped another card for himself, revealing a king. He had 19. Naruto won again. Tsunade glared at her pair of cards angrily for a moment, before chugging the whole bottle of sake. Once she finished, she smashed the bottle on the floor, and angrily stormed out of the gambling house. Shizune was concerned about the repercussions that would follow, but decided she was more concerned for her master right now, and followed her out with Tauntaun in her arms. Naruto smiled as he put all his earnings in his sack. So how much does Tsunade owe this place? Naruto asked. I'll buy all of her debts, he announced, which shocked the loan sharks and the dealers in the building. They began to grin. It was always difficult getting Tsunade to pay up, but now they'd at least get some of their money back. Outside the gambling house. Tsunade-sama. Wait, Shizune yelled out as she ran after Tsunade, who was now taking her seat at a nearby pub. Are you all right? The worried attendant asked her master. Tsunade simply responded by ordering another bottle of sake. Shizune sighed. Tsunade-sama, you've already had a lot to drink. It's not even 5 in the afternoon. Shut up, Shizune. I need this. Tsunade responded before drinking the sake that was brought to her. Shizune sighed as she took a seat next to Tsunade. She decided to have some dinner, since they were here anyway, and ordered some yakisoba with vegetables and some water to have for dinner. The master angrily drank in silence, while her student waited for her order to arrive, when the door of the pub opened up and a blonde boy entered. Tsunade turned around and saw who entered, and her mood worsened. Naruto didn't seem to care, and sat down next to her. What the hell do you want, brat? Tsunade spat out. Once again, Naruto didn't seem to mind, responding to her disrespectful tone with a smile. I'd like to make you an offer. Tsunade didn't respond to his offer, turning around to drink again. Naruto knew she was still listening, so he continued on. I've bought all of your debts in this town. I'll cancel your debts if you treat someone for me. Shizune's eyes widened in shock, while a single eyebrow was raised on Tsunade's otherwise blank face. So, where is the person? Tsunade responded after thinking for a few seconds. Naruto's smile widened with hope. She's in the hospital in Konoha. At Ichiraku's. Welcome to Ichiraku's. Ayame and her father greeted the two guests that entered their ramen stand, as they continued their preparations. Ayame turned around to greet the guests properly and take their order, to see Narumi in the seat she always sat at. Narumi-chan. Always nice to see you. Come to pick up more ramen for Naruto? Ayame asked the excited redhead. Nope. Came here with Izumi One-chan to grab some late breakfast. Narumi responded with a huge smile. Ayame noticed Izumi as well. She had a small smile on her face, but still looked like she had been through hell. Ayame noticed the puffy eyes and red nose on Izumi's face, which told Ayame that the girl had been crying. The girl at the ramen stand had heard about the Uchiha clan massacre as well, and her heart went out for the sweet girl known as Izumi. I'm sorry about what happened to your clan, Izumi-san. Ayame told Izumi, who thanked her back. Let me know if there's anything we can do for you. It's not much, but we can at least offer our ears and a warm bowl of ramen, if it'll make you feel any better. Ayame offered. It helps a lot. I come here when I feel down, and it always makes me feel better. Narumi told Izumi, who couldn't help but giggle a little, seeing Narumi's strong faith in the dish. Thank you, Ayame-san. I appreciate your offer and your thoughts. I'll take you up on the offer sometime. Izumi responded. Good to hear. Now let me get started with your orders. The regular right? Ayame asked her two patrons, and they nodded back. She went to the back to help her father prepare the ramen. While their ramen was being made, Narumi and Izumi began to chat as they waited. They initially stayed away from heavy topics, but their conversation inevitably started to turn towards the massacre, as that was what was on Izumi's mind. Their ramen was soon placed in front of them, and they began to eat. I just can't believe that Itachi would. You know. It's just not like him to do something like that. Izumi wondered out loud, as she slowly stirred her noodles with her chopsticks. It does seem strange. Kyuubi mused. He seemed like a gentle soul. To act so uncharacteristically, it makes you wonder what made him act like that. Maybe he felt as if he had no choice? Is it possible he was tricked somehow? Maybe I'm just speaking nonsense. All I do is help my To-san cook ramen anyway. Ayame commented. Izumi began to think with the new perspective she was getting. Maybe they were onto something. He would never just slaughter his clan out of madness. He was much too strong mentally to snap like that, and he was too gentle and pacifistic in nature to kill so many people for no reason, especially the innocent civilians. His emotions were really weird that night. Narumi mentioned as she slurped her third bowl of noodles. It felt like he was really sad, and it felt like he was fighting himself on the inside. Why would he feel sad if he was killing the clan out of madness? No, there was more to this, Izumi thought to herself. It sounded like he was forcing himself to do something he didn't want to do, which made a lot more sense. But why would he force himself to do that? He loved the clan. Maybe he was forced by someone else? The thought made Izumi worry. Maybe someone had caught on to the Uchiha's scheming? The puzzle was starting to make more sense to Izumi as she thought with the new perspectives of Ayame and Tucci, and with Narumi's information on Itachi's emotions. She was starting to come to some sort of conclusion, when an Anbu appeared next to her in a swirl of leaves. Uchiha Izumi-san, you are summoned by the council. Back at the pub in Tanzaku-gai. Shizune looked over at her master's face to see her expression. The awkwardly long silence following Naruto's reveal that the patient he wanted treated was in Konoha had been unsettling to her. Shizune could see 1,000 thoughts were running through Tsunade's blank face, by the way she stared into her cup of sake. She wondered how Tsunade would respond, and was torn between worry and hope. Tsunade dashed Shizune's hopes with her reply. No. Naruto was taken aback. He was sure that Tsunade would leap at the chance to clear her debts. It was an astounding amount, an amount that Naruto was pained to part with, but did so in order to help Mikoto, and maybe even the rest of Konoha. It was even more than the amount he had earned today from gambling, and he even had to dip into his own funds. Did this woman not care at all about how much money she owed? Why not? Naruto asked after finding his voice again. He couldn't understand for the life of him, why this woman would turn down such a lucrative offer. How often were you paid 125 million ryo to treat one person? I don't care how much you pay me. I'm never going back to Konoha. That cursed village. It took everyone precious away from me. I'll never go back there for anything. Besides, I don't do surgeries anymore. You can find someone else to do your surgery for you, brat. Who you find, I don't care. Just leave me out of it. Tsunade responded. Shizune was worried Tsunade would reply like this, and was a little disappointed as well. She had been following the legendary medic around for years now, And she was hoping to see something that would spark her interest in helping people again. She was also hoping to have an excuse to see Konoha again. She was hoping a surgery to clear her debts would have been that spark and excuse, but now she knew it wasn't enough. She sighed again. It seemed like she would never see her beloved home village again. Naruto was taken aback by Tsunade's reasons, not because he felt bad for her, but because how absurd it sounded to him. Did she think she was the only person who experienced loss in the village? To use that as an excuse to avoid doing your duties as a medic, and as a kunoichi of Konoha, it was pathetic. It reminded him of another Sannin who left a bad taste in his mouth. You're pathetic. I can't believe I wasted all this time and money looking for the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, only to find her to be a drunk, gambling addicted, useless bum. You're a disgrace to all medics, kunoichi, and you're a disgrace on the Sandaime's name. The only thing legendary about you is what a legendary letdown you are. A freshly graduated Jonin is more useful than you are, Naruto spat out at her hatefully. Shizune's eyes widened. Oh no. Tsunade was already in a bad mood, and drunk as well. Not to mention, she had a bad temper even when she was sober. This was not going to end well for the blonde boy who had seemingly been named after a ramen topping. Veins began to bulge on Tsunade's forehead, and she crushed the cup she was holding in her hand. What did you just say, brat? She asked in a threatening low growl. Oh, so now you have hearing problems too? Geez, you old hag, get your life together. It's pathetic to see what you've become. A washed-up loser. Naruto replied back. So, you think you're any better than me? What would a little spoiled brat like you know about loss anyway? Run along to your parents before you say something you'll regret, you little punk. Tsunade told Naruto. And who's gonna make me regret the words I say? You? What are you gonna do? Lose all your money and drown me in your tears? You can't even beat an academy student the way you are right now, so why don't you shut the hell up and drink your damn sake? I'll even pay for it since you're a broke-ass bum. Naruto fired back, angry at her assuming that he didn't know the pain of loss. He took out a handful of cash, and threw it at her, and it spread out to rain down over her like confetti. Tsunade would not let this insult on her pride slide like this. So, you think you're all that? How about you step outside and I'll teach you a lesson in respecting your elders? Fine by me. Only I'll be the one to teach you what a pathetic piece of trash you are. The blonde boy replied as he began to head outside with Tsunade. Shizune was nervous for the boy, and for the damages her master would have to pay for afterwards. She tried to tug on Tsunade's arm to stop her, but Tsunade roughly jerked her arm away from Shizune's grasp. She sighed again. She had been doing that a lot lately. Tsunade was getting out of control. Shizune went outside to see Naruto and Tsunade in the street, facing each other and staring each other down. She could feel the killing intent oozing off from Tsunade, which was enough to make most jonin pause. But what surprised Shizune was the deadly killing intent that seeped out of the blonde boy, which dwarfed Tsunade's. It made Shizune's breath hitch in her throat, and she felt her legs trembling. Just who was this boy? For a little runt like you, I'll only need one finger. Tsunade mocked Naruto, seemingly ignoring the dangerous killing intent from Naruto due to her drunken state. I suppose for a drunk, rusty old hag like you, I won't need my eyes. Naruto fired back, as he pulled out some cloth and tied it around his eyes. Tsunade was insulted. This little kid who probably just graduated from the academy thought he was all that? He thought he could face Tsunade, one of the Sannin, with a damn blindfold on? Shizune better stop her from killing the boy. You'll regret that, boy. Tsunade growled out as she channeled chakra to her feet and exploded towards Naruto, leaving 2 small craters where her feet once were. She stabbed at him with her outstretched index finger, but Naruto sensed her chakra approaching him, and easily dodged, shifting his body to the left, and to Tsunade's right. Tsunade's finger dug into the ground, leaving cracks spreading from the hole her finger just created, showing the massive amount of power that was behind that one finger. She was surprised that she missed, as she had used a fair amount of speed, that would have left most Chunin unable to react. Naruto used his new position of being to the right of Tsunade, and delivered a powerful kick to Tsunade's side, which sent the woman flying back. She flipped midair, and landed on her feet. She had instinctively focused chakra at the point of impact, and she barely sustained any damage, even though she had been sent flying. The only thing that had been wounded was her pride, having been caught off guard and sent flying by a 14-year-old. Not bad for little runt like yourself. I'll be taking this a little more seriously now. Tsunade warned Naruto, and the boy responded by picking his ears. Tsunade was fuming at his disrespect. She charged towards him, even faster than before, and sent out a series of stabs with her finger. Naruto could sense the chakra in her finger, and found it easy to dodge each stab, barely moving more than a few steps the entire time. Tsunade found her frustration rising. This boy was mocking her, and not taking the fight seriously. He hadn't even attacked her once after the first kick. "You do well to take me seriously, boy," Tsunade yelled out as she began putting even more power into her legs and finger to move even faster. She no longer just wanted to hurt him. Her drunk and emotional state made her almost want to kill the boy. She started striking out towards the boy's head to dish out some serious damage. The blonde boy sensed her intent, and decided to deal out his own damage. When Tsunade's finger whizzed by his face, he caught her finger and snapped it upwards, breaking her finger. She yelled in pain and pulled her hand back, and jumped backwards to gain some space between them. Naruto stayed rooted to where he was, with a smug smile on his face which made Tsunade even angrier. She began to heal her broken finger, and within seconds, it was back to normal. "So, you think you're all that just because you got a lucky one on me? I'll show you," Tsunade yelled out as she charged in with her fists now. Being out of shape from not training for nearly a decade, as well as being drunk and emotional made her fight like a brawler, an ignorant untrained thug, and not like the well-oiled fighting machine that she once was. She had gotten away with it with less powerful shinobi, overwhelming them with sheer power and speed, but it wasn't cutting it with Naruto, who easily weaved through all of her punches. She jumped up high in the air, and brought her heel down on top of Naruto, who dodged the hit. However, Tsunade's foot still hit the ground, and shattered it into chunks, and Naruto stumbled over one, being blindfolded, and momentarily lost his balance. Tsunade noticed, and delivered a powerful punch into him. Naruto sensed the punch coming and crossed his arms over his chest into an X shape to block, but it sent him skidding across the ground, digging a small trench into the ground. He was disoriented and stayed laying down. He managed to channel chakra into his arms to prevent them from shattering completely, but he still took a lot of damage from that monstrous punch. Seeing him laying in the trench she had created with his body, Tsunade smiled smugly. She had finally shown that damn brat his place. "How'd you like that, Gaki? Not so tough now, are you?" Shizune was shocked at the devastating punch her master delivered. The boy had been insulting her, and he was being too smart with his mouth for his own good, but she thought this was too much. How could she punch a young boy like that, so hard? He was most likely dead. A young life snuffed out, because her master couldn't control her anger. She was disappointed in Tsunade. They were both staring at Naruto's unmoving form for a few seconds, when they noticed steam rising from it. Naruto began to stand up slowly, with steam emanating from him. He spat out blood. "Hey, not a bad punch for a washed-up old hag." Shizune and Tsunade were shocked. That punch was strong enough to shatter bones into dust, and liquefy your organs. How was he still alive, and how was he managing to stand up? As I said, not bad, but not that great either. If that's the best you've got, then you're really a disappointment. Naruto mocked, still not taking off his blindfold. "You broke your word by using more than just your finger, but I'll show you I don't need to break mine and take off my blindfold," Naruto told Tsunade as he cricked his neck. "Now it's my turn to show you my punch," Naruto told Tsunade. "Futten, Kairiki Muso. Boil release, unrivaled strength," Naruto whispered out too quietly for the two women to hear, and exploded out from his position with his fist cocked back. Tsunade had let her guard down, thinking the fight was already over, and was too drunk to have the reaction time needed to dodge it, especially because she had gauged Naruto's movement speed earlier, and was taken by surprise by the sudden explosive increase in speed. Naruto's steaming fist sank into her stomach, and she skidded across the ground, leaving a much deeper trench than the one Naruto left earlier. She had barely managed to channel enough chakra into her stomach area, and was able to prevent complete pulverization of all her internal organs and bones, but she had taken massive damage, and was left unable to move, and gasping for breath. "Tsunade-sama," Shizune yelled out in concern, and rushed over to tend to her injured master. Sensing Tsunade's will to fight dropping and her chakra levels coming down as well, he knew she was down for the count. He waited a few seconds before he took off his blindfold. "So, this is the power of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade." He gave a sarcastic clap for her lackluster performance in his eyes. "Bravo! You sure could move for an old hag." Tsunade's face went red with embarrassment, and she could feel her eyes tearing up in anger and frustration. Shizune glared at Naruto for mocking her master so much, even after she'd been defeated. "You're pathetic. I can't believe I expected anything better from you. You're a useless weakling who ran away from her responsibilities, thinking you're the biggest victim in the world, and the only person who's experienced loss. Boo-hoo. Here's a newsflash. You're not. Grow up. Naruto told Tsunade, who covered her eyes with her arm in shame. Look at you, you're supposed to be one of the greatest shinobi ever produced by Konoha, and you just got your ass handed to you by some 14-year-old boy. You've let yourself become a washed-up, rusty bum, and you've only got yourself to blame. Don't even think about justifying yourself with your shitty excuses. Because you ran away from your responsibilities to deal with your loss, numerous people who could have been saved with your medical skill died. Because you thought your loss relieved you of all of your duties and responsibilities, families have lost their loved ones, and you made hundreds of people go through the same loss you've experienced. Tsunade began to cry in shame, and Shizune tried to console her, but knew a lot of what Naruto had said was true. You used your loss as an excuse to run away from your responsibilities. What a disappointment you are. Just like Jiraiya. Seems like you Sannin are just a bunch of disappointments. Naruto turned around to leave. Enjoy living your meaningless and pitiful life, using that girl as your emotional crutch. I bet you can't even function properly without her. I can see it in her eyes. She always has to clean up after your mess, and baby you, though you're more than twice her age. What a pitiful existence you've sentenced her to, shackling her to you. I know she's a shinobi too, though a mediocre one, from what I can sense. Thanks to you, that's all she'll ever be. A mediocre shinobi, who's more of your caretaker and mother than your student. A shame really. Guess if you spend time with a rotten fish, the stench spreads to you too. Well, I'll be going then. No point wasting time with a lowlife like you, Tsunade-sama, he said the last bit sarcastically, before leaving. Naruto walked away, leaving Tsunade crying in the crater left by his punch, and Shizune glared at his retreating back. How could he be so cruel? He verbally destroyed Tsunade, leaving her a sobbing mess. Though the words he left behind were to shame Tsunade for being a bad master, it stung Shizune as well. She really wanted to be an accomplished kunoichi, and Naruto's words struck at her insecurities. She pushed her hurts and disappointments to the back, like she always did, and supported Tsunade up, and slung her master's arm over her own shoulder, and carried her back to their room at the inn to patch her up, physically and mentally. Chapter 14, The Slug Sannin Part 2. Council Meeting. So why have I been summoned? Izumi asked the Anbu who escorted her to the council meeting. You'll find out soon enough. The Anbu responded, before vanishing back into her hiding spot near the entrance of the meeting room. Izumi shrugged and entered the meeting room, which already had every seat occupied except for the Uchiha and Senju seats. Hiruzen smiled at her, and gestured for her to take her seat at the Uchiha clan's seat. She nodded and quietly walked over to take her seat. Now until Mikoto-san recovers from her injuries, Uchiha Izumi will be the clan head, as she is the most senior, and only, shinobi in the Uchiha clan at the moment. Hiruzen announced. Izumi was shocked at the announcement for multiple reasons. She was the only remaining shinobi from the clan that was famous for powerful shinobi. Also, she was clan head. She was only half Uchiha, and not even from the main line that descended from Madara himself. Hiyashi also was shocked at the revelation. A 14-year-old Chunin girl, a clan head? He scoffed at her appointment. You can't be serious, Hokage-sama. This girl only graduated from the academy 2 years ago. To think she's capable of even comprehending the things we are to discuss here, and give any sound input? I'd say it's simply preposterous. Many of the council members nodded at Hiyashi's points, and a small murmur of discussion broke out, discussing whether or not she was fit to be a clan head, even if it was temporarily. There were even talks discussing if the Uchiha were even large enough to be considered a clan. The Sandaime had heard enough. Enough. Everyone finally quieted down. Hiruzen sighed. Why did he have to yell every council meeting? I want to hear no more on this. I've appointed her clan head, and that's all there is to it. If anyone has an issue with that, they can take it up with me. Nobody spoke up. Good. Now I want you to all know, that when Izumi here is present as clan head, you are to treat her as a clan head, not as Izumi. Give her the respect that befits the clan head of one of our most illustrious and respected clans. Is that understood? With this statement, Hiruzen made it clear that the Uchiha was still to be treated with respect, and to be held in high regard. Now, while we're already on the topic of the Uchiha, let's discuss what must be done regarding their situation. The third started. One of the civilian council members brought up the issue of their property. What are we to do with their clan compound? It's much too big for the handful of survivors to occupy or even manage. Why don't we move them to a smaller plot of land, and convert their compound into living quarters for more people? It's wasted sitting empty like that. Surprisingly, It was the Uchiha's biggest political rival that spoke up against that bill, as Hiashi was the biggest advocate for clan's rights. Absolutely not. That is in violation of the clan agreements. The village cannot simply seize clan property without giving them something of equal value in return. As the Uchiha property is some of the largest, there is no plot of land in the village that is equal in value that is available to give in exchange. The clan has years of history, traditions, and not to mention, clan secrets, that are directly tied to that land. Hiashi defended vigorously, and the other shinobi clan heads nodded in agreement. All of the shinobi clan heads knew death was a part of their job, and didn't want their clan's properties or rights infringed upon, even if many of them died. Point taken. The Sandaime agreed. The Uchiha's property will be untouched. However, for the time being, all survivors will move within the compound, to live within close proximity with each other. In addition, they will have Onbu guards patrolling that section, at all hours, until we are certain the Uchiha are safe. Is this alright with you, Izumi-san? Hiruzen asked. Hi, Hokage-sama. Thank you for your consideration for our safety. Izumi responded respectfully. Hiruzen gave her a small smile and a nod. Good. Now moving on. At the academy. How many days has it been now? Sakura asked Emi, who had become her new best friend, as she and Ino finally had a falling out over Narumi, but also their rivalry over Sasuke. I dunno, like a week now? Why's our Sasuke-kun not coming to class anymore? Emi wondered out loud. They didn't care that Narumi hadn't come to class for the last 2 days either. Alright class, settle down. Iruka told the class as he walked in reading a note. Looks like our classmates, Narumi and Sasuke, aren't feeling too well, so they won't be coming to class for a few days. We don't want them to be left behind now, do we? Iruka asked, and the class shook their heads no, most of them only for Sasuke, but Narumi's friends were worried for her as well. Good. Now, since we don't want them to be left behind in their studies, we'll need a couple volunteers to take the classwork and homework over to them. It says here that they'll be staying at the hospital for now? So, who wants to take the homework to Narumi and Sasuke? Iruka asked the class. Many hands shot up in the air. The ones that only liked Sasuke were planning on only visiting Sasuke, and not bothering to visit Narumi to hand Narumi her homework. She was near the bottom of the class anyway, a few missed assignments wouldn't make a difference, they thought. Iruka knew this was what many of the students were thinking. He looked around for someone unbiased, and kind-hearted. His eyes fell on the form of Hinata, who was shyly raising her hand. We'll have Hinata take the assignments to them. Is that all right with you, Hinata? Iruka asked Hinata as he picked her. She gave a small nod, and responded in a quiet voice. Hi, Iruka-sensei. Ino wanted to visit her Sasuke-kun, and didn't mind seeing her friend Narumi either, so she decided to tag along. I'll help her carry the assignments, and deliver them, Iruka-sensei, Ino shouted out with a raised hand, volunteering herself. Iruka knew she was also unbiased and kind-hearted, and decided to allow her to tag along. That's not fair, Iruka-sensei, Sakura shouted out, and many of Sasuke's fangirls began to complain as well. Quiet, Iruka yelled out, causing the class to go silent. Good. Now, what I've decided. Now let's start with class. Tsunade and Shizune's room in an inn in Tanzaku-gai. Tsunade woke up around 9 in the evening, with a headache, and an aching pain from a bruise on her stomach. Shizune, bring me some water. Shizune couldn't help but sigh at the request. It was like a déjà vu of the scene from earlier today. She was tired of living like this, and what Naruto said about her was weighing on her mind. She got up to fetch Tsunade her water anyway. Here's your water, Tsunade-sama. Shizune told Tsunade as she handed her the water she asked for. As Tsunade drank the water, she remembered all the things that Naruto told her before leaving her shamefully crying. Another memory she wanted to forget. She needed a drink. Shizune, I need a drink. Lend me some money so I can get some sake. She told her apprentice, who blanched. You're going out to drink again? After everything that happened? Tsunade-sama, you're not even in the condition to be drinking, I've examined you earlier. Shizune replied, hoping to persuade from drinking again. The words left by Naruto had left a deep impact on Tsunade as well, and began to ring in her ears. She got defensive. What do you know about my body? I'm perfectly fine. You don't need to baby me. Now give me some money. Shizune wanted Tsunade sober, and to reflect on her recent choices, and the lifestyle they were living. Did she want to spend the rest of their lives like this? Is this the life she wanted Shizune to live as well? To be as unhappy, scarred, and lonely as she was? Why wouldn't she just let the past go, and start the healing process? Shizune decided enough was enough and decided to stay firm in her decision. No. Tsunade-sama, think about the way we're living. We're basically fugitives in many villages, and we have no ties. We barely have any money, and that's because I hide some from you and manage it. You spend all your time drunk, or getting drunk, and I have to take care of you. Can we please change this? Tsunade-sama, I know you're better than this. You can help people. I want to help people too. Please Tsunade-sama. Shizune pleaded with her master. Shizune's pleas only served to remind Tsunade of Naruto's words. It made her angry. Who do you think you are? My mother? You think I need you to take care of me? Do you think I'm unable to take care of myself? You're still a snot-nosed brat, Shizune, don't assume to know better than me. I've taught you everything you know, so I don't need you to lecture me, Miss Goody Two-Shoes. If you don't like how I live, and don't want to be a part of it, then feel free to hit the road. I don't need you, Tsunade blurted out defensively, not realizing how much it would hurt her student who looked up to her, despite all her faults. Shizune's eyes began to water, and her lips trembled, as she held back her sobs. It cut her deep hearing her beloved master telling her she was not needed. It also made her a bit angry, the way Tsunade so easily dismissed all of the sacrifices she had made for her. Shizune had sacrificed her own happiness following Tsunade around, making sure she stayed out of trouble, and Tsunade didn't seem to care one bit. Her thoughts from earlier of being a mediocre kunoichi her whole life, unaccomplished and unappreciated, hit Shizune like a ton of bricks. Shizune couldn't take it anymore, and ran out of the room crying. Tsunade spoke impulsively due to her own frustrations with her life, and didn't mean to hurt Shizune like that. She felt horrible inside. Shizune was like a daughter, sister, and friend, who had been loyal to her through thick and thin, and she had so callously dismissed her. She felt terrible, and needed to fix things with her, showing she cared about her. She went out to look for her. Shizune had never ran away on her own before, so Tsunade had no idea where to look. She began looking all over Tanzaku-gai, but couldn't find her. She began to get worried, and decided to look in the nearby woods. Shizune loved nature, and pretty sights, so Tsunade figured maybe she went to a nearby creek to calm herself. Tsunade searched through the forest, looking for her lost apprentice. Shizune? Where are you? I'm sorry I said all that. I was in a bad place, and said those things without thinking. I don't mean any of it. Please, forgive me. Give me another chance. I'll try to change, I promise, Tsunade yelled out as she searched for Shizune. Where are you, Shizune? She was so distraught and distracted by what she had said to Shizune and in looking for her, that she didn't notice 8 pairs of eyes that were watching her from above in the trees. She entered a clearing where a nearby creek was running through, and was searching for Shizune, when she was suddenly surrounded by 2 teams of Iwa Nin. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at her new friends. What the hell do you want? I'm busy right now, so leave me the hell alone. One of the Iwa Nin stepped closer to her to speak. We'll leave you alone when you pay your debts. We've been hired by Hideo to get you to cough up the 150 million ryo you owe him. I don't have it with me right now. I'll pay him back later. So, leave me alone, before I make you, Tsunade threatened them. We'd like to see you try. The Iwa Nin responded before the 8 of them charged at her from all directions. Tsunade brought up her leg for an axe kick, and brought her heel down on the ground, causing a shockwave and a literal wave of earth to ripple towards the charging Iwa Nin, knocking them away from her. She then charged forward and planted her elbow into one of the Iwa Chunin standing up, crushing his windpipe. She picked up the fallen Chunin, and turned around to throw him at an Iwa Nin who was rushing her from behind. The body struck the ninja, sending him back and through a tree. Doten, Doryudan. Earth release, Earth Dragon bullets, one of the Jonin yelled out, spitting out hardened bullets of mud at the Sanin, who used her massive strength to grab at the ground and pull up a chunk of earth to use as a shield. She then picked it up and threw it at the Jonin, who was able to dodge it by jumping over it. They decided one hit from her was enough to take them out, while she could heal herself almost indefinitely, and decided to go with a different plan. One of the Jonin ran at her with a kunai, but surprised Tsunade, when he used it to cut himself on his palms, and sprayed the blood onto her face. The blood splattered all over Tsunade's face, and it triggered her PTSD. Her hemophobia, which she got after her lover, and Shizune's uncle, Kato Dan, died in her arms spraying blood all over her, kicked in, and she froze up, and was rendered catatonic. Shizune had indeed been at the creek, staring at the peaceful sight under the moon, to soothe her aching heart. She had been further upstream however, and didn't see or hear Tsunade searching for her. She did, however, see the trees get knocked over a short distance away, as well as the clouds of dust, and heard the shockwaves caused by a massive impact. She knew right away that Tsunade was in a fight. She didn't care that they had just been in a fight, or that they were on bad terms at the moment. If Tsunade was in danger, Shizune needed to be at her side. She ran through the forest to reach her master as quickly as possible. Right when Tsunade became visible at a distance, Shizune witnessed the man using Tsunade's fear of blood against her, and saw her master collapse onto her knees, unresponsive. She saw that she was outnumbered 6-1, but she ran in fearlessly, to help her sensei. She created a quick bunshine, which ran around to the opposite side of the clearing, while she went through the hand seals needed to cast a genjutsu over the 6 Iwa nin. The bunshine made its presence known to the Iwa nin, and it threw a barrage of senbon at the Iwa nin. Shizune used a genjutsu to simulate pain in the places her bunshine threw senbon at, as her bunshine was merely an illusion. 2 of the chunin froze in pain momentarily, and Shizune used the opening to unleash her poisoned senbon launcher and fire on their exposed backs. The other 4 shinobi were able to easily break her genjutsu, and jumped away from the barrage of real, poisoned senbon, while the other 2 were not so fortunate and got hit with the paralyzing darts. The other 4 shinobi charged at her, and began throwing earth jutsu, as well as shuriken and kunai, which she was struggling to dodge. She avoided most of them, only taking a few cuts and scrapes, but was clipped by a boulder that was thrown at her by an earth jutsu, and she fell to the ground. The 4 shinobi surrounded her, and closed the distance, until they were in taijutsu distance. She sat up, and activated her chakra scalpels, and swung a circle around her, trying to keep them away. One of the Iwa Jonin hardened his skin with Doden, Domu, Earth Release, Iron Spear Jutsu, and rushed in to grab her wrists. He then planted his knee into her stomach, and threw a devastating uppercut at her chin to send her flying backwards. Shizune landed on her back, bleeding from her various cuts and also from her mouth. She knew her jaw had cracked with that last punch, and her back was killing her from landing awkwardly. The chakra scalpels faded away from her hands. The Jonin approached again, and picked her up by the neck. No, she's kind of pretty. It would be a shame to just kill her," he commented with a lecherous grin. The other 3 shinobi came close to check her out. Shizune felt violated, as their eyes traced her form hungrily, starting from her feet, up her slender legs, and up her body towards her face. It's been a while since I've had a woman. We've been busy tracking down that Tsunade bitch," another Jonin commented. 2 of the standing chunin licked their lips perversely. "Why don't we have a little fun with her first, before we get rid of her? It would be a waste not to." Shizune understood what this meant. They were planning on taking advantage of her. She closed her eyes. Damn. This is it. She had been saving herself for a man she truly loved, and now these perverted scumbags were going to take her purity from her. She decided she wasn't going to give it away without a fight though. They were going to kill her afterwards anyway. She loosened up, giving the appearance of giving up to her captors. Giving up, eh? Smart girl. Maybe if you're as tasty as you look, we'll let you live as our servant. The Jonin holding her up said, as he let go of her throat to rip off part of her black kimono around the legs. Shizune used this instant to use a jutsu she had created on her own. Ninpo, Dokugiri no Jutsu. Ninja arts, poison mist technique, and a purple mist began to pour out from her mouth. The man in front of her covered his mouth and nose to avoid the mist, and let her go completely to jump back, and she used the opening to reactivate her chakra scalpels and charge at the man, hoping to kill him. She was stopped in her tracks, when the other Jonin stabbed her in the side with a kunai. She collapsed onto the ground, and the other shinobi surrounded her and began kicking her all over. "Hey, don't ruin the face. Keep it pretty so we can enjoy ourselves." One the chunin yelled out, and they all laughed as they agreed. Shizune began to feel her consciousness wavering after taking so many blows, but still held on barely. She was considering giving up, hopefully it would all be easier if she just passed out. Her eyes began to close, when blood began spilling out of one of the chunin's necks, the head now removed from its place. The 2 Jonin and the remaining chunin were suddenly vigilant, wondering who had attacked them. A voice rang out in the forest. Came to the forest to get some fresh air, only to smell the stench of some disgusting pieces of shit. "Oh well, guess I'll have to clean it up." The Iwa nin were offended, and looked around to see who it was. "Who are you? Show yourself if you're not a coward." The voice chuckled. "Ironic, isn't it? You're using your numbers to take advantage of a woman, and you call me a coward? Aren't ninjas supposed to be stealthy anyway?" The Iwa nin gritted their teeth at being called out. If you think you're so strong, come out and face us. The voice chuckled. I never said I was strong, but if you want to see me so badly, I guess I'll indulge you all. Naruto stepped out from behind one of the surround trees, his mother's katana dripping with the blood of the headless Iwa Chunin. Shizune's eyes widened. It was that mean blonde boy from earlier. What was he doing here? She wondered. Hey, it's just a kid. He got lucky taking us by surprise. The last Chunin said, but the older Jonin's face began to pale, and he began to stutter. It's the yellow flash, he stammered out as he began to step backwards. The Chunin looked at Naruto in fear. It can't be. They said he was dead. The other Jonin tried to calm them down. It's not the yellow flash, you idiots. Look at him. He can't be older than 16 at most. He's probably some wannabe. Come on, let's get him. The other two seemed to regain their courage, and began to surround the blonde boy, who had a bored look on his face. I'm actually his son. So, are you guys just going to circle me, or are we gonna fight? He asked them, and one of the Jonin shot forward with an Doden, Domu, Earth Release, Iron Spear, Hardened Fist. Naruto decided to blow off some steam from earlier and take his time killing them. He used his sword to parry the Iwa Nin's blows and deliver some shallow cuts to the man's limbs with lightning-fast slashes from his sword, just to show the Jonin that he could cut him easily, whenever he wished. The Jonin gritted his teeth and motioned for the Chunin to join him, but the results were the same, Naruto dodging every one of their strikes with ease, even with his eyes closed, and he struck them with the blunt back of his blade to humiliate them. That stopped when a pair of hands grabbed his ankles from beneath the ground. The other Jonin had used the distraction created by the other two to use his Doden, Moguregakure no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole technique, and tunneled under Naruto to grab him, and pull him under, into the tunnels up to his neck, where Naruto would be severely limited in mobility. Shizune watched her savior get pulled into the ground. It's over. He should have killed them when he had the chance. She thought to herself. She noticed Naruto's face begin to distort, and steam emanating from him. Futten, Bunshine Daibakua, Boil Release, Clone Great Explosion, Naruto whispered from behind a tree he was hidden behind. The Naruto that was buried up to his head in the tunnel then exploded with a giant burst of scalding steam, which severely burned the two Iwa Nin that were fighting him. All of the skin that was not covered up, including their faces, began to peel off painfully, and they fell to the ground screaming in pain. The Jonin that had pulled him underground, however, got the worst of it, and the tunnel channeled most of the explosion and steam towards him, steaming him to death like an unlucky lobster. Naruto decided to finish off the writhing shinobi on the ground, and made a couple rapid hand seals as he came out of his hiding place to use his Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Flame technique. The blue flame incinerated all of the fallen shinobi, reducing them to ashes after a few seconds. Shizune couldn't keep her mouth closed at the fighting prowess displayed by Naruto. He was the son of the Yondaime? She recalled the days when she used to live in Konoha and vaguely remembered a vibrant, happy, and not to mention, kind and polite young boy, named Naruto, who was the son of the Yondaime. This cold, rude, yet amazingly powerful young man was the same person? She was in shock from the revelation, but also from blood loss from her stab wound, and promptly passed out. Naruto went over to a still catatonic Tsunade, and used a water jutsu to get the blood off of her face, and also to wake her up. Tsunade saw the signs of a vicious fight around her, and saw Shizune bleeding heavily from her side. She began to flinch from the sight of blood again, but everything within her was screaming at her to go help her apprentice. You're really not going to help her? Naruto questioned Tsunade in disbelief. Tsunade wanted to help Shizune so bad, and glared at Naruto for assuming she didn't want to. She forced herself to slowly inch herself closer to Shizune. She put her hands over the wound, but she froze. The blood was too much, and she was starting to teeter again. Naruto slapped her. Get yourself together. If you can't save the people you love, then what's the point of being the greatest medic in the world? Don't let her be another regret in your life, and get your shit together. Tsunade nodded, and forced herself to stay focused as she healed Shizune. It was difficult, but her dormant training began to come alive again, and she got into the groove once more. She healed up her beloved student, who began to stir. Shizune sat up with a wince, to notice all of her wounds had been healed. She looked up at her master with teary eyes. She knew what this meant. She had finally gotten over her fear of blood which plagued her for years, and she did it so she could help her. Tsunade-sama, Shizune mumbled out with tears streaming down her face. Tsunade hugged her student tightly. Shizune, I'm sorry for everything I said. I didn't mean it. I'll promise I'll change. I can do it, but I need your help. I need you to kick some sense into my ass whenever I start relapsing. Please help me change. Shizune nodded with a teary face, and the two held their embrace. Let's go back to Konoha. There are people there who need our help. Besides, it's time for you to take your exams, and I've got a lot to teach you. Tsunade told her student with a smile. Shizune still had tears streaming down her face, but responded with a wide smile. Naruto had to admit that he found the scene in front of him to be a little touching. His cold exterior showed small cracks, with a small smile forming on his face. He was also in a much better mood, now that his mission to bring back Tsunade had been accomplished. She had even gotten over an apparent fear of blood, which seemed to be the thing holding her back from doing surgeries. Naruto approached them, and took out a scroll. He unsealed a jacket that hadn't been seen in a while. He covered up Shizune's torn clothes and exposed skin with the Yondame's coat, and stepped back to give the two their moment. Seeing the coat, Tsunade finally realized why the name Naruto sounded so familiar. Tsunade stammered out in realization. Shut up, old hag. You're ruining the moment. Naruto responded as he rolled his eyes. At the hospital. Anyo, where can we find Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto? Hinata asked the receptionist of the hospital. Uchiha Sasuke should be in the room with his mother. Go to room 302. As for Naruto-san, he checked out a couple days ago, in a somewhat unofficial manner. The receptionist replied. I'll go look for Narumi-chan. Do you mind taking Sasuke-kun's assignment to him, Ino-chan? Hinata asked her blonde friend, subtly giving her the opportunity to see Sasuke alone. Ino was sharp on social cues, and caught on immediately. Her teal eyes sparkled in gratitude. Hinata-chan. You're the best. Of course. I'd love to. Good luck finding Narumi. Ino rattled out rapidly, as she hugged Hinata before taking the assignment and the flowers they brought and running off to the third floor. Hinata giggled softly with a hand over her mouth, finding Ino's reaction to be funny. She then thanked the receptionist and walked outside to search for Narumi. Meanwhile, Ino found room 302, and knocked. A disheveled-looking Sasuke opened the door, looking like either he hadn't slept well in days, or he had been crying. Maybe both. Hey Sasuke-kun. Ino greeted the Uchiha boy. He responded with a grunt. Iruka-sensei told me to get your assignments to you, so you don't fall behind in class. Ino told Sasuke. Thanks. Sasuke answered with one word, but Ino was glad to hear his voice. No problem. Mind if I come in? Ino asked, holding up the get-well flowers she had brought for his mom. Sasuke appreciated the gesture and grunted to let her know she was allowed in. So how are you holding up? Ino asked as she emptied the vase that was in Mikoto's room, to exchange the old flowers for the new ones she brought. Managing, I guess. Sasuke responded. Ino knew it would take more effort to get him to open up. I see. Good to hear. Is your Ka-san doing any better? Ino asked as politely as she could. She was treading on thin ice with that topic. Luckily for Ino, Sasuke was not offended, as they were friends, and knew she meant well, not really. He replied. I'm sorry to hear that, Sasuke-kun. Ino placed a hand over one of Sasuke's to console him. You're a good son. You know that? I'm sure your mother would be very happy and proud to know how you've stayed by her side and took care of her. Ino was sure she saw the smallest of smiles on his face with that compliment. Thanks, Ino. It means a lot to me. Sasuke told her sincerely. I appreciate you coming over to see how I'm doing and bringing flowers for my Ka-chan. Ino felt like she was walking on clouds, but hid it from her face, and gave him a restrained smile in gratitude. Of course, Sasuke-kun. We're friends after all. We got each other's backs. Sasuke's smile widened slightly. After losing so many of his clan, he had been feeling lonely, with only Narumi and Naruto visiting them, as they were both in the hospital. It felt good knowing he had more people that cared about him genuinely. Thank you, Ino. Sasuke gave her a rare side hug. Ino nearly passed out in bliss, but a Yamanaka had a strong control of their mind. She barely held on. Things were looking good for Ino, until all of the sensors on Mikoto starting beeping. Her heart rate, her brain activity, and other vitals were showing more activity. She was waking up from her coma. Mikoto barely opened her eyes to see her precious son, Sasuke. She had heard her son watching over her and talking to her while she was unconscious, and was happy to see him. Sasuke-kun. Your Ka-san. She's waking up. Ino told Sasuke, hoping it was good news. Ka-chan, Sasuke exclaimed and rushed over to hold on to Mikoto's hands. Mikoto tried to move, but then started to cough up blood. The doctors rushed in after hearing all of the activity from the equipment, and saw Mikoto coughing up blood. They immediately injected a drug in her, that would make her fall into a drug-induced coma, in order to keep her still, and protect her damaged heart. She was carted off to the ICU, and Sasuke was left standing there in shock, all the events happening in a blur. Ino was head over heels for Sasuke, but knew this wasn't the time to try and make any moves on him. She gave him a sincere hug as a friend, to console him. "It's okay, Sasuke-kun. I'm sure she'll be okay. The doctors will fix her right up. Keep a positive attitude, and everything will be alright," she whispered softly, as she rubbed his back gently to soothe him. Sasuke didn't know what else to do. His mind was racing, at the prospect of something going wrong with his mother. He simply wrapped his arms around to hug Ino. "Naruto ni-san. Where are you? Hurry up." Sasuke thought to himself. He had put all of his hopes on the blonde boy he saw as a brother. Now all he could do was pray and wait. Chapter 15, The Founding Clan's Return. At the gates of Konoha. Shizune's heart began to flutter with excitement when she saw the tall gates of Konoha once again. She closed her eyes and breathed in the fresh forest air that surrounded Konoha, and began reminiscing of her time here when she was still a child. She was ready for a fresh new start. The sight of the gates of Konoha brought mixed feelings for the slug Sannin, as the last time she left those gates, she remembered turning around to get one last look at the village that caused her so much pain, and vowing to never return. Here she was, more than 9 years later, back at the gates, only to enter the village instead of leaving this time. The pain was still fresh in her mind, but this time, she had something she didn't have last time. She had hoped for a better future. The gate guards weren't paying attention, as gate guard duty was really a boring, if relatively safe and stable, post. They occupied themselves with chatting, board games like chess, checkers, shogi, or go, and other hobbies to pass the time. "Oi! Izumo! Kotetsu! Are you guys gonna let us in, or are you gonna have us wait here for you to finish your game? By the way, Izumo, your queen is in direct line of Kotetsu's bishop. Just saying." The two gate guards heard a familiar voice say to them. They looked up to see a blonde teen staring at them with his arms crossed. "Well? Any time now?" They were going to respond, but their words stopped at their throats, when they saw who was behind Naruto. A tall, buxom blonde woman with a green haori, and a raven-haired woman in a black kimono who stood next to her, holding a pig. If they didn't know better, they'd think it was. "Is that Tsunade-sama and Shizune?" Kotetsu asked Izumo, who nodded with his mouth hanging slightly open. I think so," Izumo stuttered out. Tsunade grinned. It was kind of nice being recognized for something other than being a notorious gambler. As long as Naruto kept his smartass mouth shut, she'd leave her shameful days and vulnerable moments behind her, and go with the Sannin image she had built up for herself in Konoha. "Now that you've gawked at us for long enough, mind processing our papers and letting us through?" Tsunade asked. The two gate guards broke out of their trance and began to scramble to get things processed, tripping over themselves in their haste. "Hey! Maybe it won't be so bad in Konoha after all," Tsunade thought to herself, watching the gate guards tripping over themselves amusedly. At the hospital. Narumi sat on a bench with Sasuke, as he waited to hear word about his mother's condition. She had been in the ICU for over a day now, with doctors coming in and out at all hours of the day. Sasuke was getting worried, and Narumi came over to ease his mind and distract him from his worries, even if it was for just a bit, after hearing about him from Ino. "So how are you keeping up with all the homework? I swear they're giving us extra homework to spite us for missing class or something." Narumi whined to Sasuke. "Homework was easy. Finished everything last night, trying to keep my mind off of things," Sasuke replied to Narumi, who was impressed. "Sweet. Mind letting me copy a few of the answers? I swear I won't tell anyone. Pinky promise?" Narumi asked Sasuke as she stuck out her pinky in a promising gesture. Sasuke cracked a small grin. "PSSH. As if. Aw man. So stingy with the answers." Narumi pouted in a joking manner. "As if I'd let you do it for free," Sasuke added on. Narumi turned around to face Sasuke. A mischievous smile could be seen on her face. "Uh-huh. Is that right? So, what do you want in exchange for the answers? Maybe a kiss from your fangirls? She teased as she moved her eyebrows up and down. Sasuke blanched. "Ugh. Heck no." He quickly spat out in disgust. "Bring me some snacks. I'm sick of the offerings they have here in the hospital." "Snacks? I know just the thing, Narumi yelled out as she jumped onto her feet, ready to run off and get the snacks. She was about to run when Sasuke grabbed the scruff of her neck on her shirt. If you're thinking ramen, don't bother. That's not a snack. Sasuke told Narumi. What? How is ramen not a snack? It's the best snack. Narumi defended her favorite food's honor. So, are you saying it's not a meal then? Sasuke asked Narumi. It is. If you have one bowl, it's a snack. If you have more than two, it's a meal, Narumi exclaimed. Sasuke slapped his forehead with his hand, and dragged it down his face. Just get me some cherry tomatoes. Narumi's hair began to flail slightly behind her. Did you just say the T word? You're messing with me, aren't you? They aren't even a snack. Sasuke's already pale complexion paled further. And no. I actually really like tomatoes. Why you know this? Humph, Narumi said out loud as she crossed her arms and turned her face away. Fine, I'll bring you your stupid tomatoes. She began stomping away to leave, but then stopped, and her bravado slowly dropped. Where do you buy cherry tomatoes again? Sasuke sighed. Go to the grocery store, Narumi. Or any fruit or vegetable stand. This can't be your first time buying anything that's not ramen, is it? Obviously not, duh, Narumi shouted back. I buy Dengo too. Naruto didn't like to see the way some of the shopkeepers looked at Narumi, so he did most of the grocery shopping himself. The only places that Narumi really went to spend her own money was either at Ichiraku's or at the Dengo store, where she first met Anko. As such, Narumi didn't really know where to buy cherry tomatoes. Sasuke was about to retort, when Narumi cut him off. Don't say anything smart. I'll get your stupid cherry tomatoes, okay? See you later, she yelled as she ran off. Sasuke sighed at first, what a troublesome girl. He thought to himself. Then he began to chuckle. Hey! I'm starting to sound like Shikamaru. He decided to go up to the rooftop of the hospital while he waited. Once he reached the roof, he went over to the rails, and began to look over the village. He was enjoying the village's scenery, until his eyes fell on the Uchiha compound. He remembered all the blood that was spilt, and remembered all of the clansmen that died, leaving just a handful of mostly citizens. He then remembered it was his own brother that did it, and then finally remembered how his mother was in the intensive care unit. The mood Narumi had worked on improving suddenly soured. Sasuke remembered how Naruto dropped by in the middle of the night a week ago, entering through the window no less, and told him that he was going to find someone who could help heal his mother. He wondered if he was having any success. Naruto ni-san. Sasuke quietly whispered. Yeah? Sasuke heard a voice reply, much to his surprise. He backed off the rail to see who had spoken to him, and saw Naruto leaning on the railing on his arms, looking out in the same direction Sasuke had been looking at. Naruto ni-san. When did you get here? Sasuke asked, shocked by Naruto's surprise appearance. How long had he been there? And how had he managed to sneak up on him so quietly? Not too long ago. Sensed you were up here, so I ran up the walls to get here. Naruto responded. He's gotta teach me that sometime. Sasuke thought. Then he remembered something more important. He grabbed onto the hem of Naruto's shirt. Ni-san. Were you able to find someone who can help Ka-chan? He asked Naruto desperately. Naruto smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. Mission successful. As always. He bragged in a light-hearted manner. Sasuke's eyes widened, and began to sparkle in awe, but they also began to tear up from relief. He latched onto Naruto's waist, and hugged him with his eyes closed. Thank you, Naruto ni-san. Thank you so much. Naruto gave the younger boy a soft smile and ruffled his black hair. I told you I always keep my promises. Tsunade and Shizune should be operating on your Ka-chan right now. Let's go wait for more news outside of the ICU, so we can hear them as soon as possible. He didn't know who Tsunade and Shizune were, but Sasuke eagerly nodded with a smile. To most others that knew Sasuke, he was a somewhat aloof, cool person, and he acted that way somewhat purposely to give off a cool image. However, to Naruto, he acted like the young boy that he was, seeing Naruto as an older brother. That feeling of trust and comfort only got stronger when he saw Naruto save his mom and take a sword through the stomach in the process. Naruto and Sasuke were sitting on a bench in comfortable silence, Naruto working out the details of a new seal in his notepad, while Sasuke went back and forth between studying his own school material and observing Naruto, who he began to slightly idolize, like he once did with Itachi and Shisui. So, there you are. I've been looking all over for you, carrying your stinkin' tomatoes, Narumi yelled out to Sasuke, as she lifted up a bag full of snacks, including the cherry tomatoes that Sasuke has asked for. She then noticed that her brother was there too, and he waved at her. "Hey, Imoto. Been well?" "Oni-chan," Narumi yelled, and ran towards her brother, carrying the big bag of snacks. Once she got close enough, she dropped the bag somewhat gently on the floor, and jumped into her brother's open arms. "I missed you, Oni-chan," Narumi yelled out as she rubbed her face into his neck. Naruto chuckled. He had barely been gone for a week, and she acted like he had been gone for years. It felt good to be appreciated though. "Were you able to find that Tsunade lady?" Narumi asked. Naruto nodded in response, as he picked up the bag of snacks to rummage through its contents. He handed the tomatoes to Sasuke, who eagerly accepted his favorite food. "Oh, you brought some dengo too. Hey! Why does this one have a bite missing?" Naruto asked Narumi as he held up the stick of dengo in question. "You're lucky I brought any back, Ni-chan. I had to fight Anko Ne to bring these. She told me to consider it her dengo tax." Narumi responded. The three shared a laugh and began to eat their snacks as they waited for more news on Mikado. They were enjoying each other's company, when the door to the ICU operating room opened up, and Tsunade and Shizune walked out in their hospital scrubs. Tsunade flipped through some sheets on her clipboard, checking all the charts twice. Shizune had a big smile on her face. It had been a while since they helped anyone, and she felt good. Really good. She never thought she'd be back in Konoha helping people, and it felt good to know that she was really good at something. Tsunade complimented her skill and attitude during the procedure, and she felt like all the time and effort she spent on honing them, sometimes by herself, was paying off. Naruto stood up and faced the two medics, and asked them if everything went all right. Sasuke had his hands clasped, hoping to hear good news, and Narumi had her hand on Sasuke's shoulder in support. "The procedure went perfectly as planned. Those stabilization seals you came up with really helped. I'd go as far as to say they'll help revolutionize our medical system. She should be up in a few hours, and she'll be ready to walk around a couple hours after that. She's been in a coma for a couple weeks though, so she might need some help getting used to walking again." Tsunade informed Naruto and Sasuke, reading off of the notes she had written down. Sasuke let out a breath of relief and collapsed into his seat. His hands were shaking from the nerves. Narumi sat next to him and patted his back. "Told you everything was gonna be alright. Oni-chan said he was gonna bring the best doctor in the world, and he did," Narumi told Sasuke. Tsunade heard a new voice, and looked up from her charts, to see a mop of familiar red hair. She couldn't believe her eyes. "Kushina," she gasped out. In Narumi's place she saw the image of her younger cousin, Uzumaki Kushina, imposed over her. She looked exactly the same as Kushina did when Tsunade first met her, when Kushina had come over from Uzushiogakur, Hidden Whirlpool Village. "Thanks Dr. San," Narumi yelled out with a wide smile. Both her voice, attitude, and smile were identical to Kushina at that age. Tsunade looked like she saw a ghost, and she was wondering if she was actually seeing one. Dr. San, are you alright? You look a little pale?" Narumi asked as she tilted her head to one side. "Kushina? Is that you?" Tsunade softly asked, slowly reaching for Narumi's cheek, as if she wasn't sure what she was seeing was real. "You know my Ka-chan?" Narumi questioned, and Tsunade froze. So, this was her cousin's daughter. That would make her Naruto's sister, and that meant that both of them were her only surviving relatives. "This is Narumi, Tsunade-sama. She's my little sister," Naruto introduced, as he pulled Narumi over and placed his hands on her shoulders from behind. Shizune squealed when she saw Narumi with her round cheeks and big violet eyes, looking up at them as she bowed to greet them. It was a cuteness overload. Shizune looked at cute little Narumi, and cold Naruto, and had trouble believing the two were related. Her view on Naruto changed a little after he had saved her and Tsunade, but he was still a cold bastard a lot of the time. He spoke very little to them on the way back to Konoha, and he showed he had no problem with killing people in cruel ways. His little sister was cute, polite, and had such an innocent and exuberant energy about her, that it was hard to see them as siblings. Shizune had a soft spot for cute things, so she couldn't help but to squeeze the girl in a hug. "Oh, you are so cute. Are you really Naruto-san's sister?" she asked as she held Narumi by the shoulders and looked all over her to see if they had any similarities. Narumi didn't get much positive attention from many adults, so she liked the way Shizune was doting over her at their first meeting. "Yup. Naruto ni is my Ni-chan. Sure, he's a little stingy sometimes, but he's the best," she declared proudly. Now, Narumi. You don't need to expose me like that. And how am I stingy? Don't I always get you as much ramen as you want? Naruto asked Narumi with a fake hurt look. Yeah, but you gripe about it the whole time, and you make me beg for it. Narumi responded back as she rolled her eyes. Tsunade and Shizune saw the siblings interact, and were shocked by how different Naruto was with his sister. Was that a gentle, loving look on his face? He knew how to joke with people without being a condescending asshole? They looked at each other to make sure they weren't the only ones seeing this. This was going to take some time to get used to. Uchiha compound. Why do we have to move? We've lived in that house for years. We're fine where we are right now. An old Uchiha couple stubbornly protested moving into the center of the compound, where they could be watched over more easily, and could live in closer proximity to the other survivors. It's for our own good, Ji-san. Izumi tried explaining as she moved their things. We'll all live closer to each other so the compound feels more populated, and we can interact with each other more. Weren't you saying you were feeling lonely anyway? The old man grumbled but reluctantly accepted the explanation. Izumi sighed. It was difficult trying to get people to move. She had been busy for the last few days, designating the right houses for the right people, and trying to convince the people to move to their new homes. Being the only shinobi in the clan, she was also helping them move their belongings, and it was tiring. She was a 14-year-old girl, who relied more on her skill than strength and stamina. She wasn't a porter. She had finally moved the last of their furniture to the new house, and now she had to move them inside to their right locations. She saw the mountain of belongings piled just inside the gates, and sighed. It was going to be a long day. Kami must have heard her prayers, she thought, when she saw a blonde boy coming over. Hey, Izumi. Heard you were busy helping people move. Need a hand? Naruto asked. Oh, did I ever? Mind helping me move these things inside? Izumi asked. Naruto gave her a grin. Tajuu Kage Bunshine no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, he shouted out as he crossed his fingers into a cross shape. 20 Naruto clones appeared and began moving all of the stuff inside. Did I ever tell you how useful that jutsu is? Izumi asked, slightly jealous at Naruto's ability to spam shadow clones. Naruto gave her a smirk. Hey, you don't need to tell me. I know. Trust me, I know. In just a few minutes, the clones finished moving everything inside and began to go to the other houses with Izumi to help them as well. Every Uchiha survivor only survived due to Naruto's intervention, so they were immensely grateful to him, and were elated to see him in their compound again. Naruto-san. Great to see you again. We just wanted to thank you again for saving us. Many of the Uchiha thanked Naruto as he helped move them in. They seemed to forget about their complaints, and let their savior move their things. Of course. I consider this clan as a friend to me and my sister. She's actually the one who sensed that something was wrong, and convinced me to come and help. Naruto directed some of the praise to Narumi. Previously, some of the Uchiha weren't big fans of Narumi, but after the incident, and hearing about her involvement in saving them, they immediately opened their hearts to her, and accepted her as a friend of the clan, just like they had for Naruto. We must thank Narumi-san as well. As soon as we settle in our new living conditions, please drop by to the compound and let us treat you to dinner. It would be our honor. An Uchiha couple who owned a small eatery offered. We'd be delighted to come over. I'll let Narumi know. Naruto replied as his clones placed the last of their belongings in their new house. Narumi and Izumi only had a couple more houses to move in, when they saw the Uchiha clan matriarch walking home, supported by her son, Sasuke, and a cane. Mikoto-sama, Izumi yelled out as she ran over to help her as well. You're all right. Thank Kami. Mikoto gave Izumi a warm smile. Thank you for your concern, Izumi-chan. You've done a great job holding the clan together in my place. Izumi's blushed a little at the praise. Thank you, Mikoto-sama. It wasn't easy though. Mikoto gave a small chuckle. Of course. I wouldn't imagine it being so. She then turned to Naruto, who she saw for the first time since the massacre. Hello Naruto-kun. She greeted him. Hello Mikoto Oba-chan. Good to see you in good health again. Naruto told Mikoto. Thank you. I owe it all to you after all. You saved me from death, and you also brought back Tsunade to heal me. Looks like I owe my life to you, Naruto-kun, she said with her warm smile. Nonsense. You don't owe me anything. You've done so much for me and Narumi over the years, and you're my Oba-chan. Of course, I do everything I can to help. Naruto responded. The four of them were catching up, when an Onbu member appeared in front of them in a swirl of leaves. Naruto Taiku. The Onbu member saluted the blonde. He saluted him back. What is that you need? Naruto asked. I was sent to escort the Uchiha clan head, Izumi-san, but seeing Mikoto-sama, I'm not sure who I should escort. It's for a council meeting, Taiku. The Anbu told Naruto. Take Izumi. Mikoto Oba-chan is still recovering from her injuries. Naruto told the Anbu, but Mikoto raised her hand to cut them off. I'm quite fine. I'll be able to manage. I want to see how things are right now anyway. Mikoto assured them. Are you sure, Mikoto-sama? Izumi asked. It's fine if I go. You should get some rest. She offered. Mikoto smiled. It's fine, Izumi-chan. Please continue helping the others. I'll be back soon. The Anbu looked at Naruto for permission, and he nodded to give him permission. Mikoto and the Anbu disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Why don't you go home and clean up your room? Luckily, you don't have to move, since your house was close to the center of our compound anyway. Izumi told Sasuke, who nodded and went towards his house. It had been weeks since he had last been there. The blood had been cleaned off, but he wasn't sure how he'd feel living there. Maybe he'd convince his mom to move to a different house. Now that she sent off Sasuke, the two of them were alone again, and Izumi decided it was time to ask Naruto something that had been on her mind for some time now. Naruto? She asked. What is it, Izumi-chan? He responded. What happened between you and Itachi-kun during that night? Izumi asked him. Council meeting room. All the seats in the council room were filled, except for the Senju and Uchiha seats. When is Izumi-san coming? An impatient Tsume asked. It had been well over 15 minutes since everyone else arrived. Leave it to a teen to not be on time. Hiyashi commented. There were murmurs, as the council members talked to each other as they waited, until the door opened, and two unexpected people walked in together. Tsunade-sama. Mikoto-sama. Numerous people gasped out in shock, as they stood from their seats. I'm back. Hope you guys kept my seat clean in my absence. Tsunade commented as she walked over to the Senju seat. Mikoto-sama. We had heard you were unwell. It is good to see you've recovered, Shikaku said to Mikoto, who nodded back politely. Thank you. I owe it to Tsunade-sama. Her skills are still as sharp as ever. Mikoto replied. Even Hiyashi was glad to see someone much more politically aware than Izumi come to the council meeting. It had been strange having a child present. Welcome to the council, Mikoto-sama. I'm glad to see you well. The Hyuga will send you a congratulatory gift to your compound to celebrate your recovery. She thanked the man who had been her husband's greatest political rival, and took her seat. Now that everyone is present, the session will now begin. Koharu announced, and the meeting began. First thing on the agenda is to welcome Tsunade's return to the village, and congratulate Mikoto-san on her recovery. We welcome both Mikoto-san and Tsunade to the village council, Hiruzen stated. The council members all welcomed the two women. A couple minutes later, Hiruzen brought up the next issue to discuss. Now that Tsunade is back in Konoha, I think it's time to put the hospital under proper management. The elders will be able to focus on their other duties, since Tsunade will be the new director of the hospital. The other council members agreed to the new arrangement. It only made sense, having a legendary medic as the chief of your hospital. Koharu and Homura also agreed with it, since they wanted what was best for the village, and having a robust medical system was just what they needed. Danzo was a little miffed, however. This meant the elders' influence would decrease ever so slightly. This meant the policies they had set up would change, and they had no say over it anymore. It didn't matter too much though, as the medical system was a less important part of their influence. While I was operating on Mikoto-san, I had help from a new seal produced by one of our shinobi. It proved to be very useful. It made me realize we could improve on many aspects of our healthcare system, and I would like some increased funding for our research and development. Tsunade asked immediately. We'll see if we can allocate more funds for the hospital. We could increase the survival rates of our patients, and perhaps even increase our village's revenue by treating foreign patients who come here for treatment, once they hear about our improved medical system. Hiruzen suggested, and the civilian council nodded, seeing a lot of potential in that venture. Good. This will prove very beneficial for Konoha in the long run. The third commented. Next, I'd like to once again welcome Mikoto-san to our council. Now, it has always been the Uchiha's honor to run the police forces of Konoha, but due to the recent tragedy, Anbu had been taking up the duty. I'd like to hand over the seat of chief of the police force back to Mikoto-san to honor the agreement between the Nidaime and the Uchiha clan. Danzo was feeling unsettled. The elders had been working with Anbu, taking charge of the security of Konoha. He had maneuvered things that way on purpose, as whoever was in charge of security had a lot of power, as they held the power to arrest, interrogate, imprison, had access to valuable intel, and had command of armed forces that were inside the village. Damn! If only he was able to wipe out the Uchiha clan properly as planned. Now there were too many eyes on them to try anything. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will do my utmost to uphold the peace and safety of our village. Mikoto responded with a small bow. I too have a proposal to make before the council regarding the police force. If I may? Hokage-sama? Mikoto asked the third, who nodded to give her permission to address the council. The Uchiha clan had been members, the sole members, of the military police force, due to our Sharingan's unparalleled ability to analyze details, and also due to our fighting prowess. However, active pairs of Sharingan are in short supply, and we too are not perfect. As such, I'd like to extend an invitation to all clans, if you would do me the honor of sending some of your clan members to join the police force. Mikoto proposed to the other shinobi clans. The other members weren't quite expecting anything like this. It was true that the Uchiha shinobi were practically wiped out, but policing duties usually fell to the Anbu as well, and they assumed she would just employ their services. Mikoto continued, the Hyuga's powerful Dujutsu, Abarame's Kikaiku and the Inuzuka's tracking abilities and unmatched sense of smell will prove immensely helpful in patrolling and all searching or investigation duties. The Yamanaka's mind techniques will send our forces' interrogation capacity to new heights, and the Nara's intellect will help us tremendously with investigations and strategizing, while their shadow techniques will prove their worth in capture and arrests. Clans like the Akimichi and Sarutobi will be helpful for guarding or combat roles in our forces. Together, we can reform our police forces to be more effective than ever before. The clans were all pleased at the compliments to their clan's skills, and could see the logic behind Mikoto's proposal. It made sense, and almost made them think why the Uchiha didn't employ them before. Hyashi stood up. The Hyuga will play their part in our village's security. I'll send over some of our shinobi as soon as the forces are set up and ready. The other clan heads were shocked that Hyashi was the first to pledge his support. They were sure he hated the Uchiha. In truth, Hyashi hated their arrogance in thinking they had the most superior ability in Konoha, and he had a personal rivalry with Fugaku. However, seeing the only other Dujutsu-bearing clan, and one of the few clans he thought matched the Hyuga's prestige get massacred, he felt empathetic. Mikoto's humble, yet dignified attitude made her much more approachable as well. One by one the other clans stood up to pledge their support as well. Mikoto thanked them all sincerely, and Hiruzen smiled while seeing all of this. He saw the Uchiha finally break down their walls and integrating into the village more deeply. He could also see the political move that it also was. Mikoto was making allies from the beginning, while the Uchiha clan's position was still one of respect. If only Mikoto had been clan head earlier, perhaps they could have avoided the massacre, he thought to himself. It is decided then. The new Konoha military police force will have members from all clans, and Mikoto will be the chief of police. It will be a new era for the police force of Konoha. Hiruzen finalized. Danzo was not a happy camper. With the police force led by the Uchiha but now supported by all of the clans, its position was strong. It would be difficult to act against it, now having to go through multiple layers of clan specialties to infiltrate the police force, rather than exploiting a single clan's weakness. Having all the clan's support made it difficult for Danzo to make any political moves against Mikoto or the police force. Both of the propositions that were made were actually orchestrated by the Sandaime himself, having discussed this with Mikoto and Tsunade shortly before the meeting was called. He was making moves to cut down the power held by the elders and the council. The new security measures that were now being discussed were hidden behind the excuse of protecting Konoha better to prevent another tragedy like the Uchiha massacre, but in truth, Hiruzen was setting up better surveillance against Danzo en route. He was casting his rope around Danzo. Danzo's face didn't show it, but inside, he was growing angrier and angrier as the meeting went on and new policies were introduced. Hokage's office, hours later. You summoned me, Hokage-sama? A blonde teen asked the Sandaime as he shunshined into the room. Thank you for coming at this late hour. I summoned you to ask you for a favor. Hiruzen told Naruto. The young Anbu captain didn't show much on his face, but a single eyebrow was raised. A favor? Naruto asked. Yes. I suspect Danzo may have played a part in many of the more unsavory events that has happened in our village, and I've decided it was time to keep a closer eye on him. Being the greatest seal master in our village, I was wondering if it was possible for you to create some seals we can use to spy on him and his activities. The third explained. It's possible. I'll need to know what kind of things you had in mind though, and I'll need some time to do some research and experimentations. Naruto answered back. Good. Here's a scroll on what kind of seals I'll need. Hiruzen told Naruto as he passed him a scroll. There's a second part to this favor, Hiruzen continued. Once these seals are created, we'll need to hide these seals in his secret base. I know it's probably located under Konoha, but I'm not aware of where all the entrances are, to my shame. Naruto connected the dots. So, you want me to locate and infiltrate his base, and plant the seals? The Sandaime nodded. I can't trust anyone but you to handle the job. Your track record with infiltration or any stealth-related missions are impeccable. You're also the only one I know who will be able to escape if you were to be caught. Naruto nodded in agreement. I accept. Will that be all, Hokage-sama? He asked. Yes. That will be all. Thank you in advance, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen replied. Naruto made the hand seals for a Shunshin to leave. By the way, it isn't just my infiltration and stealth missions that are impeccable. My mission record for all missions is perfect. Just saying. Naruto left with that parting message. Hiruzen chuckled. It was true. He turned around to look outside the window, as he rested his hands behind his back. It looked like all of the pieces were starting to fall in place. Root HQ, underneath Konoha. Danzo sat in his throne-like seat, seething at the thought of what went on at the council meeting today. Hiruzen was able to cleverly disguise his moves as an effort to prevent future tragedies from happening, as well as slight restructuring of roles, and redistributing of duties and responsibilities, but Danzo saw it for what it was. It was a move to clip Danzo's wings. Much of the power he had maneuvered to put in his hands were now put in less competent hands. Hiruzen, that clever monkey. He had put all of the key roles in the hands of his lapdogs. He had effectively reduced the Elder Council into mere advisors for the Hokage. As if he would take Danzo's advice and do what was needed for the village. As angry as Danzo was, he was not one to let emotions control him. He knew there was too much heat on him right now for him to try anything. No. Danzo could play patiently. He would bide his time, playing a weak hand to lull the old monkey into a false state of security. Then he would make his move when the time was right. That would be his strategy moving onwards, much like how a snake would act. It was time to reach out to one of his old contacts. Let's see what you can do with these, Orochimaru. Danzo mused to himself as he looked at several vials holding Sharingan. Chapter 16, Preparing for Graduation. 5 years later. 12 years after Kyuubi attack at the academy. Congratulations on getting this far, everyone. Iruka told his rowdy gang of students, who were now in their last year of the academy. Now, I know it's been a long journey, but there's one last obstacle to pass before any of you are considered real shinobi. The Genin exams. I know I've been talking about it all semester, but now it's finally here. Next week, on Friday, we'll be holding the Genin exams right here in this room. The students in the room all began to stir with excitement, and they began looking at each other and sharing looks, communicating their thoughts with facial expressions and small body gestures. It had been 5 years of preparing to become shinobi of Konoha, and by next week Friday, they were going to finally become shinobi. It had been the hot topic of the class all semester. Now I'm going to give you a heads up on what's going to be on the exams, so you can all prepare for it during this coming week. We won't be giving you any homework this last week either, so I want you to use that extra time to train and prepare, okay? I don't want to see you messing around during that free time, and then come to me complaining after you fail the exams. Iruka informed and warned his students. The students didn't want to hear any more of Iruka's nagging, so they motioned for him to continue. Yeah, I'm getting to the main point, so don't rush me. I just want to make sure you all understand how important this all is. Iruka told his impatient students. Anyway, the exam will be divided into 5 sections. The first will be the written portion, which will cover history and chakra theory. The second portion will be kunai and shuriken jutsu. The third will be physical fitness, where we'll test your endurance, strength, flexibility, agility, and reaction time with an obstacle course. The last 2 portions will take place after lunch. They will be the taijutsu test, and ninjutsu test, which are considered to be the main attraction of your exams. You may invite your parents to watch, and there will be several jonin who will come to watch, and some of them may end up as your jonin sensei, so make sure you come prepared. The students began to stir again after Iruka finished his speech, sharing their thoughts on the exams. Iruka decided it was one of the last few times they would all gather like this and talk, so he decided to give them a few minutes to chat amongst themselves on the topic that was just discussed. I can't wait until Friday. Just watch me ace this exam and show all those dummies that I'm not a dead last loser. Can't wait to make them eat their words and leave this stupid, boring place behind me forever. A fiery, red-headed girl exclaimed to her friends. Sasuke just gave a smirk as a response, keeping his reaction minimal, though he too couldn't wait to prove himself. Ino giggled at her red-headed friend's boisterous personality, though she couldn't help herself from stealing a few glances at her crush. A pink-haired girl was also peeking over at Sasuke, and when her green eyes met Ino's teal ones, they began a stare-off and both decided to outdo the other and accepted each other's challenge, strangely communicating without any words. Hinata's reaction was not as confident, and she felt nervous for the upcoming exams. What if she performed badly and dishonored her clan? Her father already deemed her a failure, and did not shy away from telling her how he felt. She was already practically excommunicated from her position as heiress, unofficially replaced by her younger sister Hanabi, who showed a lot more promise to her father. Hinata envied her friend's confidence. Even with all the setbacks that she faced, Narumi somehow was able to ignore them and remain confident that next time will be better. How are you so confident, Narumi-chan? Aren't you worried you might not do well? What if we fail? Hinata asked Narumi. Hey, as if. And what did I tell you, Hinata-chan? You're the last person that needs to worry about failing. You're super smart, you know. And you're probably the strongest girl in our class when it comes to taijutsu. Narumi told her pale-eyed friend to assure her. She meant it too. Hinata's father was harsh on Hinata, but Hinata was even harsher on herself as a result, and she didn't see the talent she possessed. Thank you, Narumi-chan. Hinata replied with a small smile. Narumi always made her feel better. She felt like Narumi had so much positive energy and confidence, that it seeped into the people around her, and Hinata always felt more confident when Narumi was with her. Sakura raised her hand. Iruka-sensei? What jutsu will we need to perform for the ninjutsu portion? Oh yeah. I almost forgot to tell you. Thank you, Sakura. Iruka thanked Sakura as he smacked himself in the forehead for forgetting. You'll need to perform 3 jutsu. The Kawarimi, body replacement, henge, transformation, and bunshine, clone. Bunshine? Narumi gasped as she deflated in her seat. Drat, it just had to be the one jutsu she struggled with. Do you think you'll be alright, Narumi-chan? Isn't the bunshine the one you had trouble performing in class? Hinata asked out of concern. Narumi began pulling at her hair, with her face on her desk, until she had an idea. Oh yeah. I'll ask Shizune and Tsunade Ba-chan to help me with chakra control. They're supposed to have the best chakra control in our village. That is a sound idea, Narumi-san. It is reasonable to go to an expert to receive help in said field, Shino agreed in his usual monotone voice. The 7 agreed to work their butts off this week, and all become shinobi. They hoped they would be able to be on the same teams with at least one of the 7. Though it was unspoken, each of them knew there being 7 of them meant there was a chance the teams might be split into 3, 3, and 1, or 3, 2, and 2, or maybe even all on separate teams. Each of them just hoped they wouldn't be the one unlucky person. It was going to be a long week of hard work. Hours later, at Tsunade's house. Welcome to dinner. Tsunade greeted her favorite living relative, who came to have her weekly dinner with Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto sent a message to let me know that he's busy tonight so he won't be able to make it. Tsunade informed Narumi. That's fine. It'll be like a girls' night. Sweet, Narumi exclaimed, and Tsunade laughed at her youthful exuberance. She loved having the redhead around, and her positive energy had helped heal Tsunade's wounded heart, filling it with love and optimistic energy. Tsunade had reached out to Naruto and Narumi, hoping to connect with her last remaining family members, and hoping to get closer. Tsunade had suggested having weekly dinners, so they could talk and catch up with each other. Both the Senju and their cousin clan, the Uzumaki, were big on family time, so Tsunade had grown up with family dinners which helped strengthen the bonds within the clan, and she had invited the siblings to do the same. It was her way of making up for lost time. Naruto, due to his first encounter with Tsunade, and his resentment towards people who had abandoned him and his sister when they were young, didn't care for family dinner with someone he considered a stranger, or even worse, someone who had abandoned them in their time of need. However, Narumi was excited to meet new family members, and was less jaded and bitter than Naruto, mostly because Naruto had showered her with love and kept her away from walking the same path as him. He wanted her to grow up as a happy and bright child, like he once was. Since Narumi wanted to have the family dinners, Naruto reluctantly decided to tag along, mostly to make sure Narumi was alright. Over time, however, he had softened up to Tsunade's presence due to her genuine and constant effort. While he didn't show it in the same open way as Narumi, he was close to Tsunade as well, though he struggled to show it, mostly communicating with her with sarcastic quips and comments. "Dinner's ready," Shizune announced, as she brought 2 trays of udon. One tray holding 2 bowls for her and Tsunade, and another tray holding a bowl of udon for Narumi, as well as a plate holding more noodles for refills, mostly for Narumi. "I made sure there are plenty of veggies, so you can get all the nutrients you need. There's also a plate of tempura in the kitchen. Do you mind getting it, Narumi-chan?" Shizune asked Narumi as she began placing the bowls at their respective seats at the table. "Sure thing, Shizune-chan," Narumi yelled out as she ran to the kitchen. Shizune chuckled as she watched her favorite teen bounce out of her seat. The two of them bonded closely ever since their first meeting. Shizune loved to spoil Narumi whenever she got the chance, and Narumi loved the big sister/mom role that Shizune was able to play in her life. A few moments later, the 3 were digging into their dinner, which Shizune cooked, since Tsunade seemed to have no talent for the culinary arts. While it wasn't ramen, Narumi still enjoyed what she considered to be ramen light. "So, I heard the Jinan exams are taking place next Friday? You excited? Nervous?" Tsunade asked as she reached over with her chopsticks to grab a fried shrimp from the plate of tempura. "Super excited. I can finally become a kunoichi, instead of being a snot-nosed academy brat, as you put it, Oba-chan," Narumi replied as she slurped her second bowl of noodles. "Told you not to call me that, brat," Tsunade replied with tick on her forehead. "So how are your preparations going, Narumi-chan? You feeling confident in all of the sections?" Shizune asked, cutting in before things descended into chaos like it always did when an angry Tsunade was involved. Narumi was about to respond, but she stopped herself to think for a moment, before she decided to ask for help. "Well, Wani-chan, to be honest, Naruto-ni-chan trained me in all of the basics pretty well, and I'm really good with the physical stuff, but I'm struggling to get my bunshine right because of my sucky chakra control. You think you and Oba-chan can give me some help?" "Of course. We know a lot of chakra control exercises since we're both medic nin. We'd love to help you, Narumi-chan," Shizune replied eagerly. "Sure thing, brat, but you could start by stop calling me granny. I'm not that old," Tsunade responded as she pinched the bridge of her nose. "Sweet. Thanks, Shizune-chan, Tsunade Oba-chan," Narumi replied, ignoring Tsunade's request, much to her chagrin. "We could start after dinner if you want," Shizune offered. Naruto said he was gonna be busy till late at night, so he asked if you could sleep over. "You can spend the night here and train with us if you want," Tsunade told Narumi. "Ooh, girls' night, help with chakra control, and a sleepover. Awesome. We can watch movies too and have popcorn. Maybe we can even talk about finding a boyfriend for Shizune-chan," Narumi yelled out in excitement, as she winked at Shizune, who blushed at the thought of a boyfriend. It had been 5 years since she moved to Konoha, and she was still single. Tsunade chuckled at the sight. It was nice to be surrounded by family again. At the Hokage's office. The Sandaime was getting ready to leave his office, and go back home, when Anbu Fox appeared before him in a swirl of leaves. "Ah, Naruto-kun. What can I do for you?" Hiruzen asked Fox with a smile. Naruto took off his fox mask, and placed it on the Hokage's table. "I'd like to resign from the Anbu, Hokage-sama." Although only Hiruzen and Naruto were in plain sight, there were 5 gasps heard in the room. "Very professional, you guys," Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. He had trained these 4 Anbu guarding the Hokage to higher standards. Hiruzen chuckled. "It's fine. I'm sure they weren't expecting to hear their beloved captain resigning out of the blue." His face became more serious as he asked, "I've got to admit I'm pretty shocked as well. Why all of a sudden?" "It's something I've been planning for some time now, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied. "But you're the best we've got. Your absence will leave a huge hole in our Anbu's capacity." "Are you sure? Have you talked to the Anbu commander?" Hiruzen asked, hoping to change Naruto's mind. He was very reluctant to lose his most reliable Anbu member. Naruto chuckled. "Hey! Let's just say he wasn't thrilled. Might have shed a few tears and held on to my ankles as I left, but you didn't hear this from me. Besides, it's not like I'll leave the Anbu with nothing. I've trained many of them, and I can't even count the number of seals I've created for their operations, and the equipment I've upgraded with them. They'll be fine," Naruto assured Hiruzen, who was still very reluctant to accept Naruto's resignation. "I suppose you're right. You've been a great asset for the Anbu, and you've done more for this village in your 8 or 9 years of service in the Anbu than most do their whole lives. Even if most people don't know, I do, and so does everyone in the Anbu," the Sandaime told the blonde in front of him. I must ask though, what do you plan to do now? Hiruzen asked the now ex-Onbu captain. Naruto responded with a grin. It's time for me to claim my parents' legacy. At the sleepover. Phew. That shower was just what I needed after falling into that stinkin' pond for the zillionth time, Narumi exclaimed as she came out in her pajamas after taking a shower. It took a while for you to grasp the idea, but you've shown a lot of improvement tonight, Narumi. Naruto's idea of training with your shadow clones was brilliant. I'm still surprised at how effective it is. Most people can't do anything like that, you know. Tsunade told Narumi, as she helped Shizune lay out several thin mattresses on the floor between the couches in the living room for their sleepover. With the kind of improvement you're showing, you'll be able to perform the bunshine with no problem, Narumi-chan. Shizune told the red-headed girl, speaking behind the mountain of 3 pillows and blankets she carried out to the living room for the sleepover. They got ready for bed in their pajamas, and got in bed after turning the lights off. The talking and gossip, the highlight of any sleepover, was about to begin. So how do they make the teams, Oba-chan? You think I can end up with my friends? It would suck if we all ended up on separate teams. Narumi asked Tsunade. Well, it depends. The teams are usually formed with either a specialty in mind, such as a tracking team or an assault team, or sometimes they form them based on how their skills work together. An example of that would be the famous Ino Shikacho trio, which many of their clan members are placed into. Some teams have a certain tradition associated with them. My team, Team 7, was one of those teams. Team 7 has a tradition of taking the Rookie of the Year, Kunoichi of the Year, and the Dead Last of the Year, and balancing the team out. Seems to work pretty well, considering some of the shinobi produced from past Team 7s, such as my team, the Sannin, or Kakashi. I heard there's another Team 7 being formed this year, so we'll have to see. Tsunade told her relative, who listened to her attentively. Drat. Sasuke's definitely Rookie of the Year, but I'm not quite sure who the Kunoichi of the Year is. It's either gonna be Hinata, Ino, or Sakura, but we won't know until after the Jinan exams. Same thing with Dead Last. It's either gonna be Kyuubi, or Kiba. Narumi paused for a second, before shamefully admitting. Or maybe me. She perked up again to finish. But I'm gonna ace this exam. So, I won't be dead last. Shizune giggled. Well, don't worry. I'm sure there's a good chance you'll at least have one of your friends on your team. Even if you don't, it's a good opportunity to make new friends. They say the bonds you form with your Jinan team lasts a lifetime. Blay, imagine being on the same team with Kiba and Sakura. I'd rather quit. Can't stand those two. Narumi gagged at the thought. Anyway, hopefully I can get a cool sensei too. Too bad Izumi-ne-chan got super busy with her police work ever since she got promoted to Jonin a couple years ago. She would have been awesome. How about you, Ne-chan? Wanna be my sensei? Narumi asked Shizune. I'd love to be your sensei, but I'm needed at the hospital, Narumi-chan. Besides, the Jonin don't get to pick their students. The Hokage forms teams and assigns them leaders, based on what he envisions for that team. Shizune told Narumi. That being said, I did hear about some of the Jonin who volunteered to be Jonin senseis for this batch of Jinan. Really? Who is it? Who is it? Are they super awesome and super strong? Narumi asked rapidly, unable to hide her excitement on an insider's scoop. Shizune found Narumi's pure excitement and innocence to be adorable. She couldn't help but giggle. Well, I've heard Kurenai-chan wants to be a sensei now that she was promoted to Jonin. And of course, now that she's a sensei, who else but Asuma is gonna apply to be a sensei as well? Asuma? He's back from the fire capital? Tsunade asked to that bit of gossip. Are they strong? Are they awesome? Narumi asked. Yes, he's back from the capital, Tsunade-sama, and yes, they're both very strong, Narumi-chan. Shizune replied to barrage of questions that were coming at her. Asuma-san is Hokage-sama's son, and was strong enough to catch the fire daimyo's eye and be recruited as one of the 12 guardian shinobi. Narumi's violet eyes sparkled with excitement as she imagined being trained by one of the 12 guardian ninja. Kurenai is quite strong as well, although in a different field. She's one of the best, if not the best, genjutsu users in the entire village, and is known as the Genjutsu Mistress, Shizune continued to inform Narumi. Narumi stuck out her tongue. Blay, genjutsu is lame. I suck at it anyway. I hope I don't get her. The three continued to talk late into the night, until they fell asleep, one by one. The academy, a day before the Jinan exams. The classroom was filled with the excited chatter of students discussing the upcoming exams, and who was going to be on whose team. Narumi and her friends were some of those students discussing that very same topic. So how do you think our team placements will be? Narumi asked her group. Hopefully I don't end up with Sakura, Emi, or Kiba. They're the worst. Hinata nodded. They do seem to be bully you the most. I just hope I have a kind team and sensei. The pale-eyed girl admitted. Maybe we could be on the same team, Sasuke-kun. Ino asked Sasuke as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Maybe. As long as I get strong people on my team who won't hold me back, I don't mind. Sasuke replied. You probably won't be on the same team. Shikamaru lazily mentioned with his head resting on his arms on the desk. Ino gave him a death glare. He was used to it and shrugged it off. You, me, and Kyuubi are most likely going to be placed on the newest generation of Ino Shikacho team, since we're all clan heirs. Shikamaru explained. Ino knew this made sense, but tried to deny it. A girl can dream, can't she? With our Kikaiku's tracking skills, I am likely to be placed on a tracking team. Perhaps I will be on a team with Hinata-san and Kiba-san. Shino speculated. You never know. I just hope I have at least one of you guys on my team. Also, did you guys hear anything about who might be the Jonin senseis? Hope we get good ones. Narumi asked her friends. I've heard the names Mitarashi Anko and Shiranui Genma being discussed by my father. Kyuubi told his friends in between bites of his chips. Anko? Narumi and Sasuke yelled out in unison. Sasuke feared that woman ever since he first met her, and his pale complexion paled further at the mention of her name. That crazy Snake Ne-chan is gonna be a sensei? She's gonna scare some poor Jinan into retirement, Narumi sighed as she shook her head. Kei Kurenai-san told me she was planning on becoming a sensei. She's quite kind. I hope I get her as my sensei. Hinata softly spoke out. Really? I heard she's gonna be a sensei too, but she's a lame genjutsu user. I heard the Hokage's son is gonna be a Jonin sensei this year. Heard he's super strong. I hope I get him, Narumi shouted out. As if someone like the Hokage's son is gonna be your sensei, loser. Emi condescendingly told Narumi with a smirk, as she walked over towards her with her gang. They always tried to belittle her in front of their precious Sasuke-kun. Shut up, Emi. No one was talking to you anyway, Narumi spat back at her. As if the dead last loser is gonna pass the exams in the first place. She might see basic math on the test and run away crying, Sakura teased, and the rest of them broke out in laughter. Even if you do pass, a loser like you will probably get a lame team and a lame sensei. I guess that quiet blind girl is gonna be on your team. Another bully teased, referring to Hinata. You shut your stinkin' mouth about Hinata-chan, or I'll do it for you, Narumi shouted out as she shook her fist at the bully. What? You don't want to be on a team with Miss No Personality? I thought she was your friend? Just face it, dead last. No one else wants to be on your team. Even Shisui didn't want you on his team so bad he killed himself just to avoid you. Ami disrespectfully told Narumi. Narumi stopped yelling at the bullies and sat down and opened her bag to pull out the biggest textbook she had. What, you think some last-minute cramming will help you pass, loser? Sakura asked Narumi. Narumi calmly turned around and threw the book at Amy's face as hard as she could. The book smashed into her cheek and sent her flying into the wall, where she smashed her head. She slumped over, passed out. Hey, you can't do that, Sakura yelled out, only to be silenced when a metal ruler embedded itself 13.4 centimeters deep into the concrete wall next to her head, if the markings on the ruler were anything to go by. If any of you talk about Shisui Ni-chan or Hinata-chan like that ever again, and I'll beat you up so bad, you won't ever be able to talk about anyone ever again, Narumi shouted out, her hair floating up behind her, and a fire burning in her eyes. Sakura looked at the ruler next to her head and gulped. She and the rest of the bullies grabbed Amy's unconscious body and slinked away to their seats. Council meeting. Now that everyone has gathered, the council meeting will now. Koharu was cut off when the doors of the council meeting room were slammed open. Naruto walked into the room in his new Jonin attire, now that he was a regular Jonin for the first time. He wore a blue, short-sleeved cloak that reached down to his lower calves, and were embroidered with black flames at the bottom. It looked just like his father's cloak, except it was blue and black, and had an orange Uzumaki swirl on the back instead of having the characters for Yondame. Under that he wore a black, long-sleeved turtleneck shirt underneath his Jonin vest, and black Anbu pants. What is the meaning of this? You can't just walk in like this during a council meeting. This is outrageous. Anbu. Escort him out of here, Koharu commanded the Anbu protecting the council meeting. And why not? I'm a clan head after all. Naruto asked the council. You are not a clan head, boy. Who told you you could act like this? Homura rebuked. I most certainly am a clan head. That empty seat seems to have my name on it. Naruto defended himself as he pointed at the empty Uzumaki seat next to Tsunade. Anbu are supposed to be neutral. They are not allowed to represent their clan. Homura argued back. Well, good thing he isn't Anbu anymore then. He resigned a few days ago. Hiruzen spoke up, silencing the debate. Please, go and take your seat, Naruto-kun. Naruto gave the opposing council members a smug look as he took his seat. Now that's been settled, we'll begin the meeting. Let's start by congratulating Naruto-K, Hiruzen caught himself. Let's congratulate Naruto-san on joining the council. Mikoto and Tsunade warmly welcomed him, while the other council members did the same, but less enthusiastically. Now, let's hear reports on how things have been going for the village. Shikaku? The third asked, letting the Jonin commander know to begin his report. The council members took their turns reporting on their respective areas, and it was finally Mebuki's turn to report on Konoha's financial situation. Trade has been steadily increasing, and we have passed the levels of trade we have had even before the Kyuubi attack in some areas. We're close to being back to where we were. Our emergency coffers have been restocked, and our treasury is almost 90% of where it was before. Hiruzen was happy to hear the good news of Konoha's recovery. It had been a tough 12 years, but Konoha was almost just as strong as it once was, at least economically. It would take more than 12 years to replace several entire generations of experienced shinobi that perished in the Kyuubi attack. Excellent. In a few months we'll be able to complete our recovery, and even surpass our past wealth if all things go well. Hiruzen optimistically stated. Great. Now that Konoha is filthy rich again, how about it pays me back the money it stole from my clan? Naruto interjected. Such disrespect, as expected from a 19-year-old, Hiashi stated in distaste. You will address the council more respectfully, boy. Danzo told Naruto, who rolled his eyes at him. As if he would listen to a treasonous old bat who was going to face justice sometime soon. Can you stop trying to change the subject and tell me when I'm getting my money? Naruto demanded. The village stole no money from you, Naruto-san, Hiashi said to Naruto. As the stewards of your inheritance, and as your guardians, we had every right to use that money however we saw fit to best provide for your needs and for your well-being. The council decided the way that would achieve that best was to have a stable village. Don't act as if you didn't benefit from having running water and electricity. Our stable economy was what put food into your orphan mouths. Mebuki told Naruto. She hated that boy ever since he humiliated her 5 years ago. Oh, is that so? So, you think the best way to take care of children is to make sure the village is stable? Then please tell me, how much of your own money you put into the village's recovery, so that your children could benefit from running water and electricity and having enough food to eat. Go on, I'm waiting. Naruto fired back in response. Well, it's different since you were an orphan. You were supposed to be taken care of by the village-run orphanage, and the orphanage depends on the village. The village needed to be stable to provide for the orphanage, and in turn, you and your sister. Mebuki explained. That's nonsense. You promised me that you would refill the accounts of his clan when our village recovered financially. You just told me we were a few months away from reaching that goal, so I supposed we'll be able to finally repay him for the loans he unwittingly gave us. The Sandaime concluded. Good to hear that. Thank you, Mebuki-san. I'll be waiting. Don't forget to add interest. I'm sure someone of your position is well acquainted with the concept of interest after borrowing money, right? Naruto sarcastically asked Mebuki. Now, based on the letter my parents left me, it says our clan had around 50 billion ryo. So, since you left me with around 100,000 ryo, oh yeah, and you took care of our needs with basic necessities for a few months too. Let's be generous and say you spent 300,000 ryo on us for 4 months, that adds up to 1.3 million ryo you actually spent on us or gave back to us. That means the village borrowed 49,998,700,000 ryo from my clan. Let's just be nice and say I want a 1% interest for that money. I believe in Konoha the interest rate compounds every year? The blonde teen asked the chief of finance of Konoha. Mebuki ran some quick calculations before she began to sweat. The interest alone would be close to 6.3 billion ryo, she stuttered out. Oh, is that so? My calculations told me it was somewhere around 6.341 billion. That 41 million sure would be missed by me, Mebuki-san. Naruto told her smugly. That's outrageous. We can't afford to pay that much money simply on interest, Mebuki shouted out. Well, if you can't afford to pay it back, you shouldn't have borrowed. I refuse to let my clan be taken advantage of. I'll refuse my sealing services, and I'll even reclaim some of my work until I get what I am owed. The council was in uproar. They couldn't afford to pay over 56.3 billion Rio. That would empty the village's treasury and throw the village into chaos. However, they couldn't afford to lose Konoha's access to Naruto seals, which were the best in the world right now, and what gave Konoha a huge edge over everyone else when it came to seals and overall security. With Naruto framing it as the village taking advantage of a clan, it would also set a terrible precedent for future relations between the clans and the village. Perhaps we could levy a special income tax so we can pay Naruto-san back? Mikoto suggested. It would be quite difficult to pay in one lump sum, but with our recovered economy, thanks to Naruto-san's generous loan, we are able to generate higher revenues than before. We will be able to pay him back slowly, if he'll accept. Ah, an excellent point, Mikoto-san. I was hoping to receive it soon, but you bring up a good alternative. Naruto was glad there was someone in the council that he didn't consider a slimy rat. The council began to grumble at the prospect of higher taxes, but the Hokage silenced them. That's enough. That seems to be the best solution. We still have a few months before the proposed deadline to begin payments anyway, so we'll come up with some good figures before then. Now let's move on to the next topic, Hiruzen concluded. Nobody was quite happy at the outcome, but they were happy to discuss something else for the time being. After the meeting, several hours later, the council chamber emptied as the members all began to leave. Soon there was no one left, besides for Naruto, who stayed in his seat, and the Hokage, who was leaving. Hokage-sama. Naruto called out to get the Hokage's attention. May I have a word? Hiruzen turned around to face Naruto. Of course, Naruto-kun. How can I help you? I understand that many are unhappy with paying me back, even though it is within the confines of the law. Naruto started. It's true. It is always easier to borrow than it is to pay it back. I'll get them to see reason, don't worry. The third told Naruto. Of course, Hokage-sama. Though I do have a suggestion. How about I lower the debt or interest rate? The blonde boy suggested. Hiruzen perked up at the prospect. And in return? Naruto gave the old man a mischievous smile. I'd like a small favor. At the Namikaze Uzumaki household, Narumi dug into her chicken teriyaki that Naruto cooked up for her dinner with plenty of veggies to help her grow. She had been quite short as a 7-year-old, but now she had grown to be 155 centimeters, 5'2" for US readers, which wasn't bad for a 12-year-old girl. Oni-chan? Narumi asked her brother. What's up? Naruto asked in response. You know how the Jinan exams are tomorrow? I know you've been super busy these days with your Onbu stuff, but do you think you could come to see me at the exams tomorrow? She asked gingerly. Naruto gave her a warm smile. Of course, Narumi-chan. I'll clear my schedule for tomorrow. What time do I need to come? Narumi beamed. She was scared he would be too busy and not be able to come, leaving her by herself, when everyone else had their parents with them. Really, Ni-chan? You won't be too busy? That's awesome. You just need to come after lunch. The taijutsu portion and ninjutsu portion is where the spectators are allowed, so you can come watch and cheer me on. Naruto rapidly blurted out, elated. Naruto chuckled. Sounds good, Imoto. I'll make sure I'm there on time. He told his sister, who was noticeably excited. Let's get some last-minute training in after dinner, to make sure you're in tip-top shape tomorrow. We've got a bunch of haters to prove wrong tomorrow after all. Chapter 17, The Jinan Exams. The next morning, at the academy. Nervous academy students filed into their seats. Alright everyone, today is the big day. I hope you all prepared hard for today, so you're able to show off everything you've been preparing for the last 5 years. Iruka began. Well, you've all waited long enough, so let's not wait any longer. Let's start the exams. Mizuki. Section 1, the written exam. Iruka's assistant began handing out the written exam to all of the students. He grabbed the bundles on the top of the stack, and handed them to each student, except for Narumi, who he gave a bundle from the bottom. It was one he had secretly casted a genjutsu over. Did anyone not get the questions? No one? Good. Now that everyone has their exams, you may begin. Iruka announced, and the students turned over their exams and began filling out blanks ferociously. Narumi turned her paper around and saw questions she had never seen before. What the heck? When did they teach us what atoms make up chakra conductive metal? Okay Narumi, calm down girl. What did Naruto Ni-chan tell me to do when you don't know the answer to a question? Move on to the next one. Okay, let's see. Wait, what? What is the function of the spleen? Do they think I'm Obachan? What the heck is wrong with all of these questions? I don't know any of these. I thought they said it was going to be history. That's the only reason I spent 3 hours studying that crap. Narumi's mind was panicking at the unexpected set of questions in front of her. Mizuki watched the agonizing face of Narumi and smirked. That damn demon killed his family and thought it could live a happy life? Not on his watch. 2 hours later. All right, everyone. Time's up. Pencils down. Put your pencil down, Kiba, Iruka yelled out. Narumi looked down at her paper. It was mostly empty, with gibberish written down every once in a while, and some pretty drawings gracing the margins of the exam. She gulped. She was doomed. Section 2, Kunai and Shuriken Throwing. The class moved outside to the throwing range for the second portion of the exam. All right, everyone. We'll have 5 people step up to the targets, 1 person per lane. We'll do the kunai first, and shuriken second. Lane 1 will throw 10 kunai first, and then lane 2, and so on. Once they finish throwing their kunai, they'll go back to lane 1 and start with the shuriken. One by one, students began stepping up to the lanes to be tested in their throwing capabilities. Students came and went, some happy with their results, while some went back disappointed. After a few minutes of waiting and watching how others performed, it was finally Narumi's turn to get ready. Me, Sasuke, Narumi, Kiba, Kyuubi. You guys are next. Iruka called out. Me grabbed 10 kunai from Mizuki and went to lane 1, while the others did the same and went to their respective lanes. She began throwing her kunai to the best of her abilities, but frankly her best wasn't all that much. She got a 4/10 for the kunai. She saw Narumi looking at her. Whatever, loser. Not like you'll do any better, you'll probably get like a 1/10 if you're lucky. Lane 2. You're up next, Iruka yelled out. Sasuke smirked. He had trained himself into the dirt for this moment. He grabbed 5 kunai with each of his hands, and threw all of them at once. He turned around after he threw them, knowing he would get a bull's eye, without having to see if they hit. 10/10. That's my Sasuke-kun tilde. That was awesome, Sasuke-kun tilde. That's what I expected from my Sasuke-kun tilde. That was so hot, Sasuke-kun tilde. That's a bullseye on my heart, Sasuke-kun. All sorts of praise began pouring out from his fangirls, including Sakura and Ino. He was perfection in their eyes, and his little showboating made him seem so much hotter. Once the fangirls started to hit puberty, their fangirl levels were taken to the next level. When lane 3 was called, many of the students started booing. Narumi ignored them, and took a deep breath to calm her nerves. She looked down at the kunai getting ready to throw, and noticed they were a lot blunter than the ones she trained with. She raised her hand. These kunai are blunt? Are they supposed to be like this? Enough stalling with your stupid excuses, and start throwing, Narumi. Mizuki told her with no patience. She looked at her kunai again, and shrugged. She threw her first kunai. It hit the target, but didn't sink in, and dropped to the ground. She was frustrated, and threw the next one as hard as she could. It didn't hit the scoring zone, but it sunk into the wood holding the target with the extra force behind it. She was 0-2 so far. She adjusted her strength and aim and threw her third one. It was close to the target but missed. But at least it sunk in. She started to get the hang of it though, and starting hitting the target with her remaining kunai. 7/10. It wasn't as good as she hoped, but she had done pretty decently considering the circumstances. She was happy enough with the results. At least Iruka was fair enough with the scoring, even though Mizuki wasn't with the selection of kunai. Mizuki was angry his plan didn't go as well he hoped, but he hid his displeasure. Kiba went next and got the same score with 7/10. Kyuubi wasn't as fortunate and got a 5/10, just enough to pass. The shuriken section went similarly for Sasuke, who got perfect scores again, and Narumi got used to the blunted weapons and scored slightly better with 8/10. She knew she could have gotten a 10/10 with regular equipment, but she was quite happy with the results, considering the conditions. All that training with Naruto and Sasuke had paid off. Narumi gave Mizuki a smug smile. Mizuki was screaming in the inside, but all he could do was keep a straight face. Section 3, the obstacle course. Alright everyone, the next section of your exam is the obstacle course. You'll have to run 5 kilometers, which will include a ropes course, projectile dodging course, a river crossing course. The ropes course will have you crawl under a net, and also have a portion you have to climb. The projectile dodging course will have you run through a section, where there will be painted rubber balls thrown at you by several Chunin and Jinan we hired, from various angles, directions, and at various speeds. Each hit will be counted, and will add 5 seconds to your overall time. The river crossing course will have you jump on rocks which are spaced randomly, so you'll have to watch your step. Iruka informed his students. You will be running in 2 groups. I've gotten a few tuning to time you all. Kyuubi groaned. 5 kilometers? He was not going to enjoy this. He looked over to his best friend, who was also sighing. This was way too troublesome for his liking. Iruka placed Mizuki as one of the rubber ball throwers. Mizuki scowled, not being put in a place where he could mark Narumi down. He decided to make up for it by throwing painted rocks at her. Narumi stretched while the first group ran. She hoped her friends Hinata, Kyuubi, Shikamaru, and Shino would do well as she got ready to run with Sasuke and Ino. Over an hour later, Kyuubi, the last runner, came to the finish line, right behind Shikamaru, who came in just before his big-boned friend, and collapsed immediately into a cloud-gazing pose. Narumi gave her friends some juice to help them recharge, as she headed over to the starting line. Alright Group B, are you all ready? Okay. Ready? Set. Go. Iruka started the race. This was where Narumi shined, and soon after the start, she and Sasuke were leading the race. They cleared all the obstacles with absolute ease, their feet looking as light as a feather as they danced around the obstacles, and even the projectiles that flew at them. Mizuki seethed at missing all of his shots at Narumi. The finish line was soon in sight now for the 2 friends, and they glanced over at each other as they ran. When they were about to cross the finish line, Narumi stretched her arms out and jumped to the finish line, beating Sasuke by a fraction of a second. She got the best time in her class in this section, though she got the same score on the section as Sasuke. She wasn't mad though. There was nothing to complain about getting a perfect score. Lunch break. Alright everyone, you guys are doing great so far. We'll give you guys 2 hours for your lunch break. I'll see you at the taijutsu grounds at 1 p.m. okay? Iruka told the hungry students, who nodded and scattered to have their lunch. Narumi sat under a nearby tree with her friends to have their lunch, talking about how the exams were so far. That was brutal. Kyuubi breathed out, still recovering from his obstacle course run. Yeah, seriously. I mean that written test? It was like the hardest thing ever. Does anyone know what the freaking spleen does? When did we learn that? Narumi complained. Her friends looked at her strangely. What are you talking about? We never learned that, and it wasn't on our exam. Ino answered her. Narumi looked at her friends, who all nodded and agreed with Ino. What? I swear it was on the exam, guys. How about the one about how to tell how fast a bird is flying overhead? They all shook their heads. It appears you might have gotten a different test. They all heard a voice say from behind Narumi. She turned around to see who it was. Onii-chan. The redhead yelled out when she saw who it was. Look who I ran into on the way, Naruto said as Mikoto and Izumi came into view from behind him. Many of the boys around blushed when they saw Izumi. She had developed into a beauty, and had a few fanboys of her own. Good to see my little Sasuke-kun spending time with his friends, Mikoto said with a smile. I've brought enough lunch for all of you. Why don't we all eat together? She suggested, and they all began to eat. So, you're saying this Mizuki person has been sabotaging your exams? That's a pretty serious crime, Narumi-chan. Want me to look into this Mizuki person? Izumi asked as she bit into her sandwich. Don't worry about it, Izumi-chan. A shinobi needs to be able to overcome such petty obstacles, Naruto said as he bit into an apple. Hinata and Ino blushed when they saw Naruto, and couldn't meet his bright blue eyes. He was a fine specimen, being 185 centimeters, 6'2", tall and covered in lean muscle. His face looked like his father's but slightly more rugged and masculine, which made many of the women in the develop a crush on him. His new outfit made him look more handsome in their eyes. While Naruto pretended to be nonchalant about the whole ordeal, inside, he was bubbling with rage. He was going to examine this fellow closely, and if he failed his test, Mizuki would pay for it. Section 4, the Taijutsu exam. After lunch, they gathered at the Taijutsu grounds. Parents, several jonin who were interested in becoming jonin sensei, as well as some of the other jonin who had free time and wanted to watch how the next generation stacked up, gathered to watch. Okay everyone, I hope you've all had enough to eat and rested up. Next is the Taijutsu exam. We'll have 2 people step into the ring at a time, and fight each other using either the academy style of Taijutsu, or their own clan style. I'll be judging the fight with Mizuki, and you will fight for 5 minutes, or until one person steps out of the ring, or until the proctors call the fight. Why don't we have Shikamaru and Shino step into the ring first? The two stepped into the ring and bowed towards each other. This is so troublesome. I don't want to fight in front of all these people, Shikamaru thought as he listened to Iruka start the fight. Shino came at him with the Aburame style of taijutsu, which was an evasive style of taijutsu, intended to keep their distance while landing shots at a distance, or landing their bugs on their opponents with quick jabs or kicks. No bugs were allowed in this fight, however. The Nara style was pretty evasive as well, but Shikamaru in particular was very evasive, just like how he avoided his responsibilities as often as he could, much to his mother's chagrin. The fight ended in Shino's victory after 5 minutes, as he had landed more strikes. Shikamaru didn't even try to hit Shino. His mother, Yoshino, yelled at Shikamaru, while his father sighed. Yup, he was definitely his son. A few fights later, and it was Narumi's turn. Her opponent was Emi. Narumi was thrilled. Hey, looks like I get to fight the loser. Emi smirked. It seems that book to your face made you forget all the times I kicked your butt. Narumi retorted. Emi scowled at the memory of the book. You got lucky with sucker punches and a surprise attack with that book. I'll teach you your place this time, dead last. The fight began, and Narumi flew at Emi. I'll teach you a lesson for insulting Shisui Ni-chan, she shouted as she began attacking her opponent. Emi wasn't terrible at the academy style for her class, but she stood no chance against Narumi, who was already the top 4 strongest in taijutsu in her class along with Hinata, Sasuke, and Kiba, regardless of how the instructors had graded her officially. Fueled by her rage, there was nothing for Emi to do, but be pummeled. Narumi gracefully evaded all of Emi's punches and kicks, while landing devastating hits of her own, which she threw all of her weight into. Naruto had trained her in their mother's style, the whirlpool fist, which used spinning motions to generate force and preserve momentum. The style required the user to keep moving, using flowing movement to divert away incoming hits, while delivering their own. It required flexibility and stamina, and there was no one in the village who could match her stamina, except maybe her brother. In just a few moments, Emi was completely dismantled, and collapsed when she was sent flying out of the ring with a spinning back kick to her chest. Narumi won, with no room for Mizuki's shenanigans. Izumi and Mikado cheered for her, and Naruto gave her a smile and nod of approval. Narumi came back to her spot outside a ring, and got a hug from each of them. Soon it was time for the last fight. It was Sasuke versus Kiba. The two strongest in taijutsu amongst the boys. Kiba had lost to Sasuke in several spars, and was eager to get his revenge. Hope you're ready for a quick loss, dog boy. Sasuke told Kiba with an arrogant smirk. Kiba growled, much like a dog would. You wish, pretty boy. This time, I'm gonna kick your ass, he yelled, as he took off at Sasuke, swinging at him with the most savage and animalistic style of taijutsu in Konoha, which was meant to scratch, tear, and pummel with speed and power befitting that of a savage beast. Sasuke was able to easily stop all of Kiba's attacks in its tracks, however, using the Uchiha's famous intercepting fist. He predicted where Kiba's highly telegraphed hits were going, and quickly struck out at Kiba's biceps or thighs, crippling the momentum of his swings. He hit Kiba's fists and feet before they were fully stretched out, minimizing their force. Kiba kept up his barrage, but Sasuke's style neutralized all of the barbaric strength that was behind his attacks, and he couldn't land any clean shots. Eventually, Sasuke saw an opening and delivered a front kick right into Kiba's jaw, knocking him out of the ring. Sasuke's fangirls cheered, and Naruto, Narumi, and Izumi teased him for his fangirls. He hurried out of the ring and hid amongst his friends and family to avoid his fangirls. Section 5, the Ninjutsu exam. It was the highlight of the Jinan exams for many. The ninjutsu portion. Alright everyone. Back in your seats. Iruka directed the students as they entered back into the classroom. When I call your name, come to room next door, and perform the 3 jutsu I told you will be performing today, the Kawarimi, Henge, and Bunshine. Iruka went to the room next door, and Mizuki started directing the students to that room, one at a time. The spectators were in another room, where they could watch from a screen. An hour passed, as students walked out of their classroom to perform their jutsu in front of Iruka and Mizuki. Hinata was the latest to return. She had hung her hitai around the neck, to not cover the unblemished forehead of a main branch Hyuga. Sweet. Told you you'd pass. How was it? Narumi asked one of her closest friends. It was fine. It was easier than I expected. Iruka-sensei helped calm me down as well. Hinata told Narumi, as she sat down next to her. Narumi. Get over here. You're next. Mizuki told Narumi, without the smallest trace of a smile. Looks like I'm next. Watch out, punks. I'll come back with my hit-eye-ite and prove you all wrong. Narumi told her classmates as she walked out of the room. She entered the room next door and saw Iruka sitting at the teacher's desk with a stack of papers and hit-eye-ite next to him. Okay, Narumi, are you ready? Iruka asked warmly. He had a soft spot for her, seeing how so many people tried to bully her and put her down, but she had somehow managed to rise above it all, and bring others up with her in the process. Yup. Bring it on, sensei, Narumi yelled out confidently. Iruka chuckled, while Mizuki scowled. He'd have to make her fail somehow. Alright, can you perform the kawarimi for me? Iruka asked, and Narumi responded by going through a short series of hand seals, before switching places with a chair nearby. Iruka scribbled down some notes on his paper as he spoke. Very good. Now let's see your henge. Narumi nodded and went through the respective hand seals, before transforming into Tsunade. Whoa! A perfect Tsunade-sama. Great job, Narumi, Iruka exclaimed as he wrote down some more notes. Now finally, let's see your bunshine. Iruka told Narumi. Iruka-sensei? Is it possible to do a different kind of clone instead? Narumi asked, just like Naruto told her to. She had known the shadow clone jutsu for some years now, and was very good at that particular clone, due to her high chakra reserves. Iruka was about to check the rule book, but Mizuki quickly interjected. No. It would be unfair for the other students to test you on something different. You aren't special. Just do what we tell you to do. In the spectators' room, Naruto was seething. How dare he lie? He himself had passed using the Kage Bunshine 12 years ago. Unfair? How is it unfair to perform a way more difficult technique instead of a useless basic one? I suppose he has a point. Can you do the regular Bunshine this time, Narumi? Iruka asked gently. Narumi shrugged and began going through hand seals. All of the chakra control exercises she did with Naruto, Shizune, and Tsunade will be showing its fruit now. Bunshine no Jutsu, Narumi cried out as a clone of her formed next to her. Iruka looked over the clone. It was good. Great job, Narumi. You struggled with it in class, but you were able to perform it flawlessly. It shows how much work and effort you put into your training. If anyone deserves this, it's someone like you. Iruka congratulated Narumi warmly as he passed her a hit-eye-ite. Narumi couldn't believe it. She was a genin now. She couldn't hide her joy, and began jumping around with her hit-eye-ite in her hand. Mizuki couldn't hide his disappointment as he dragged her back to class. Alright. You're next, Kyuubi. After the exams. A while later, everyone finished their exams, and their parents came out of the spectators' room to congratulate their children and take them home. Great job, Sasuke-kun. Narumi. Izumi and Mikoto congratulated the two, Mikoto giving them hugs, while Izumi gave them a high five. Naruto gave them a nod of approval. Great work, you two. I knew you'd do well. From what I've seen, you're probably gonna be Rookie of the Year, Sasuke. I'm impressed. Way to kick that girl's ass in textbook form, Narumi. Told you all of that training was gonna pay off. Narumi beamed at Naruto's praise, but Sasuke was even happier. He was finally getting praised for his own work and own skill, no less by someone he respected and looked up to. If his fangirls saw him right now, they'd be shocked at the smile he had on his face that they'd never seen before. Why don't we celebrate the occasion together? Mikoto suggested, and Naruto agreed, and the group began to walk away from the academy. From a short distance away, hiding behind a tree, an angry Mizuki watched the group laughing as they walked away. That damn demon got lucky somehow, but he'd get what he wanted, one way or another. He slunk away, plotting a new scheme. He was so deep in his scheming, he didn't notice the fly that was on his Chunin vest as he muttered to himself. What shall we have? Naruto asked the group as they walked. Ramen, Narumi shouted out. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the suggestion. Of course, she would say that. The adults chuckled. How about we get something different today? I'll buy you some ramen tomorrow to celebrate just between us. Naruto suggested. Narumi sighed. Fine. Let's have something else tonight then. Izumi laughed. Thank you, Narumi. How about we have some barbecue at Yakiniku-Q? Everyone agreed to the suggestion. Even Narumi couldn't deny the charm of some freshly grilled meat. Guess we'll run into Kyuubi. That's his favorite place. Narumi commented, and Sasuke nodded, as they walked over to the popular restaurant, where they ran into Ino and Shikamaru as well. The owners of the restaurant cried tears of joy as they counted their profits that night. That night, at the Namikaze Uzumaki residence. The siblings were on their couch, Naruto leaning back on his seat, while Narumi was lying down on the long couch, resting as they digested the huge quantity of food they ate earlier at Yakiniku-Q. They talked about Narumi's performance today, as they relaxed in their positions. Narumi, I saw how much crap you had to take over the past 5 years, and how people tried to hold you back. Through hard work and fierce determination, though I had to give you a nudge every now and then, you were able to push through all that nonsense, and even excel. Sure, the records might not show it, due to unfair grading, but I know. I'm proud of all you've accomplished so far, and now you're a Genin. I think it's time for you to get your graduation gift. Naruto congratulated Narumi, as he unsealed a small scroll. Graduation gift? Narumi asked, perking up and getting up to a sitting position. All of her attention was on her brother now. She loved gifts. What is it? She asked without yelling, surprisingly, though her voice was shaking with excitement. Naruto decided to let her find out for herself, and handed her the scroll. Narumi channeled a bit of chakra into the scroll to unseal whatever was inside, and was speechless when she saw what it was. Her mother's katana. It was a beautiful blade, a Damascus-patterned katana, formed with the regular chakra-conductive steel, and an extremely rare, copper-colored chakra-conductive metal that was only found in Uzushio, and it was even rarely found there. It conducted chakra much more efficiently, and could even store chakra for short periods of time, and was both strong and flexible. It was so rare, that even this heirloom sword of the Uzumaki clan head's family had to be mixed with regular chakra steel to have enough metal to form a katana. It was a priceless blade. And Ni-chan, isn't this Ka-chan's sword? You're really giving this to me? Narumi asked Naruto, not sure if she was ready, or worthy, to use such a valuable sword. Naruto smiled. Of course. I've used it for long enough. It's time to hand it to you. I know you'll make good use of it, just like I did. I've been training you for years to use that sword, you know. Besides, I still have my Anbu-issued Chokudo. Naruto assured Narumi, as he pulled out his secondary sword. He had been using the Anbu sword as a secondary weapon, but also as a diversion. On missions, he would keep the sword strapped to his back in the standard Anbu way, while he had Kushina's katana sealed on his palm for instant access. His enemies would see the sword on his back and immediately make several false assumptions. First, they wouldn't see him reach for his sword on his back, and would assume he wasn't going to use a sword. Second, they would see the length of the shorter Chokudo on his back, and wouldn't expect the extra reach of the longer katana that would instantly appear at his hands as he slashed at their throats. Narumi's eyes began to water. Ni-chan. She lunged at him and wrapped him in a hug. She was touched. This was the most meaningful gift she had ever gotten in her life. A piece of her mother that she could use to protect herself and others. Oni-chan. This is the best gift ever. Thank you. She let a few tears soak into Naruto's shirt as she whispered out her gratitude in an uncharacteristically quiet voice. Naruto combed her hair with his fingers and patted her back as he smiled. You're most welcome, Imoto. Congratulations once again. Narumi hugged her new sword as she slept that night, with a big smile on her face. The next day, Narumi left a crying Naruto at Ichiraku's paying for her 10 bowls of ramen. She was off to find her friends so she could show off her new kunoichi gear, and especially her new sword. She walked past the academy, on the way to the playground. Meanwhile, Mizuki hatefully watched the red-headed former academy student walk by. It was time to enact his plan. He forced himself to look as kind as he could, trying to mask his hate. Hello, Narumi. Congratulations on passing the exam. Mizuki told Narumi with a sickeningly sweet smile. Thanks Mizuki-sensei. I guess. Narumi replied back, not sure why the teacher that hated her was being so nice to her. So, who do you think is going to be on your team? Mizuki asked. I'm not sure, but I hope I'm not on a team with Sakura or Kiba. Narumi replied back. You sure didn't get along with them? I suppose you'd like to be on the same team as Sasuke or Hinata, or maybe Ino? Mizuki asked Narumi. Narumi nodded. Yeah. To be honest, any of my friends would be nice. But I heard you don't get to pick your teams. I hope the Hokage gives me a good team. Mizuki smirked inside. Perfect. Now to lay the trap. Yeah, that's true. Most of the time. However, if you're able to really impress the Hokage, he'll let you choose at least one, sometimes both teammates. Narumi's eyes widened. Really? What can I do to impress him? This was too easy. It's difficult, but all you have to do is show him how skilled of a kunoichi you are, by completing a mission from a sensei, who will then give you a recommendation. Mizuki told her with a genuine smile, though it was a result of his plan going well, rather than any affection for Narumi. Really? Got any missions for me to do then? Narumi asked, eager to be on a team with people she liked. I suppose. I know. Why don't you show me your infiltration skills, and bring me something? I know. Bring me the seal of scrolls into the forest by 12 at night, and I'll write you your recommendation. Mizuki laid the last part of his trap out. The scroll of seals? You mean that big scroll Ni-chan has hidden away somewhere? Narumi asked, tilting her head to one side. That's the one. You'll have to do a lot of infiltration and retrieval missions when you become a kunoichi, so this will be good practice. Mizuki told the girl. Okay. I think I can do that. I'll just return it to Ni-chan later. Narumi thought to herself out loud. Perfect. Why don't you go do that? But remember, you can't tell anyone until I grade your mission. Until then, you have to keep it a secret. Like a real shinobi. Mizuki warned her. Narumi nodded and walked away. Mizuki turned around and rubbed his hands together. His plan went perfectly. Now all he had to do was wait for her in the forest clearing, where he'll kill her and take the scroll to Orochimaru. He walked back to his house with a grin on his face, not noticing a fly that flew off of his vest, and vanished with a puff of smoke. Later that night, in the forest clearing rendezvous point, Narumi walked into the clearing with the scroll in her arms, looking around for her former sensei. Mizuki-sensei? Are you here? She asked, looking a little scared at being in the dark forest by herself at night. Mizuki stepped out from behind one of the trees. I'm right here, Narumi. Now why don't you hand me the scroll and complete your mission? He asked with a smile. You didn't tell anyone, right? Narumi shook her head as she walked closer. Mizuki snatched the scroll out of her arms when she got close enough. He opened it and looked through part of it. He saw a bunch of forbidden jutsu, and strange seals all over it. This is it. He thought to himself. Alright, you checked it now. Can I take it back to Ni-chan now? Narumi asked. Mizuki strapped the scroll to his back, and took out a huge Fuma shuriken. I changed my mind. I think I'll keep this. Now, I can't have you telling people I have this, so I'm gonna have to kill you, Mizuki said with a wicked grin, his facial expression changing completely. Narumi paled in horror and took a few steps back. Sensei? You don't mean that, do you? She asked him with fear in her voice. I'm going to enjoy this, you demon brat. Now die, Mizuki yelled as he charged at her with his Fuma shuriken. He swung the massive shuriken towards her like a four-bladed sword, hoping to cut her in half. He noticed Narumi's face break out into a grin, and her eyes flash blue. She unsealed an Onbu Chokudo from Kami knows where, and channeled potent wind chakra into it, and easily sliced through the Fuma shuriken, as well as splitting Mizuki's arm holding it, down the middle. Mizuki screamed in agony, as he looked down at his arm which now resembled a Y shape. You damn brat. Where did you get that sword? He screamed, as he clutched at his now useless arm. Narumi gave him a low chuckle which sent shivers down his back, as she slowly turned into Naruto. You thought my sister was an idiot? She could sense the deceitful emotions radiating off of you. Not to mention you were a horrible liar. At least make it sound believable. I was there the whole time and heard everything. Naruto told Mizuki, who began to shake uncontrollably in fear. Mizuki, and most of the village, didn't know what Naruto was truly capable of, but he had heard he was one of the youngest Onbu captains in history. Naruto slowly advanced on him. Please. Have mercy, Mizuki stammered out as he backed up. Mercy? Let me think about it. Naruto stopped and went into a thoughtful pose. I mean, you were her teacher for all those years. I guess everyone deserves a second chance, huh? Mizuki nodded furiously, sensing there might be a chance he comes out of this alive. Yes. Of course. A second chance. I swear I'll change. Yes. A second chance. I mean, that's what this village is all about, right? Something about the will of fire? Naruto thought out loud. Mizuki continued to nod, hoping Naruto would spare him. Naruto put his sword away. Mizuki began to breathe again. It looked like he would live to see another day. Nah. I don't feel like it, Naruto said in a cheery voice, as if he just told a joke. Mizuki's face lost all its color. It's been a while since I've had a little fun. Those council members are real sticks in the mud, you know. I could use some fun, Naruto said nonchalantly, as he began slowly forming hand seals, so that Mizuki could watch the whole thing. Besides, between you and me? I don't really care for all that crap. If you threaten my precious people, I kill you. Simple as that. Futton, Mizurappa, boil release, water trumpet, Naruto said in a sing-song voice, as he let a stream of highly acidic liquid melt Mizuki's legs to the bone. Mizuki writhed in pain, tears streaming from his eyes. What kind of twisted power was this? It wasn't supposed to go like this. He looked up to Naruto and saw him smiling at him. You demon, Mizuki stammered out through his gasps of pain. That's right. And you thought my cute, sweet little sister, who wants nothing more than for people to get along peacefully, was a demon. Naruto told him with a smile. Oh, by the way, I hope you know that's not the real scroll of seals. Naruto informed him as he formed a single-hand seal. Mizuki slowly turned around to look at the huge scroll strapped to his back. It began to hiss. No. No. No 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 no. Please. Don't tell me it's a Mizuki began to scream at Naruto in a panicked voice, but Naruto cut him off. Yup. The whole thing is full of exploding tags. I'd say it has about at least 50 of them in there. And guess what? I'm a shadow clone. Naruto's eyes sparkled with glee. Kai. At the Uchiha police station. Thanks for the water. You may go now. Mikoto told her assistant, as she looked over reports. She placed her cup down and continued to read. She reached for her cup, and saw her cup shaking, ripples forming violently over the surface of the water, as some of it spilled. She looked out the window. Do we have an earthquake or something? She wondered out loud. Monday, at the academy. The recent graduates gathered back in their classrooms one last time, as they gathered to be sorted into their new Jinan teams. Everyone was dressed in the shinobi gear they received from their parents, trying to look like the shinobi that they were now. Narumi wore a slim, dark green dress that covered only the upper half of her thighs, but the rest of her legs were covered by protective steel-laced black toe-less socks that reached to her mid-thighs, and she wore brown shinobi sandals on her feet. She wore a short-sleeved, light yellow, kimono-style blouse over her dress, which was held closed by a black sash. She let her long, red hair hang, and had her hitai tied around her forehead. The outfit was gifted to her by Shizune, who squealed and squeezed her in a hug when she first saw how cute she looked in it. Wow, Narumi-chan. Looking good. Ino commented, as Narumi walked into her classroom. Since when did you use a sword? Shikamaru asked, noticing the expensive-looking katana that was strapped to her waist. I've actually been training with a sword for like 7 years now. My Ni-chan taught me. The redhead told her friends, showing off her new prized weapon, still in its scabbard. I don't know where you got such an expensive-looking sword, but having good equipment doesn't mean anything when your skills are subpar, Sakura sneered. Didn't you barely pass the throwing exam? And I remember you barely beating Kyuubi in the obstacle race too. Your taijutsu bout was terrible too. I honestly don't know what you think you're better than me at, besides for book stuff and being a big jerk. Why do you keep acting like I didn't beat you in all of our spars? Narumi asked, sick of Sakura's teasing, who thought she was better because she was officially ranked higher than Narumi. Burn, forehead, Ino teased, and Sakura huffed and walked away. Ino high-fived Narumi. Good one, Narumi. Finally put her in her place. I beat her in everything in the exams besides for the written portion. She has an unfair advantage with that extra big brain she got inside that huge forehead. Take that, Sakura. I'll win in the other thing too, Ino shouted out the last bit to Sakura, referring to their fight for Sasuke's attention. Sakura glared at Ino. Shut up, Ino pig, but that was all she could do, since she did lose in the physical portions of the exam. Iruka walked into the classroom. All right everyone. Congratulations once again for passing. Now today's another big day, one that will change your future. The class quieted down. This was it. Team placements. If only you guys were this quiet for my lectures, Iruka sighed as he shook his head. He then pulled out a piece of paper that had the teams. All right. Let's begin. He began calling out which 3 Jinan were on the same team. All right. On Team 1. He began listing out names. And ME. That's Team 6. Next is. The remaining students had their hands held together, hoping they would be on the same team with their friends, or in the case of his fangirls, their precious Sasuke-kun. Uchiha Sasuke, Iruka continued, and at that name, all of the fangirls closed their eyes in prayer, hoping they would be called. Namikaze Uzumaki Narumi. The hearts of all the fangirls sank, but they still had a sliver of hope with that one opening. And Haruno Sakura. Iruka called out. Sakura jumped up in joy, while Ino deflated in her seat. Take that. Ino pig. I win, Sakura teased Ino as she danced in her seat. Oh. Sorry about that. Looks like the list had been revised at the last minute. I didn't notice the asterisk. The last member of Team 7 is Hyuga Hinata. Team 7 is Sasuke, Narumi, and Hinata. Iruka corrected himself. What? No. It can't be, Sakura yelled before she collapsed into her seat. She slumped in her seat, her eyes barely coming to the level of the table. Ino was sad she wasn't on Team 7, but she kind of had a feeling she wouldn't be. She knew what team she was going to be on. She smirked knowing at least her biggest rival wouldn't be on that team. Sorry Sakura. Looks like there was a last-minute change to the teams. You'll be switched with Hinata onto Team 8, which will have Aburame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, Iruka continued. Sakura slid lower into her seat. She was basically lying down now. Team 9 is still in rotation, so we'll skip ahead to the last team. Team 10 will be Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Kuji, and Nara Shikamaru, Ino sighed, as she rolled her eyes. Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Kuji, and Nara Shikamaru. Iruka finished. Alright, did anyone not hear their teams? No? Alright, then go sit with your teammates. Your senseis will drop by and pick you up when they come. Good luck everyone, Iruka stated as he left the classroom. The new teams began to talk with each other, as they wondered who would be their new sensei. I can't believe how awesome our team is, Narumi exclaimed to Hinata and Sasuke, who nodded as well. Narumi was happy she had her best friends on the same team, and Hinata was happy she was on the same team as someone who she felt comfortable with, and would bring her out of her shell. Sasuke was happy he had strong people on his team. I wonder who our sensei will be? I hope we get someone strong like that Asuma guy. Narumi told her new teammates. As long as it's not Anko, I'll be fine. Well, as long as they're strong. Sasuke told the two girls he felt most comfortable with. I just hope they're not scary or mean. Hinata quietly shared. The doors to the class slid open and several jonin began to enter and taking their students. Alright, which of you brats are in Team 6? Anko asked as she took a bite of her dengo. She found her 3 intimidated jonin and took them outside. Phew. Glad we dodged that kunai, Sasuke said as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Kurenai took Team 8 with her, and Sakura took one last glance at Sasuke as she walked out with her new sensei. Alright. Team 10 meet me at Yakiniku-Q in 10 minutes. A tall, well-built man with a beard a guardian sash around his waist announced, before he went out to smoke. Aw man. That's him. Lucky Ino, Shikamaru, and Kuji. Narumi whined. Man. All the good ones are gone. I wonder who our sensei is? Narumi asked as she looked towards the door to see if there was anyone else. Soon they were the last team left. Ugh. How come we get the one sensei that's late? I'm gonna show him what happens if he keeps us waiting, Narumi yelled out in frustration, as she began to place a bucket of water over the door, so that it would soak whoever would open it next. A swirl of leaves appeared in front of the classroom, surprising Narumi, who fell. The bucket of water she prepared fell over her, soaking her, and the bucket covered her face. Hey! Who was that? Don't you know you should use the door to come in? She yelled as she lifted the bucket to see who it was. Sasuke had stars in his eyes, and Hinata slightly blushed. Oni-chan? Narumi asked in surprise. What are you doing here? So you guys are Team 7 huh? Meet me on top of the roof in 5 minutes, he said with a grin as he disappeared in a sunshine again. Sasuke was basically hyperventilating. No. Freaking. Way. Yes. He pumped his fist in the air, before running out the classroom to get to the roof. Hey! Wait for us, Narumi yelled as she dragged Hinata with her. The class was now empty. Nobody had noticed Mizuki never came to class. Chapter 18, The First Steps. At the academy, on the rooftop. The 3 members of Team 7 ran up the stairs to meet their new sensei. A multitude of thoughts and emotions were running through their minds. Naruto was their sensei? How? Wasn't he in the Anbu? Did he quit? What kind of team were they? What kind of sensei would he be? They arrived at the rooftop, and saw Naruto sitting there with 3 bentos he had bought. Good. You've all arrived. Why don't you take a seat? Let's have some lunch as we introduce ourselves. Naruto instructed them, as he gestured for them to take their seats. You're really our sensei? Narumi asked, still not sure if her brother was actually her sensei. Of course. Why? Not happy with the selection? I could ask to trade with Kurenai if you want. Naruto asked Narumi, though obviously not seriously. No. No. Of course I'm happy to have you as my sensei, but aren't you busy with Anbu stuff? Will you be splitting your time between us and the Anbu? Narumi asked as she opened up her bento. Oh. That? I quit Anbu. I'm gonna be giving you three all of my attention, so you don't have to worry about that. Naruto assured the three students. So now that we've cleared that up, why don't we move on to introductions? Naruto suggested, as he began eating his bento. Why don't you start, Narumi? The redhead Kunoichi stopped eating. Eh? But I'm your sister. You already know me. You know all of us. What's the point of this? Well, some of it is formality, as I'm now your sensei, and not just your brother. On that note, when we meet as a team or on duty, I want you all to call me sensei, not Ni-chan or Ni-san. At other times you can call me whatever you feel most comfortable calling me. Anyway, the reason for the introductions is to formally let your team know who you are and what your goals are as a new shinobi. Your team will help you stay true to who you are, and help you achieve your goals. At least that's what I intend for this team to do, and that's why I chose you three out of all the Junon. Naruto informed his students. Wait, I thought the Hokage chose the teams? What do you mean you chose us? Narumi asked. Oh, let's just say I pulled a few strings here and there, Naruto said with a small smile, as he thought about what happened. Flashback. It's true. It is always easier to borrow than it is to pay it back. I'll get them to see reason, don't worry. Hiruzen told Naruto. Of course, Hokage-sama. Though I do have a suggestion. How about I lower the debt or interest rate? Naruto suggested. Hiruzen perked up at the prospect. And in return? Naruto gave the old man a mischievous smile. I'd like a small favor. The third narrowed his eyes. A favor? What did you have in mind? Naruto gave him a smirk. Oh, nothing too major. I would like to be a Jonin sensei. A questioning eyebrow rose on Hiruzen's face. Jonin sensei? Are you sure? I mean, you would make a great sensei, if your track record in training Anbu recruits are anything to go by, but wouldn't that be a bit, dull? You have the record of taking the most S-class missions for any 19-year-old, ever, and now you want to train 3 Junon? Yup. The blonde in front of him replied. That's exactly what I want. And in return you'll lower the interest rate or the debt? Hiruzen seemed skeptical, but was still relieved. This was an easy request for such a big return. Of course, then. I'll look for a suitable team. What kind of team were you looking for? An infiltration team? A frontline assault team? A sensory and tracking team? Ah, now here's the catch. I want to pick my own team. Naruto revealed to Hiruzen. But the teams have already been mostly formed. And the senseis don't pick their teams. I chose the teams specifically for certain roles. The Sandaime told Naruto. I'm sure you did a fine job too. Nonetheless, that is my demand. Besides, it won't be difficult to find new roles. I have a certain role for my team too. Naruto replied. This is highly unusual. Seems like you already have certain Junon in mind? I'm assuming you would like to train your sister? The old Sarutobi asked. Indeed. I'd also like Sasuke and Hinata on my team. Naruto added. Well, that's an interesting combination. Might I ask what role you intend for them to specialize in? Hiruzen asked as he stroked his beard. Naruto smirked. I intend to make them the face of Konoha's power. A deterrent for war if you will. A second Sannin, though a little less disappointing than them. Specialty? Let's say kicking ass. Hiruzen chuckled. That's quite a declaration. You have high expectations for them. What makes you think they'll be able to stack up to the Sannin? You think they have that much potential? I know they do. And I'll make sure they live up to that potential. If you're skeptical, how about a wager? If they fail to impress you at their Chunin exams, I'll cut the debt by 25%. How does that sound? Naruto offered. And if they do? Hiruzen asked, seeing the offer as being too good to take it at face value. If they do, then I'll be proven right. I'll hang it over your head, but that's pretty much it. Come on, you know that's too good to pass up. Naruto tried to convince Hiruzen. The old man laughed. You're right. It is an offer I won't pass up. I'll take your deal. You're the new sensei of Team 7, just like your old man was back in the day. Naruto grinned. Hey, my team will blow his out of the water. Just you wait. Hiruzen chuckled at that. I'll make sure Kakashi knows how you feel about him. How about we keep this to ourselves for now? I don't need him pestering me anytime soon. Naruto told Hiruzen before he turned around to leave. He smiled as he left. His plan went perfectly. Flashback end. Sasuke had stars in his eyes. He was so proud to have been chosen by Naruto as a student, even breaking standard protocol apparently to get him on his team. Hinata, likewise, was blown away that someone would go so far to have her on their team, even though she didn't think she was anything special. Didn't he see what a disappointment she was? Anyway, let's continue with the introductions. I want names, likes, dislikes, hobbies, skills, and dreams. Now start us off, Narumi. Naruto instructed his sister. Fine. Hi. I'm Narumi. I like ramen, my family, friends, and meeting new people that are, cool with me. Training is pretty fun too. I dislike bullies and people who judge people without getting to know them. As for hobbies, I like trying out new ramen flavors or combinations, practicing my sealing skills and training. Also, I like hanging out with my friends. Watching movies is pretty fun too. I'm pretty good at sealing, taijutsu, and kenjutsu. My dream is to become the Hokage one day, and make the world a better place, Narumi concluded. Very good. Now, how about you, Sasuke? Naruto directed. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I like my clan, and I like loyalty. I dislike traitors, and a certain someone. My hobbies are training, and learning new jutsu. I'm good at kunai and shuriken jutsu, and also at using ninja wire. I'm also good at taijutsu, and my ninjutsu is also pretty good. I even know how to do a katen jutsu. My dream? My dream is to avenge my clan and to restore my clan to its former glory, Sasuke stated, a little darkly in some areas. Naruto was a little worried. He knew what Sasuke was talking about. He decided he would have a word with him later in private. Alright, that'll do for now. And finally, it's your turn, Hinata. Hi. I'm Hyuga Hinata. I like my friends, and I like gardening. I dislike when people don't get along with each other, and I dislike a certain seal. My hobbies are gardening, and pressing flowers. I'm okay at tea taijutsu, and I can use the Byakugan. My dream is to unite my sea clan, and remove a certain seal. Hinata shyly introduced herself, as she picked at her bento with her chopsticks. Naruto gave her a warm smile, which made her blush a little. Very good, Hinata. You have very admirable dreams. I guess it's my turn next then, isn't it? Hi, I'm Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Narumi's brother. Also, your sensei. I like my family, well, anyone I consider my family, as well as loyalty. I also love it when people get what they deserve. I dislike people who abandon their duties, or their precious people in their time of need. I also hate people who take advantage of those who can't protect themselves. Anyone who tries to hurt the people I care about are also on my list of people I don't like. Naruto caught himself. He tried not to swear in front of his sister. My hobbies are to train and study and create new seals. My skills? Let's just say I'm good at everything. Narumi rolled her eyes at Naruto's humility, though she knew it was true. My dream? Naruto paused to think for a second. My dream is to help you all achieve your dreams, and to train you into the strongest team Konoha has ever produced, he said with a smile. Hinata smiled at Naruto's dream, which warmed her heart. She liked her sensei already. Alright, now that we've completed our introductions, let's finish up our lunch and head over to Training Ground 7. Not all of you might know where it is, so we'll walk over there together as we chat. Naruto told his students. At Training Ground 7. Alright, we're here. Naruto announced when they reached their training ground after their team lunch. Now, usually, the Jonin senseis test their team to see if the team is good enough to be a team. Another test? You mean we could go back to the academy, even if we pass the Jinan exams? Narumi asked in shock. Well, if the Jonin senseis deem their skills to be subpar, that could happen. Though most of the time the sensei fails the team because they can't see them working together. In that case, they're sent to the Jinan reserves, where they may be formed into different teams later, or be recruited into a different team if they lose a member. Naruto informed them. The team gulped and prepared themselves for another test. So, what kind of test will you have us take, Naruto-sensei? Sasuke asked. Naruto broke out into a grin. Well, like I said, that's what usually happens. One of the reasons I picked you guys is because I already know you guys can work well together. I'm gonna pass you all. The three Jinan sighed in relief. Naruto's grin became a little more mischievous. But that doesn't mean I won't be testing you to see what level your skills are at, he said as he rubbed his palms together. I'll be sparring with you guys, all at once. The Jinan looked to each other. Are you sure? Isn't that unfair? What if you get hurt? Narumi asked. Naruto laughed out loud. Don't worry about me, if anything it'll be unfair for you guys. Now come at me. The three looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. They circled around Naruto, until they surrounded him. They planned on making him pay for underestimating them. They would soon learn it was them who was underestimating their sensei, who was probably the most powerful shinobi in the village. Sasuke threw a barrage of shuriken to either side of Naruto, to prevent him from dodging to either side, as Narumi attacked him from the front, while Hinata attacked from behind. Narumi attacked him non-stop, throwing punch after punch, as Hinata did the same with her Juken strikes. Naruto ducked underneath one of Narumi's punches, and used her forward momentum to direct her towards Hinata, by elbowing her back once he passed her strike. The two Jinan Kunoichi had to stop their attacks in order to prevent themselves from hitting each other. Sasuke pulled his hands back, revealing the shuriken he threw had wires attached to them, and tried to use them to attack Naruto from behind. Naruto threw his body in the air, and dodged each one by twisting and turning his body between the wires and the shuriken coming at him, and landed on one foot near Narumi. Narumi and Hinata had untangled themselves and had turned around to face Naruto when he landed, but he gave them no time to organize another joint attack, as he pivoted off of the foot he landed on, and delivered a roundhouse kick to Narumi's ribs, sending her flying into Hinata. Sasuke decided to join the fray, and began attacking him with taijutsu, trying to intercept Naruto's attacks like he did to Kiba. He immediately found out that Naruto was no Kiba, when Naruto threw multiple feints and switched up his attacks mid-swing to land several rapid strikes to Sasuke's outstretched limbs that left them temporarily numb and limp. Naruto completed the combo with a side kick to Sasuke's chest which sent him flying into Narumi and Hinata who were both getting up after being sent to the floor earlier. I know you guys have more than that. If you don't come at me more seriously, I might consider actually failing you. Use your jutsu and other skills. Naruto reprimanded. The three students got up, Sasuke and Narumi gritting their teeth as they did so, and decided it was time for business. Narumi took out her new sword, while Sasuke decided it was time to show him his jutsu. Hinata didn't really want to hurt her sensei, but was beginning to realize that she probably couldn't, even if she tried her hardest. She didn't have much other than her taijutsu, but if that didn't work, what was she supposed to fall back on? Narumi charged in with her sword, swinging it in circular motions meant to slice opponents while preserving momentum. Naruto disrupted the flow of her movements by slapping away the flat sides of the blade with precise hits from his bare palms, before he got close enough to slam his palm on the side of her ear to disorient her, and send her falling to the floor. Sasuke used the moment Naruto engaged with Narumi to go through his hand seals for his strongest jutsu. Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. He had timed his attack for when Narumi was sent falling away from Naruto, so he wouldn't catch his best friend in the crossfire. He saw Naruto get hit by his fireball and smirked for a second before getting worried that he hurt his sensei. When the flames died down, he saw a charred log, before he felt like his eyeballs popped out of his head when a palm slammed into the back of his head. Sasuke hit the ground on his belly, and saw his sensei's foot coming down to stomp on him, and he braced himself for the hit. Naruto pulled his foot back as Hinata came flying at him with rapid Juken strikes aimed at his leg. Hinata attacked as quickly as she could, deliver strike after strike, hoping to hit him at least once, before her advantage of taking him by surprise faded. Naruto smiled seeing his Jinan trying to cover for each other, and trying to attack in some sort of combination, even though they were having no success. He easily dodged and parried all of Hinata's strikes, before he slapped her hands aside and dropped for a sweeping kick to sweep her off her feet. He had to dodge immediately after tripping Hinata by rolling away, when a thrust came from his side from his younger sister's katana. Sasuke began to throw shuriken towards Naruto's feet to take away his base for dodging or attacking, while Narumi tried to keep him busy with her kenjutsu skills. Naruto had to exert a little more effort than before, trying to find some footing while parrying and dodging Narumi's blade. Hinata soon recovered as well, and began to weave in and out between Narumi's strikes to deliver her own, reducing the amount of time Naruto had between each defensive maneuver. Naruto smirked. His team had good teamwork, and all without active communication. It was probably because of all the time they spent training together in the past. Not bad, but if this is all you got, you won't land a single hit on me. Naruto mocked them to rile them up, and it worked on Narumi and Sasuke. Oh yeah? Then dodge this, Narumi yelled out as she took a step back to go through a few hand seals, while Hinata took over pressing the attack. Soon, 4 golden chains made of chakra shot out of Narumi's back, shocking Hinata and Sasuke, Who hadn't seen that before? When did she learn to do that? Soon Naruto found himself dodging attacks from close range, mid-range, and long range, dodging Hinata's Juken, Narumi's chains which struck at him from multiple angles, and Sasuke's shuriken which kept Naruto's feet busy with constant movement. His students were performing admirably. They probably would have taken out most Chunin with this kind of teamwork. But he hadn't used anything other than his taijutsu, besides for the one Kawarimi he performed to dodge Sasuke's fireball. Very good, you three have excellent teamwork. Naruto commented as he dodged the numerous attacks coming at him from all angles. It was good enough to give me a slight warm-up. He soon stopped merely dodging, and decided to go on the attack. He grabbed Hinata's wrist, and threw her towards Narumi, who was slightly less mobile, as she had to focus on directing and controlling 4 chains from various angles. It made her lose her focus, and her attacks with her chakra chains became less crisp, which gave Naruto the opening to throw several of his own shuriken, which knocked all of Sasuke's incoming shuriken out of the air with pinpoint accuracy. Naruto flipped through several hand seals in a split second, much too fast for the Genin to see anything other than a blur. Futon, Tapa, wind release, breakthrough, Naruto said, trying to channel as little chakra into his attack as possible. The 2 kunoichi were still blown away into the woods. Sasuke used the opening from Naruto blowing the wind jutsu out of his mouth to leap towards Naruto with a kunai from behind, hoping to slash him. Naruto sensed Sasuke coming from behind and turned to face him. Kanashibari no jutsu, paralysis technique. Sasuke froze mid-air, and fell on his front. Naruto walked over and stepped on his wrist to make him drop the kunai, before grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and throwing him towards where the other 2 Genin were. The 3 slowly got up, now having taken a fair bit of damage, mostly from falling down so many times. Alright you 3, I've seen enough, Naruto said as he stopped the fight. The 3 were among the strongest in their class, and had never lost this badly before. They hadn't been able to hit him even once, even while working together, and Naruto barely used any true offensive jutsu. They were disappointed in themselves, and it showed on their face, especially Hinata. Naruto noticed this, and decided to break them out of their funk. Don't be too hard on yourselves. You guys actually performed quite well. You've shown a fair amount of talent in your individual skills, but what impressed me the most was your ability to work together on the fly. The Genin lightened up a little from his praise. What, you thought you could beat me since you outnumbered me? I'm a Jonin. If some Genin freshly out of the academy were able to keep up with me, I shouldn't deserve to be a sensei. So don't use this fight as a benchmark for your skills. I'll have you know you guys are much more skilled than most people your age. Naruto told his team, which put a smile on their faces again. Naruto didn't tell his team, but he thought if they were able to catch most Chunin, or maybe even a Jonin like Kurenai off guard, they might have been able to do a serious number on them. He held back that thought from them though, as this whole exercise was meant to gauge their skill level, but also to show them that there were ninja that were much more powerful than them, so they need to be humble and work hard. Now that I've seen what you can do, I want to hear your thoughts on a few things, before I dismiss you for the day. Naruto told his students, as he motioned for them to come closer and take a seat in front of him. Alright, so you guys passed, and now you're officially Genin of Team 7. What do you think this means? Naruto asked. That we're ready for missions? Narumi suggested. Yes, that's true too, but before that, it means you guys are now no longer civilians, but shinobi of Konoha. Naruto explained. So, what do you think that means? Being a shinobi of Konoha? Sasuke? Sasuke thought for a second. It means that we'll be doing missions for Konoha? He answered, though it almost sounded like a question. Naruto nodded at his answer, but looked like he wanted Sasuke to say more. And that means? We will be doing dangerous things potentially? Sasuke answered, trying to understand what Naruto was looking for. Naruto nodded, and looked over to Hinata, indicating that he wanted her to expand on that. It means that we will be representing Konoha? Hinata reasoned. Naruto nodded. What you all said was right. Now that you're part of Team 7, it means you guys are officially shinobi. This means you'll be doing missions on behalf of Konoha, representing it, as you guys said. However, there's more. In the words of my senpai in the Anbu, look underneath the underneath. Can anyone tell me what you think this means? Naruto asked. To check things twice? Narumi replied to the question. Naruto chuckled a little. Sort of. But not really. It means in the shinobi world, there's always a hidden motive or meaning behind everything. For example, Let's say someone like a politician treats you well, doing favors for you, and being extra nice to you. Now at face value, it's just a nice guy, but as shinobi, we need to be able to see underneath that face, and try to see why he's being nice. Does he want something from you? Does he want you to drop your guard around him? Maybe he's trying to project some sort of image to others? These are all things you should try to be aware of, lest you be caught off guard. The three genins' minds were swimming. It sounded complicated, trying to figure out the hidden meanings and motives behind everyone's actions at all times. The life of a shinobi is not all fun and glory, you know. Naruto told his students. It's a brutal and dangerous life. You mess up once, and you might die. Or worse, maybe your mistake will kill your loved ones. You'll be dealing with the threat of death on any mission. Even a D-rank mission can suddenly turn into an A-rank mission at the drop of a hat. The three genin gulped. They hadn't really been told this, or thought about this before. Not only that, you'll be doing your share of taking people's lives too. You think that's easy? Sure, sometimes you'll be killing real scummy people, maybe a serial killer or a rapist, and you can tell yourselves that you did the world a favor by getting rid of a bad person, so you don't feel as bad about yourselves. But what if the village tells you to kill someone who seems innocent? Maybe the mother of 3 children? Maybe a baby? Do you think you can do that? Naruto asked. No. I'll never hurt an innocent baby. That's disgusting. And I won't be making 3 children orphans either. That's an evil thing to do, Narumi shouted out in disgust. Oh yeah? What if that baby ends up wielding a dangerous Kekkei Genkai that is later used against our village, killing hundreds? What if that mom you spared just stole valuable intel from our village, which lets other villages invade our village to kill hundreds of families? That's okay? Are you gonna ask each enemy if they have children? Naruto asked. The genin were unable to reply. Naruto sighed. Look, it's true that shinobi wield awesome powers, and can seem to have exciting lives. But nothing is all rainbows and butterflies. That's why you need to be able to see underneath the underneath. In a perfect world, everyone would get along, and there would be no need for violence amongst each other. Sadly, our world isn't like that. The best we can do is try to keep our friends and families, our loved ones, safe. This is the life of a shinobi. We're basically tools used to keep the village safe. If that's not the kind of life you want to live, I suggest now is the time to back out. I won't judge you. In fact, I'll respect you for following your own beliefs, and not falling to pressure from others. The three genin each took a moment to think about the implications, and to consider if this was the right life for them. I still want to be a shinobi, Narumi said with resolve. Sasuke and Hinata soon said the same thing too. Is that so? Why is that? If you don't have a good reason, you'll break under the pressure. It's better to quit now and avoid all the emotional and mental damage and trauma. The blonde sensei asked his students. Well, I want to be strong enough to protect all the people I care about. I don't want to be a helpless victim, who has to depend on others for protection. I want to be strong enough to make a difference in this world, so people don't have to live in fear of being hurt by others. I can only gain that strength if I walk the path of a shinobi. Narumi told her team. And you? Naruto asked the others. I'd also like to become stronger to protect my precious people. I have to be stronger so I can help my C clan, Hinata said shyly, though her resolve still shone through. I need to be stronger, so I can avenge my clan, and restore my clan to its former glory. I'm one of the last Uchiha, and the only one left from the main family. I'll lead the clan one day, and if I'm weak, the clan will fizzle out into a pathetic existence, or disappear altogether. I'll need to be strong enough to protect it from its enemies. Sasuke told his team as his face darkened. It was clear to Naruto that he had specific people in his mind. I see. Those are good reasons. I hope you all understand what you're getting into then. Naruto told his team. It's not gonna be easy from now on. There'll be times when everything is going great, but there'll be times that are so hard, that you want to quit everything, and just cry in some dark corner. But as shinobi, it's our duty to endure, for the sake of what's important for us. The genin of Team 7 nodded. Good. I know this was kinda dark for your introduction into shinobi life, but I didn't want you to have the wrong ideas coming into it, and being caught off guard when the realities of this life come along, and end up getting hurt. Naruto concluded his speech. Alright, now that we got that out of the way, I'll be telling you what our days are going to look like from now on, and then I'll dismiss you, and you guys can go do whatever you want until we meet again tomorrow. Naruto informed his genin. From now on, we'll be meeting at Training Ground 7 every day, besides for the weekends, at 8 in the morning. We'll do a little training until 10, where we'll do a D-rank mission. If we finish on time, We'll have lunch as a team, and then get some more training in, before I dismiss you for the day. Is that clear? Naruto asked, and the Genin nodded at their sensei. Good. You guys both know where me and Narumi live, so feel free to come by and ask me if you need any help, or want to talk about anything. I want our team to be a second family for you guys, so drop by whenever. Now, you guys can go do whatever you want. Naruto dismissed his team, and they began to leave. Naruto called out to his Genin. Sasuke, I'd like to talk to you for a moment. You two can leave. Sasuke will join you later. Narumi and Hinata shared a confused look, but nodded and went off to see if their other friends passed their sensei's evaluation. Naruto-sensei? Sasuke corrected himself as he tried to get Naruto's attention. I've dismissed you all for the day, so you can call me Ni-san if you want, you are like my little brother anyway. Naruto told Sasuke warmly. Sasuke broke out into a smile. Hi, Ni-san. So why did you want me to stay behind? He asked. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Let's go sit over there, by the creek. Sasuke nodded, and the two walked over to the creek. So, what's up, Ni-san? Sasuke asked his sensei. I just wanted to talk to you about that dream of yours. Naruto started. Huh? What about it? Sasuke asked cautiously. Is there something wrong? Well, your dreams are mostly pretty good or understandable, but I just wanted to talk to you about your dream of avenging your clan. Naruto told Sasuke. The person you dislike and want vengeance on, it's your brother Itachi, isn't it? Sasuke paused for a second, and turned away to stare into the water of the creek. Yes. Naruto sighed. Sasuke. Sasuke interrupted him. I hate him. He ruined everything. Our clan was so strong. He was so strong and respected. And he threw all of that away because he went insane. He killed To-san, and even tried to kill Ka-chan, Sasuke yelled out as he stood up and threw a rock into the water. And now? Our clan is barely a shinobi clan. Including me, we've got 3 shinobi in the clan. How is that any better from a civilian ninja family? He betrayed all of us. He betrayed our family. He betrayed me. Sasuke began to cry. All of the emotions he had bottled up began to bubble up, now that the dam had burst. I thought he cared about me. He said he'd always be there for me, but in the end, he hurt me the most. He probably would have killed me too if you didn't show up, Sasuke said between sobs. I'll never forgive him. I'll kill him. Naruto stood up too, and placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulders. Sasuke, I know Itachi hurt you a lot, and let you down big time. But I don't want you to be consumed by your hatred of him. There's more to what happened than what you and I know, but remember what I told you and your team earlier? Sasuke sniffled a little, before looking up at Naruto. Always look underneath the underneath? Naruto looked down at Sasuke with a smile. Exactly. Now tell me, does insanity run in your family? Sasuke thought for a moment. There were a few people in his clan who were a little quirky or more violent than others, but even they were still loyal to the clan, and would never think of attacking their family members like that. Not really? Exactly, and tell me, was he the kind of person that enjoyed killing? Naruto asked the young Uchiha. Sasuke shook his head. Exactly. I was Itachi's best friend, and I went on close to 100 missions with him. I've seen him under pressure, and I've seen him when he was stressed. That's not something he would have done normally, Naruto said as he looked out into the water. So, what does that mean then? Sasuke asked. I'm not 100% sure, but there's more to what happened. We can't just assume things. Who knows? Maybe he did go insane. But I don't want your life goal to be driven by something that might not even be true, especially such a dark one. Sasuke, I don't want you to dedicate your life to being an avenger. I don't want your dreams to be decided by outside forces. I want you to dream your own dreams. What did you want before all that happened? Naruto asked. Sasuke thought back to his younger days. I just wanted to be seen for me. I didn't want to be compared to Itachi, or just seen as his younger brother. I wanted to be acknowledged for my own skills. Naruto smiled at him. We can do that. I'll promise you I'll do my best as your sensei to train you 3 into the strongest shinobi Konoha has seen in years. If you do your part, I'll do mine, and we can work together on making you stronger than Itachi. I just want you to do it for yourself, or to protect the clan, instead of making it all about him. Sasuke nodded. I think I understand what you mean. I'll try to do that, Ni-san. Sasuke replied. He decided what Naruto said had a point, and he'd work on changing his views on the matter. I'm glad to hear that, Sasuke. I know it's tough, but it shows how mature you are. I'm proud of you, and I expect great things from you. I can already see glimpses of it, Naruto said encouragingly. Sasuke loved to hear praises, having been compared to his prodigious brother for most of his childhood. He beamed at the praise from someone he looked up to. He promised to himself that he would never let his sensei down. I'm glad we were able to talk. Now go. Join your friends. I'll be heading to the Hokage's office to tell him Team 7 is officially available for missions now. Naruto told his only male student, who nodded and ran off to look for his teammates. Naruto looked up at the sky. I'll keep my promise to you, Itachi. I'll watch over him and guide him. I'll even do your share. Just keep yourself out of trouble, you idiot. Naruto thought to himself, as he remembered the last conversation he had with his best friend on that fateful night. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.